it afterwards, edited Jousis, right? Jousis. But everyone says it wrong, so it's kind of like, it
it's
established
kind of funny.
itself as that. Yeah, you're right though. All right, now everyone can hear you. I'm gonna remove the music.
J was like a
and then
G.
we have...
It's not Jousis?
It's Jousis with a Y, right?
I'm pretty sure it's with a G.
Yeah, Jim is correct.
No.
In build of the week,
it's a G.
Eben had to guess, and he said Jousis, which
Close?
is all things considered very close.
Jousis.
I'm sure the O is silent in his name.
I've played a lot of like Trouble in Terrorist Town, which relies on having usernames that are like hard enough to pronounce but still legible to be within the rules. So as soon as I saw your name, I'm like, I have a fairly good guess, but I stole Catmaster's intro. Well, actually, I hit record halfway through his intro to his own people. And that's it. What league is this? Affliction? What number is this?
Well,
like 12?
it's your podcast. You steal all the.
It's not a podcast. It's what you've described it as, and it's an extended. What did you call it? Casual discussion.
Yeah, but you would always categorize it as a podcast to someone
Nah.
who doesn't know what.
Yeah,
what
I
it is.
guess.
I call it. I call it a not a podcast.
It's
not a lecture.
Not a podcast.
It's a nice chill time, right? I mean, it's not a podcast because if it was, I'd have categories, and Lighty's constantly like, Jim, move it along. What's the next topic? What do you want to talk? Even this time, Lighty's like we got it set up. You got a group for it. I'm like, yeah. I just went through and found like a year-old chat where we're all in. I'm like, we'll just use this. And Lighty's like, anything else you need from me? I'm like, when have I ever needed anything?
Well, I message you at least a week out because I know you're not paying attention at all to what's happening. And I say, all right,
that is true.
Pick a date for everyone because you're not going to. And then you don't make a group chat, and I say, all right, go make a group chat, pick times, and you don't do that. Then
you asked me to pick a date before they had even announced what the league mechanic was. Of course, I'm waiting for the league mechanic like day before.
We know exactly when the reveal is.
Yeah.
Then you have a week to league launch.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do I wanted to make sure that they did the whole put the patch notes out immediately thing. Like this is.
Told you that. I just emailed them a day before and said, "Are you guys doing patch notes?" And they're like, "Yeah."
Oh, I didn't read that then. I haven't even read the patch notes, so there you go. I don't read. I don't learn. I know nothing.
Hey,
Lighty, what's your favorite thing? What's your favorite thing about Affliction League? You read all the patch notes, right?
Of course, yep.
What are you looking forward to? This is the most podcasty you'll get from me.
Talk about jumping right into
pick
the
a
middle
topic.
Of things.
What do you mean? I'd say
what was the question?
What is your most looking forward to, anticipated? What are you? I'm hyped, but what are you hyped? Are you hyped? Are you not hyped? You don't care? League.
What hype are you most afflicted with?
What is your most hypingness? I didn't even realize the pun. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm reservedly excited about the possibility of new builds, but we don't have most of the important information, which is the transfigured gems. So I've got 19 builds prepared, of which I don't know if any of them are going to work because we don't have the gem information.
I broke the entire overlay. I don't think the cameras have been working until just now. That's fine. You're anticipating good builds, but you don't have any of the gem information. You know that every time I pick a time for the podcast, it's between the patch notes and getting any useful information. This is we're used to this, aren't we?
That's not your fault, though. That's their fault.
Yeah, but I'm a defender.
They shouldn't be working on transfigured gems 5 days before the game goes live.
They do it every time, though. It's always
it's always unfortunate. It doesn't make it less unfortunate.
Right. Just because they're constantly
watching South Park
doing
episodes, they're going down to the wire every single time.
It's impressive, if anything. Were leagues always on was it a 3-month cycle this time?
No, it's another 4.
There was a delay. This is why I don't read things. I don't remember things. I saw
there was a whole 3 events in between to make time.
Did you play any of them?
Nope.
Why not?
Like how one of them was labeled Blast from the Past for a league that was less than a year ago.
So each of them was a week long, and with the frequency and length by which I play this game, 1 week is not enough to get a character off the ground.
That's fair. I played with the intention of winning something, and I didn't get any characters high enough level to be capable of winning anything.
Didn't play him.
I won something, but not in the event that I played the most, but in the one that I played the least, the Crankled Passes.
50% death penalty for experience. So I saw that.
All of them.
All of them had that. Yeah, no, that's stupid shit. I wouldn't touch that.
Oh, I loved it. A great middle between softcore and hardcore.
You mean Ruthless? Okay, I'm sorry.
That just seems like the opposite of fun to me. Like
Ruthless or 50%
the dying and losing 50%.
Losing half your experience when you die. Like that's.
Yeah, my builds die a lot.
But like you can plan
just
on
don't
it.
Die.
Like if you die and you
Simply
lose all your
don't
XP,
die.
now you can do all the fun stuff that you've been procrastinating because you wanted XP.
That's just
Yeah, you
poor
definitely want to
on
be
playing.
strategic.
It's not poor ideology. It's making it,
is.
making a shit time better.
It's just
By their
softcore
own
with extra
admission, there
steps.
are. I mean, they just removed Metamorph because they said mechanics exist that kill you and you don't understand why, as if that's not the baseline of the vast majority of deaths in Path of Exile from a hardcore or softcore perspective. So to have a game mode that capitalizes on that unfortunate game state does not seem like good design to me.
I played I played all of them because I was bored shitless, but I played the last one, and only by the time I got to maps did I realize it was a voided league. And it really doesn't make any sense for it to have been voided because like there was only one broken thing, which was the ghosts, and they've since like nerfed that node as well. That keystone. It used to be like you could inflict 50 monsters, now you can inflict 20.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason it was broken was they didn't disable it for unique maps. You could go into a unique map with like 2,000 rarity and put ghosts on everything in all the unique maps, and then just print items. That in. I don't know if they like fucked with because none of you played it. Like Catmaster, you played the third one.
No, not at all. But I mean, I can imagine how it was. But tell me how it was.
Well, I got really, really lucky with my rituals, and I don't know whether they fucked with the drop rate or not. It made me consider this league just starting ritual early on in my maps because the amount of divines that I was printing. But maybe it's just RNG. But I have no one to compare it against because no one fucking played the events. That's okay though. So,
well, I mean, and if you did the events, why would you do ritual in the event?
What do you mean?
Specifically in the one with the keystones.
Just trying it. I wanted to get my lab key without running into any of those little trial-y things because I hate doing the trials. That's how I start every league. Is I get my little like lab keys from rituals because they're pretty abundant in there. Hopefully they still will be. No guarantee though. Because they're gonna like not ritual, labyrinths, lab changes. I don't fucking know. Skill gems.
That's gonna be cool. I like that.
Trying my best. You like what?
I mean, I like in general that they're addressing the lab to some degree, and I wish they would have done the changes that they talked about that they want to do down the line. Or do you remember? I don't know whether it was in the live stream or in the conversation afterwards, but like people were saying that the trap mechanics and everything is a little bit outdated and could use a little bit of a rework. And obviously, it would be cool to have that all together for like a real lab revival league where everyone is really hyped about lab. But I think there's plenty of things to be excited about from lab now, and the fact that the helm enchant, I think the power that previously got from the helm enchant is now sort of moved into gem quality and the transfigured gems, and not like locked onto an item anymore that you may want to replace down the line. I like that better.
I didn't.
Obviously, it's a big transition and adjustment.
Could be better. Could be worse.
Several people say greetings from chat for Slippery Jim, and I should tell you that they love you.
Anyone listening to this in a third-party website or watching this on YouTube, either live or recorded, you're great. Love you. Hopefully you stick around for the whole 5 hours. Probably not though. That's okay.
Hopefully
Lighty.
You watch it on Slippery Jim's channel and you don't use an ad blocker and you get through all the ads. You don't do ads at all?
Maybe. It depends. I think listen, I don't give a shit if you put an ad blocker on and watch YouTube. I watch YouTube with an ad blocker. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that because terms of service and stuff, and YouTube and Google are all evil. Just God, those ads are so shit on YouTube. Just
Say
put an ad blocker on.
hypothetically, if you
Huh?
weren't a broadcaster.
Hypothetically,
Just say
hypothetically, if you used an ad blocker, I wouldn't care, and hypothetically, I, in a perfect world, wouldn't have to, but you have to because the ads are so shit. Hypothetically.
Yeah, in that one day where I tried disabling the ad blocker just to see, what was going on, every ad that I got was poorly veiled sex bot.
Huh?
Mm.
Yeah, it's
Like
just
every single one.
aren't they based on what you've viewed on the internet?
You'd think so.
Yeah, they are, but like I play ARPGs, and so it gives me ARPG ads, but they're all mobile game ads, so they're all horrific.
Yeah, not like the video ad, but like in like above the video suggestions on the right, there's like a little ad above that space, and every single one that I saw there was like a very poorly disguised sex bot.
Speaking of ads, for like Twitch, I desperately hate like the ads on Twitch. Not like watching. I don't mind watching an ad on someone else's channel, but if I could disable ads on my channel just permanently, I would. But they just don't let you. It's kind of shit, but that's okay. I mean, I hate it, but at the same time, I'll put up with it because I'm not gonna pay for hosting of like live streaming. Shit's expensive, so they gotta do what they gotta do and all that jazz. But at the same time, fuck not having an ad blocker on YouTube. had to pause to process my thoughts there for a second.
Yeah, putting aside whether or not that has anything to do with my search history, which it does not. The
Sure.
fact that like those ads are allowed on YouTube, like they had to make them not obvious to be allowed on YouTube, and
I don't think people
like it doesn't matter. It's still you're still advertising a sex bot on YouTube. That shouldn't be allowed.
I feel like they don't check it. I feel like it's a robot checking it. That like there's so many people giving Google money for ads that they can't be manually checked.
They have this whole ad platform that's supposed to be like managed and does all these cool things for advertisers and people that are selling their space to advertisers. There's supposed to be this whole framework. Apparently, it's not very good.
Oh yeah. Hey Lighty, how much money do you make from like sponsored streams?
Depends on the sponsor. Could be a couple hundred, it could be a couple thousand. Depends also how it's set up. If it's set up for a high baseline or it's like a milestone conversion rate, it's different. If it's percentage based, like kickback.
I'm gonna disable my ad blocker and go to YouTube and go to a random video and see what the ad.
Go to one of my videos. That's probably also like ill-advised, is advertising like turn off your ad blockers and go watch all of my videos. But hey, if you see an ad and it's something you actually like chatbots, Jousis, like not safe for work chatbots that you're really into, and you just constantly
it's not even like
ads.
a chatbot. It. I don't know how to describe it. I need to like. That's why I'm pulling up an example because it was so outlandish to me.
Are they just that abundant that you're gonna find it in the first few pages?
Yeah, let's see. Like I clicked on a video. My ad blocker is off. I think this browser has like a built-in ad blocker because I'm not seeing anything yet.
Yeah, I use Brave.
I'll use a different browser.
What I was gonna say about
Firefox,
Twitch is if it had like the YouTube ones where they're just like at the bottom of the video and it's just a text pop up with an image, I'd be fine with it because it's not intrusive. And they tried like non-intrusive ones of like, we'll take the stream and we'll put it in a corner and we'll play the ads so you can still be part of the experience. I just
Okay,
don't.
I went to a fresh browser and the front page of YouTube, and the first video that it recommended to me was from the Fortnite YouTube channel. It is Peter Griffin Seeks Fitness Advice. This is the worst thing ever. Clicking a different video.
It's some Zuma stuff.
Okay, while we're still in the portion of the podcast before
a hot dog.
There's a portion.
Well, I mean, no matter how big it is, right?
Sure.
I know we don't normally comment on politics and stuff, but like, since you talked about advertising and all that, do you guys see that a little bit with the Elon Musk thing?
Honestly, I thought where he was
told
going.
Advertisers to go fuck themselves.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like
I didn't even hear the question.
That wasn't a question. It was, did you see? Well, the question was, did you see Elon Musk tell advertisers to go fuck themselves?
That's a question, Jim.
Well, I'm like, did you, Lighty? Answer his fucking question.
No.
Jesus Christ. He didn't see it? No. Okay. Catmaster, he said no. Is that politics?
No.
I don't know. Nowadays, everything is politics. Like whether you when you bring up a
It's
person, you
religion.
need to clearly state whether you align with them or you don't align with them. Otherwise, everyone's going to assume that
found one.
you're endorsing
found
them
one.
or something like that, right? And so, just to be clear, I mean, I'm not like an Elon Musk fanboy, or I don't agree with everything the guy does, and I think he said and done some stupid things in the past couple of years that really hurt his reputation in my eyes. But I think that even though it's like a really stupid move as a businessman, it's kind of like
My
this
Discord.
personal hero moment for me where he just like, I mean, he
That's
tanked
just
the
a-
value of his company so hard.
That's just a dating ad. That's not
Okay,
that's
but
not
the
AI shit.
tagline is "Adults date better,"
That's
as
just a,
opposed to
Children?
Teenagers date. Children don't date, Jim.
so this
they
is
go on play
this
dates.
is like
What are you talking about?
specifically
Don't try and trap me.
no 18 to 19-year-old. No, even 18 is an adult. So the alternative is a child.
It's just all you've linked. I'm not putting it on screen. It doesn't matter. It's just a dating website with. It's just
This
a very
is the first
basic
one that I found. Though
40 by 40.
they are all in this vein, and this is the least bad one that I found, and it still
I
has
got
an
you, Jim.
unfortunate.
Don't worry.
Google
implication.
knows you're lonely.
go.
That's thanks, Lighty. Fucking, I really
You're welcome.
appreciate it. It wasn't that I couldn't. It's that I didn't want to. Like, you know what, Lighty? You
problem,
should just
Jim.
display all the patch notes and stuff in your camera, so I don't have to do it. I'm just kidding. I know you
No.
would. Yeah, that's
I
why I
can't.
appreciate it. No,
Got
please.
it memorized. No need.
Well,
Oh, yeah?
Discord has a share screen. You can have like a fifth participant who is then fucking up the layout again. But
Doesn't matter.
can I say the F word, or are you editing it out, or?
You could say the C
Is that-
word.
Sounds
Can I
good.
say
F
the
word, I
C
guess.
word
I
on your
think-
stream?
I think we are already
Which C word?
demonetized.
Cunt.
Cock?
Yeah, no, that one too, I guess. Crap, I mean, you're not a PG YouTube streamer, are you?
I mean,
This isn't
I wish I
going on my
was, but
channel.
my YouTube, my YouTube is so fucking dead. Outside of Faded podcasts, like when I upload a video, people don't get it shown. Like even my subscribers tell me they've not been shown my videos.
You gotta
I
tell
don't know.
them to
I've been
click
like
the bell thing.
blacklisted, or I don't know.
Yeah, it might be true.
Yeah,
That's
we
what-
always do that. I don't know.
When you said, can I stream it, I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to censor myself. But really, I don't say anything that drastic. Like,
No.
I'd say the C word would be the worst thing, and Lighty constantly bringing up Palestine. Palestine. How do you say it? Palestine.
Palestine.
Palestine? There's no N in the middle?
There's no N.
Holy
No.
shit. This is like learning that... Oh man, I
Well,
can't remember the name
there
of
is
it
an
now.
N.
There is?
Stein.
At the
N-A,
end.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but like between the pale and the S. I thought there was an N in there. What's the shit? What's the name of they don't matter anymore, do they exist? The heist currency that changes your quality of your gems, they don't exist anymore, do they?
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh, that's good, because I always called them regarding lenses instead of regrading lenses, because I'm just illiterate. What can I say?
You want to say something regarding lenses?
Yeah, I'm retrograded. What can I say?
They were always like 8 divines each or something crazy, so I like never interacted with them. Never found one, never bought one, never used one.
Well, if you got
Actually, I used one when I had a bunch of currency to burn because I was trying to get like a divergent one that cost 20 divines, but you never break even on that.
it's almost like
Yeah, you burned
everything.
yourself instead.
Everything in every economy is always pressed in. Except stuff that isn't. And then you find it and you get really rich, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I see what it's doing. So back to the ad thing, I'm still clicking through videos,
Oh
seeing what
my
ads I
God.
get. It's location based more than anything. It knows where I am. It doesn't know who I am because I'm like new browser, incognito, everything. It just knows where I am, so they're all location based. And based on my area, I'm not surprised by all the sex ads.
I'm pretty sure there's hot women in your area no matter where you go.
Even
It's
in
like
Jim's
right
This
now.
house.
is this is the part of the country where like the only The only things that exist in the town are like slot machines. Like like the restaurants have slot
He
machines.
lives in
Pretty,
Vegas. Get him.
Pretty misogynist to refer to women like that.
What? I was supposed to say hot singles, but I said hot women. You know, maybe they're cheating. I don't know.
I
Refer to
was
them as
saying
what?
if,
Hot.
women
No,
slot
like-
machines.
Oh, slot machines.
No,
right,
no, this
yeah,
they're
I
not
didn't
just single. There's also like the hot housewives and stuff who want an affair and all that, right? At least that's what the ad's been telling
A
me.
little bit of projecting there, Catmaster.
They exist. They have to. Scratching his neck. So
Yeah, so
have
you
we
go
all,
to
like...
you go to a town in the
God.
Midwest and you're like, what is there to do in this town? And I'm like, well, there's a vape shop
There's
and
women.
18 buildings with slot machines in them, and maybe a bowling alley if you're lucky.
Yeah, too specific. People are gonna figure out where you live, like that Shire.
Bunch of
Like
lot
actual
less
slot
flag.
machines, or are you using it as a metaphor?
No, actual slot machines.
Yeah,
The
that's-
sign out front just says slots.
Yeah. We have those here. They
This is common enough in the Midwest that I could be referring to anywhere.
Do you have bowls clubs over there?
I don't know what that is.
Like lawn bowls?
Don't know what that is.
Like an RSL? I don't know what RSL
Don't know what
stands
that
for.
is.
Relaxation Spa League.
And
I don't know.
luggage.
It's like a place where old people go get really cheap food and they have
Raid
slots.
Shadow
and...
Legends.
Oh shit, it is. Damn, that's a hell of a coincidence. Wait, is that what it's actually called?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you could have tricked me and I would have been having a brain aneurysm and I would have known. So what happened anyway? Affliction. You got ascendancies. You got skill. I should watch the video, shouldn't I?
Wait, I have a question right away.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's these 3 different colors, the same colors as Harvest, right? And each of them is associated with like better drops when they possess an enemy, right? And if you get all 3, then you get like a super loot explosion, something. But like what I don't really understand is like you start the encounter and then you drift into the woods or like venture into the woods. And how do you bring these wisps back? You find them on the way or what?
Yeah.
And then like when you come
leave the
out, you
instance.
come
Yeah.
out.
They just go. When you come out,
Nope.
they infect
They come with you.
monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly at the point where you come out and you come out where you came in. And
That's the decision making point. Is if say you're progressing your Atlas on day 1, for maybe even in your case you're on hardcore solo self-found. You're on your first tier 16 map, and you don't want to risk losing it. So when you entered the map, you wouldn't go do the Affliction. You would go kill the boss first, then come back, then do the Affliction to not risk the wisps then infecting the boss post Affliction. Because the second you leave the Affliction, the wisps are coming with you to buff the map.
wait, why would you not want to buff the boss?
If you're in hardcore, you know, like player
Because you're
choice.
in hardcore, I'm saying if you're progressing the Atlas,
okay. I thought
you might not. It's the same thing as why wouldn't you want all your bosses to be ghosted while progressing your Atlas? Because it's too difficult.
Yeah,
The risk
yeah,
of
same.
death is too high. You could rip the map. Same concept. So it just gives you. That's why they're
Let's say your
located at the beginning of the
character-
map. So it's player agency to make the decision.
Let's say
for
it's
yourself.
day
So,
2.
so you're familiar
your
with like
character
controlled
does
risk taking.
7k DPS.
Yeah,
If
well,
you have 7k DPS and you're in maps, you should probably uninstall. At that
Yeah,
point.
I was pretty close.
Yeah.
So the character that the most recent one I did that there is a build of the week for leveling that, I was very stubborn. I was like, I'm not using any leveling gear. I'm not playing a different build and then transitioning to it. I am stubbornly going to only equip the things that are in the final build. And it
Yeah, I mean,
was
that's how I play.
absolutely miserable.
If
Yeah.
you want to kneecap yourself, you can. That's fine. That is a choice.
It like
To
this
make-
one
just
in
to-
particular was worse than any other time that I've ever done that.
Sure.
It's
So this
good,
time
though.
I've learned my lesson. My new build
Nah.
levels very well and performs well on a low budget and only scales smoothly instead of all at once.
I don't do it as in like just my end game item is the very first thing I'm gonna equip. I do it more like whatever's gonna give me the biggest feeling of power. I'll hold off on it until I'm grinding against a wall for an hour and I can't progress, and then I'll put that one item in and feel such relief that now I can finally clear another 10 levels of maps till I hit another hard wall.
You could choose to edge yourself if you want. That's
I just
fine.
love edging. What can I say? Theoretically, in a video game in Minecraft, holding down
Mhm.
shift to make sure I don't fall off edges. It's my favorite.
Alrighty then.
Yep. I feel like Ultimatum's going to be bait.
Walk
I'm
along.
skipping ahead. I was going to say like ascendancies or transfigured gems or whatever, but I feel like having read a very small amount of patch notes, it definitely seems like it'll be bait. Like
We definitely
I'm
want
only
those
thinking of
funky
it
new
as
tainted catalysts.
yeah. I'm only
Yeah.
thinking of the catalysts. Like it's the new do metamorph get catalysts, do ultimatum get catalysts. That's the only thing I'm thinking of.
it's just like
Every other reward is immaterial to me.
I know they're like going to rebalance the rewards and they're rebalancing the difficulty. I went back and looked at like previous gym loot ultimatum stuff. A lot of the currency just came from the monsters, and the monsters don't drop items anymore. So they're gonna have to like really buff the shit out of the rewards to make it feel worth doing.
I had the opposite experience where ultimatum was printing divines
Hmm.
because people's characters were strong enough to get to like tier 9 every time.
Right. Well, now you're gonna have to, and especially with that one that gives you like 3 extra nodes or something.
Yeah, that one, they specifically mentioned that one's for super high-end, like extremely optimized characters, and I agree. Looking at that there's no way any of my builds would be able to do that.
What do you mean? Your builds are amazing. They're like so tanky
Yeah, but my
and they do all
builds
the
usually
damage.
rely entirely on a single mechanic, so like one of them just says, oh, you gain no flask charges. Well, my build's turned off.
Does your what's that stasis prison build? Do you get that one working?
I've never used the item Stasis Prison.
Yeah, but like you had an idea for a build with that, but you didn't want to make a video for it because you didn't want people to have to, if they wanted to copy you, buy 100 divine
Oh,
items.
I didn't have a specific one in mind. I was just explaining why I don't use that item.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because it's unobtainium. It basically doesn't exist.
It's good though.
It's convenient. I'd say any build that isn't doing what I do could get by just as easily with a life flask.
What's your league starter? I know you mentioned it slightly in the Discord chat earlier, but like, is it something you're gonna share?
People are asking me what it is. So
Yeah.
it's so you know the tornado shot lightning warp build that
Yeah.
was on build of the week, and it's extremely well optimized. It costs like 3 mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned on a post somewhere, I'd have to look through my post history. I'm like, you can achieve a very similar effect with just self casting lightning warp for like a 10,000th of the budget.
Yep.
It will be not as good, and it will be very uncontrollable, but it will be very fun. So essentially, self cast lightning warp, soul eater, go fast.
There's someone
That's
in your
the core concept.
There's someone in
You were
your
gonna say?
Discord, Lighty, I think, that you put me onto who farms Malkuns every league.
Unfortunately, yes.
He linked me his build, and it was exactly what you're describing, except it was full of just, like, the entire gear set was just uniques, and he's like, yeah, it cost me 15C every league to set up, and then I just live in Malkuns.
Correct.
Yeah, that's
yes.
reasonably close to what I'm doing, except I went to PoE Ninja and I'm like, how do people scale damage in this specific way? And I was like, oh yeah, that extremely specific way of scaling damage has a lot of synergy, and it starts cheap and it gets infinitely expensive. So I'm like, okay, I'll just basically copy that way of scaling damage and then apply it to Lightning Warp. But I needed a magic bullet, which is, yes, I can get my Lightning Warp to do damage, but that doesn't mean I'm going to have good clear speed. Especially if I'm going super fast all the way across the map, I'm going to miss half the monsters, right? So I need some sort of explosion prolif. And there wasn't really a good way to fit it into the build. Like if you use obliteration, then you're missing half your DPS. If you choose a different ascendancy that has an explosion, you're missing half your DPS. I don't want to use the Fulcrum Chieftain. That was a version that I explored, and I'm like, the Fulcrum's 20 divines, everyone's doing it. So I was like, okay, what's an explosion prolif that nobody uses, so it'll be 1C, and fits in this particular build? And that would be the boots that nobody uses, because it gives you delirium stack every second. And so you're like, oh, how did you manage to deal with the downsides of those boots? Is it like, did you get enough debuff duration reduction that they don't last long enough. No, I do have a lot of that, but it still lasts long enough to stack infinitely. So how did I deal with it? My plan is clear the map in under 20 seconds, and then it won't have enough time
That's not
to
gonna.
stack
That's not
all
a
the
good
debuffs.
plan. You know that what? Well, you're obviously skipping ultimatums and blights, at least, right? Like,
Uh-huh.
is it?
I mean, you can turn the boots off if it's like, oh, there's like a rare over here that I really want to kill and I don't need explosion and I don't have enough soul eater stacks, then you just turn the boots off and turn
Can
them
you
back
not
on.
just
It has a
use,
cooldown of
like-
like 6 seconds though.
Can you not just use like Impulsor with like Shock Prolif on gloves?
The chest slot and gloves are spoken for, I believe.
I looked into it when the Malkun addict slid into my DMs, and he linked me like a more expensive version that I think Palstian. Oh my god, I'm dyslexic of
Palsteron,
the
I
brain.
believe.
Palestine.
Yes, fuck. Pastreon and India or something. Big arguments, politics. Anyway, he's got like a 10
He
divine.
is Austrian, so pastry is fitting.
He's got like a 10 divine power charge lightning warper. And I'm like, this is interesting, but I could just make a Herald of Thunder build and it works exactly the same. With like, you just do like faster casting, less duration lightning warp in a 4-link. And there's one other one, like enhance or something, does not work exactly. Oh shit, I should probably check lightning. Did there any lightning warp changes? Patch notes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Lightning Warp is not in the patch notes. However, as a consequence of the gem changes and the lab enchant changes, the build really relied on getting the reduced Lightning Warp duration lab enchant. So I can only hope that that is an option. Because otherwise I have to use like 2 time clasps or something, and that sucks.
Isn't this not your league starter?
No, the Lightning Warp thing, that's absolutely my league starter.
This is the problem with not having transfigured gems released in a game that requires planning ahead of time.
Yeah,
They will get them eventually.
As soon as they release it, I will know whether or not this build is at all possible.
Yeah. There is I want to make a build kind of like that, except with movement speed instead of relying on movement skills.
See, I had the opposite thought because it was a lot harder to scale movement speed to a high enough number, and then what do I do with it? Like with Lightning Warp, if I'm scaling cast speed, then I'm also scaling my damage.
What is a high enough number? Because I can get it up to like 330, and I feel like that'd be pretty good. It's not a lab
pretty
runner.
good. It's definitely good, and as far as controllability goes, movement speed is the easiest thing to control when you get to really, really high speed. Like this Lightning Warp build, I'm going to be all over the place. It will be completely uncontrollable. So 300% movement speed is good, but the amount of movement speed that I'm going to get on this would be like 2,000.
I think I played a Lightning Warp Herald of Thunder build, Magic Find, ironically, with a Headhunter, and occasionally you would get, I assume, what speeds you're going to be capable of, where you're just like, I'm killing myself with how quick I'm casting because I have Life Tap on Lightning Warp. That was my other link, I think.
Yeah, so like, assume you get 100 Soul Eater stacks, which is very reasonable in a map. My cast speed would be, let me see, 15 per second.
I guess so DPS doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah, 15 screens per second, essentially, because Lightning Warp with no duration, you can just warp the whole screen instantly.
Is this supposed to be a boss rusher?
I mean, it could be a boss rusher, but the goal is to kill everything in between you and the boss. Just clear the map without doing any of the mechanics that take any time. Just do that in 20 seconds.
I feel like we're trying to do the same thing, but in different ways. What's that, Lighty?
So out of curiosity, I just found out that the porn ad that Jousis was getting or whatever, the lady is actually an actress who is in various movies. They just took her picture.
Yeah, that's what I figured. They just steal a picture from somewhere.
Her name is Catherine. There's her IMDb page, basically.
Zeta Jones.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
she did not consent to this.
Are yeah, they're not great movies, I don't think, but
maybe she's got like stock photos or something to make money. Maybe it's just a
one of them is called Zombie Pizza.
Yeah, I saw that one.
65% user score. That's not the worst for that title.
It's true. Yeah. So, just saying there's a shot, Jousis. She's real.
I don't think she consented to this ad.
You should hit her up on Twitter and let her know.
Yeah. Just, tell her that, be like, hey, baby.
Hey, I
heard
saw
you're
you in
real.
an ad and you're in my area.
Yeah. How much for Bob's?
I'm pretty sure doing that is illegal, and then serving that ad is illegal. And
Messaging her is
that's
illegal,
one of the
or
first ads that I was served on YouTube. No,
What?
like taking someone's likeness without their consent and then using it to advertise your product is
Yeah.
absolutely illegal.
Oh, I'll do it right now. Hold on. Picture of Jim's face.
All right.
yeah, like
Lighty,
Catmaster
breaking the
using
law.
pictures of us in his thumbnail for his podcast live stream,
No,
which
because
is
we're
my
advertising
podcast.
your
He's lad. Yo, you advertise. You made a thumbnail with our faces for a video on your YouTube channel.
Think about all the exposure, dude.
I'm getting paid in exposure again.
I don't think this. I don't think this lady wants the exposure
Or ass.
from that particular avenue.
Lady Jim.
Hmm?
No, yeah, I don't know. Like if the porn actress, I agree. Yeah, I was just
Don't call her the porn actress.
B grade IMDb actress, not a porn actress.
She was in the
Jim.
highly critically
There you go.
acclaimed Zombie Pizza,
Yeah.
a very respected
You
film.
say okay, Jim, and here you go. What have you done?
zombie pizza. That sounds like two porn tropes at once.
Clicking on this.
Actually, zombie is not at all a porn trope. Is there any other zombie porn movies?
I wonder how many people are going to know what I look like. Like, who even is that? No one knows. Well, thanks,
Well-
Lighty. Do I get a kickback from that
Nope.
tweet? No? You'd have to sell something for me to get a kickback. It'd be like
someone's gonna want to buy ass cream. That's what I'm
affiliate
trying to
marketing.
sell.
I can kick your back.
You have inadvertently complimented Jim.
How so?
He needs ass cream. And he's a happy.
You said, "Look
he's
at
a
our
happy
model.
boy."
Our product works."
Yeah.
There's not even any photographic proof in that.
Yeah, it is. That's a picture of an ass.
Thanks, yeah, I appreciate it.
Ah, yes.
You're welcome.
Yep. Gonna cross the threshold of 3% of this podcast is gonna be PoE talk.
Is
A
there
new
already
high
info
record.
for when the Trans Gems info releases? They said they're gonna drip feed it, so like a
the
few at a
hopium.
time.
Careful
hopium.
verbiage. Those.
The hopium is when they get back into the office, they'll do more.
Read
than-
are they them gems?
There's no way it's not gonna be. There's no way it's not gonna be abbreviated to Trans Gems.
It's
Is
just
GGG
old
trying to
gems.
capitalize on the trans movement by making these gems?
Are they not just alt gems? Suffix gems?
You could
Is it
call
like
them alt
like
gems.
alt-right gems? Come on,
alt,
Jim.
Oh,
like
I
alternate
see.
gems. Like you've got Spark.
There
and then you've
truly
got
is no
alternate
correct
Spark.
answer.
Correct. Just say new gems.
New gem plus.
Yeah, or you can just call them
New
gems.
gem
It's, like,
plus.
it's
are
implied what
just
we're
gems.
talking about.
Call
Yeah.
them gyms.
Don't call them
Gyms.
gems. That arc
What
one looked
pronouns
really
are you
shit.
using for the gems?
I'm
Red,
trying.
blue, green.
Dude, I'm trying more now than I've ever tried in my past life to get any sort of PoE topic happening. It just doesn't
Shit,
work.
past life.
I'm giving up. I'm over it.
You into
I mean,
reincarnation, bro?
It's Lighty's
I couldn't
podcast
tell.
now. What do you mean you couldn't tell? I'm trying. No, yeah. We can
All
talk
right,
about
the
the gems.
buck passes to me.
Go ahead.
I don't like this.
So one of the new ascendancies has to do with like blood magic.
Mhm.
And it seems very, very powerful because life stacking builds were already meta last league. They do tons and tons of damage, and then that particular ascendancy synergizes extremely well with it. Like the fact that you can get flat energy shield from your gear turned into life, so you can have like 1,000 energy shield Vol
Yeah,
Regalia.
legacy comes right there.
Yeah, legacy counts. I mean, you lose what is it?
6 per level.
Potentially 600 flat life just from
And armor.
-6 life per level.
It was really funny for the that whole sub ascendancy because they did the trailer. You had the launch page. On the bottom of the launch page, there's a press kit. You download it. The images in the press kit were drastically different versions of that ascendancy than the ones that they then changed after the release trailer. And they changed the rates from the life to fizz conversion was 20% in the press kit, and it was 75% on the website, which is a massive different amount
They
of
must
damage
have
added.
experimented with it and then were like, "This is nothing."
So yeah, the variations are way stronger if you look at the website than we look at the information they were essentially presented. But
Yeah,
the
this happens
problems,
all the time.
I think, especially with these ascendancies, is I think that most of them have six good points, or say 4 good points, and then a lot of the other final choice are very lackluster in comparison.
I'm gonna
Also, I
look
think
Well,
at.
we,
I
we
made
don't
a
really
comment.
know.
We
I
know
made a
we know a
comment
good
about
bit.
the
I
socket
initially
ones.
saw it.
Yeah, the
We don't-
socket ones to me seemed like the very obvious best choice, but nigh impossible to pick initially because
they
the value of
s-
the sockets will be quite low.
Did they
when
say
you click
what
the
Dark
charms.
Effigy is for the middle magic one? On the blood magic one?
I don't believe so. We know the curses and we know the ravenous corpse. I don't think we know that one yet.
There's like some
Okay, so
unknowns. It feels
What I
like
said when I first saw it, I'm looking for my comment.
it feels like the Magi
Unfortunately,
one
it's
is the
unknowns.
one like the one with the movement speed. If you don't socket something in your boots, is like you take this first to get through the axe, and then the warlock blood magic one is, are you a minion build or do you use curses? Maybe you'll like this. And then the one with the empty sockets is like hey, this is what we actually want you to play with.
I wouldn't agree with any of that assessment, but
Why not?
I think it's mostly wrong. That's why I wouldn't
Okay,
agree with
give me your take on them then.
they all have their purposes, but you're not even mentioning the tinctures, which are extremely high power level.
Yeah, but okay,
Yep.
fine. The tinctures,
Here, I have-
it's like melee skills. Use the Magi.
I don't think
tincture
minions
one.
are going to benefit from the vast majority of the warlock ascendancy at all, comparative to having 3 effective sub ascendancies from charms. The value of that in trade is also going to be hyper inflated versus solo self found because you're going to be able to fish out, certain versions of them maybe more frequently than others. But it also depends on what the other tinctures are, what the other subclasses are. There's too many factors to say which one's going to be
There's
there.
a build that I want the movement speed on, which is my shitty lightning warp build, and nothing else in the Magi thing is beneficial to spells. It seems like looks like it's all hit based tincture
I
shit.
think that 30% movement speed, I think, is a negligible redundancy of move speed in the grand scheme of that build.
It's bait. So
Yep.
I found my comment. I read the patch notes, I looked at the league information, then I just typed something out in my Discord. So this was my first impression. I'm gonna read it word for word. Warden of the Magi. Poo-poo doo-doo unless some tinctures are insane. Warlock of the Mists. Insane if you want to stack life, which is insanely good. Wildwood Primalist. The obvious pick if you are not using Warlock of the Mists.
Definitely a better assessment than Jim's.
I'm just trying to think, yes, obviously the one with the fucking sockets that you can put ascendancy shit into is the obvious choice, but the Magi one seems like it's made for melee. The shitty blood magic one seems like it's made for spells or minions, and the other one is a hybrid of pick your own adventure. That's what, just from a bare standing back and blurring, squinting my eyes and making it wet, the generic color of what the fuck is happening. That's my quick assumption.
Well, it really depends with the primalist. It really depends. We haven't seen enough of the charms in order to tell if they're as insane as
we can make educated
the relics.
guesses. So first of all,
Absolutely.
they said
I make
we
an
had relics
educated guess
before.
and I get fucking crucified.
they
was
said
educated.
so they are
That
they
wasn't
are
educated.
attribute based. They're attribute based. So you won't see a Marauder and a Witch ascendancy mod on the same one.
Yeah, no
It'll
pures can be together. Yeah.
Yeah, so it maybe you can have a Templar and a Marauder or a Templar and a Witch node, but they're based on the ascendancy, right? They'll be a worse version
Correct.
of something that you find on the ascendancy. So Occultist has cursed enemies explode. That's one of the ones that they showed. So it's 13, 16% chance to explode.
And they
instead of
stack
100%.
also. They mentioned that they stack.
They stack. So like for my build specifically, I'm gonna be probably an Inquisitor, which means that I really, really want to like Forbidden Flesh Flame one Hierophant node. This is gonna have a baby Hierophant node thing on it,
Yeah, and
so
3
that it
babies
just
might
seems
equal an
really,
adult
really powerful.
for use case standards. You could have whatever equivalency. Say if it was like 5% of mana gain is yes, is like one of the small ones, and then that might be piddling compared to the actual Hierophant node. But 3 of those now we're kind of in business. So it could be something.
Yeah, and then I
Essentially, this
can
is going to
Forbidden
come out
Flesh
to
Flame the node, and then I just have it also as well.
effectively. I think every build will have access to 2 pairs of Forbidden Flesh and Flames of their choosing that they want to stack in full if they choose, or 6 micro Flesh and Flames.
Which
And
is
that's, to
very
me, is
good
hard to beat.
because
Yeah.
I've used Forbidden Flesh Flame once, and it was like 30 divines or something, and it was very accessible, that particular one. The good ones are always like 150 divines. Completely inaccessible.
Just be better and buy things.
Yeah, but
Just
like
make
if
more
the
money.
rest of my build is like 2 divines, and then I need 150 divines for that one node upgrade, even if that node is insane, that's still absolutely ridiculous to me.
I
It's
don't
not a
know who
mage
you're
blood.
taking the financial high road for, though. In this scenario, like you could.
In this scenario, it's everyone that wants to copy my build
Yeah, but
because
fuck them.
like this the one that I did for build of the week, when I did it, it was cheap, but because it relied on the shield, the Keystone shield, which is in very limited supply, the instant the video came out, all of them were bought up to 40 divines.
Do you think that's just a byproduct of your standing? And that's unavoidable.
Yeah. You could be
Well, yeah, but I'm
manipulative
trying to
and buy them
mitigate
out.
the result as much as I can. If it's like, oh,
Yeah, I mean, you're
this
waiting. You're
build is
waiting up the
literally the
river.
lightning warp gem.
Just drift down it. Don't fight the tide.
But if I can
If anything,
make a build that's like people want to copy it, it's one of my builds and it's really good and it's really fun, and I made it cheap, and the sources are not just cheap because no one wants them, they are cheap because they are cheap,
There's no
then
such thing.
that's an improvement to my build. Like
well,
I very consciously was like, okay, this build is going to be at level 90, not level 100. It's going to use uniques that are really cheap, and it's going to use mechanics that are really easy to implement in gameplay, even if you don't understand them. Like I considered all of these things throughout the build process. So now it's like, okay, so if I'm going to make a build, I now have access to these mini ascendancy nodes on this, and other people will also have access to it. I mean, they're like unmodifiable, so maybe it would be like difficult to grind a specific one, but still, it's like, oh, this is just a numbers boost that is accessible and not 150 divines.
yeah.
You could do a combination then and not just a specific type. Like
I
here's
could
my
just be
top
like,
10
here's
nodes
the
that are
top
useful.
20
Yeah.
good ones that you can put in.
You could even give them like a trade link with a predefined weighted sort by price to weight. Actually, you
Yep,
probably can't do that. POB can, but I don't know
So
if you can.
these ascendancies I quite like. I especially like the one that I said was not poo poo doo doo. The obvious choice, the one with all the ascendancy nodes in it, because I
The
want
one
it
with
to
all the ascendancy
devalue.
nodes in it.
Not
I
the
want
one.
it to devalue Forbidden Flesh and Flame because those are too expensive. Like Stasis Prison, Forbidden Flesh and Flame, they do not merit being in the same expense tier as Mage Blood.
But they kind of do because there's so many different ascendancy nodes you can get with them, and so many different.
But it's like
weightings. Are they weighted? They probably are, right?
There are a few nodes that are so powerful that they make it so that Forbidden Flesh and Flame are like 150 divines. And then usually if it's like a weird off-meta node, then you can probably afford it and it won't be like 150 divines. But it's like the only reason that they're 150 divines is not because they make your character 4 times as powerful. They probably only make your character like 20% more powerful. It's just the fact that they are rare RNG drops from these bosses that nobody likes to run.
More so that they're like sought after. Like, they're not a best in slot. Like, sure, maybe you could get the same amount of damage with
I
like
mean,
3 grand
I'm
spectrums.
familiar with the concept of a chase item, but these are like there's somewhere that they're somehow not a chase item to me. So like Mage Blood is like, okay, if I get 400 divines, I buy a Mage Blood, I completely rebuild my character around it. It's a chase item. Forbidden Flesh and Flame is like I can either get like 20% more powerful or gain a new mechanic that's completely essential to my build. So in that way it's sort of like a chase item, but it's not equivalent. It's like it's a disproportionate amount of effort. Like if Mage Blood was only a 0.02% drop from Uber Cirrus or something, it would be way more expensive.
I think a Mage Blood is more achievable for a single person to get.
Oh yeah,
in
in
like
solo
a
self-found,
self-found,
absolutely. A
like,
Mage Blood is way easier to
I
get
want to
than a
get this
matching
build
Forbidden Flesh and
working.
Flame.
Like, if you remember trade anything, like if
It's
150 divine is easy to get than 400 divine in trade, but like to get a build up and running, if you need a specific keystone and you're in SSF or something, you're just fucked. So what's the point of building around them?
it's like I had this same rant about Stasis Prison, where if Stasis Prison was more common, it would not be valuable. The only reason it's valuable is because it's so ridiculously difficult to get. It's you need to do Uber Legion, and then it's like a 2% drop in Uber Legion. So it's a 2% of a 2% or whatever the number is. And it's just any build that is not consistently self-damaging itself, like one of my builds, 100% recoup is not a good recovery layer. It's you can't rely on it. You either need to already be a mega tank, and then this is just the icing on the cake, or you're doing something to build around it, and it's not a good build compared to meta builds. So why does it cost more than meta builds? It's like they took a meme item and they made it 100 divines on purpose, just so that people like me couldn't have fun with it, and it makes me salty.
I think you're confusing malice for incompetence on their behalf.
Oh yeah, they definitely didn't do that on purpose. They were like, here's a cool new item, and
This
here's
has
a reward
happened
space we have.
historically quite often, where rare things aren't necessarily good, and the expense isn't exactly a correlation to their value.
But it's
in
good to
game.
I
have
know
rare
exactly how
things
this
as well.
happens. It's like we've made new content. It has a reward space. That reward has to be compelling. What do we put in there? They're like, oh, this item's cool. Let's put it in there. In this particular case,
And you
I
can
think
make
they should have
something
put a
good and
different
make it
item
rare,
there.
and that's fine. Like, it's better
But
to have.
the problem I have with
Uh,
Stasis Prison is that it's not as good as it seems.
My chat is raising a very fair point here, and that is that sometimes GGG knows things that the player base doesn't, and maybe there's an interaction that has not been fully exploited yet.
I would say that would be the case if we were 11 years ago. This is like WoW Classic all over again, where it's like things take long because the internet didn't exist in the same trafficked way as it did. But now the way that information spread and between POB, we don't have
Yeah, if we didn't have POB,
month later builds
oof.
being found out. It's week one. Everything's known quite quickly because we
So
can
wait, you're
find it
saying
all.
you don't think that there's builds in the office being played, for example, that we don't know about?
Of course
So
there
No,
is.
because
I
I've
can
seen
I can
I've seen those
understand.
employees play the game. They're pretty incompetent most of the times, and their gameplay, typically mirrors that.
Okay, so
I-
I'm
Lighty's a
thinking of
pessimist. When he says
I'm
incompetent, he
thinking
says it
of
with love.
the tornado
Yeah.
shot lightning warp build that was kept secret for like 3 leagues because not only is it uber expensive, but it's really, really specific. Like stuff like that, I can see, oh, they haven't discovered that yet. But looking at like I can just do math and prove that Stasis Prison is not good in any scenario other than the ones that I described. Like I can look at the math in POB and do every possible combination. Like it's not like the passive tree where there's too many nodes to efficiently like calculate every possible
Well, you don't have to
optimal
make
passive
like
tree.
you don't have to make the
You
rarest
don't know
item in the
all the
world.
elites that are coming out.
You don't like if it was a Mage Blood instead of a Stasis Prison you could get from Uber 5 ways. Wouldn't that just like be worse? Like if it was a really good item, wouldn't that remove the whole player agency and then like 20% of the league would just be people farming 5 ways? It's like I don't think
Well,
they'd
it would
want
be
a really good thing tied behind. I mean, like excluding like
yeah. I'm
we
not
could say
saying that they
alls for
should
delve.
swap the reward space for Stasis Prison and Mage Blood. I'm saying like Stasis Prison is in the scenario where it's an uber rare item, and you would expect an uber rare item to be good, but it's not.
But it's still interesting.
It is
I think it's
interesting.
good
It is
enough.
not.
It
It's
doesn't have to
interesting
be
in that
great.
I want to
didn't
play with it.
I didn't
but-
bring up Mage Blood because you used it earlier in your price comparison. I just mean if it was a better item to the point where you think it would be worthy of being so rare, like the Chaos double damage, I don't know what it is, Sanctum Ring, what does that do? Like something that's good
The
enough to
Original
make you want to
Sin.
do it.
Original Sin.
Wouldn't that mean a large majority of people would go out of the way to try and get it specifically just to sell it? Like, I don't know, it's just like, it's like a balance, isn't it? The fact is
So yeah,
it's
Original
interesting.
Sin
Like,
is
if it were- if-
it's very difficult to get, and it's very, very powerful.
If it was
That is
Legacy...
like I'm satisfied with Original Sin
If
and
it
the
w-
way that it's implemented.
If it was a Legacy Scold's Bridle, I think it'd be interesting enough to be in there. Like, it's just an interesting item. 100% recoup in 4 seconds. That's, I mean, if it was in 2 seconds, maybe maybe it's worth the 100 divine then, right? I think it's fine.
I think the issue with Stasis Prison is it doesn't do something that inherently can't be echoed already in the game. If you were to
Yeah,
compare
you
it to
can
another
get-
piece of content, like, so think of equally as difficult to obtain unique something like Hate Forge off of Trial Master. It is extremely expensive because it's extremely rare, and it's best at doing what it does. And nothing else can do that thing. That's not the same
Yeah,
for
you
Stasis
can't-
Prison, because you
You
could
can't
reach
approximate a Hate
you know,
Forge.
you could reach those numbers elsewhere in the game.
If you
can't
can reach
do what
those
Hate
numbers
Forge does.
elsewhere, then does it matter? I mean,
Yeah,
like-
so basically, so Stasis
I
Prison
get what you're saying.
is there are 3 use cases. One, the Uber tank that wants to survive everything. We're gonna ignore that use case. Forbidden Rite Occultist is the only thing I've ever seen anyone use it for because it's best in
Yeah.
slot. You're like, I'm playing Forbidden Rite Occultist. Instead of having 100% recoup from all my jewelry and my passive tree, I'm just going to have it on my chest, and then I can use my jewelry and passive tree for other stuff. So it's just like it's effectively an opportunity cost 30% more damage, right? It's just, I can have better gear in my other slots that were otherwise dedicated to this specific thing. It's just a bigger number than all of the other stuff. And the other use case is stupid builds like mine that self-damage themselves enough so that 4 seconds of recovery is continuous. Which is sort of like a Forbidden Rite build. Anyway, what I'm saying is, if you're any build other than those 2 to 3 builds, it is better to use something else and like a life flask. Consider you get hit 4,000 damage. That's 4,000 damage recovered over 4 seconds. You can approximate that with a life flask. And if you get hit a second time for 4,000 damage, either you've recovered that or you're already dead. So in the use case where you want to be recovering that 4,000 life in order for you to survive, and you have no other way of doing that, 4 seconds is not fast enough to be a defensive layer. So it's only good if you can guarantee that you don't get one shot, and if you do get hit, you don't get hit again in the next 4 seconds. So you need like a truckload of evasion and block, and at that point you're already unkillable. You don't need a Stasis Prison. And if you do need recovery, you have no other form of recovery for some reason, just use a life flask. It's 1 alt as opposed to 100 divines, and it has the same recovery over the same period of time.
What tier would you put it at if it wasn't in behind multiple doors of bullshit?
If it was like as rare as a Mjolnir, like a Mjolnir is rare. Nobody uses it. It's like 1 chaos on trade. But it's a really interesting and unique item. It's just no one uses it because it's not particularly good. That's the
used
tier
for
that I
the
would put
build that
Stasis
uses
Prison
it.
in.
That the only build that
Yeah,
uses
for the
is
build that uses it, it's
Mjolnir builds, but that's it's niche, and it's it's just super niche.
I'm saying Stasis Prison is about as niche as Mjolnir.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Sure, you could put it on any
I
build
get-
to
I
have
get your
100% life
frustration.
recoup, and that's better than not having 100% life recoup. But if you
And
consider
it's
the
better than
scenarios where it's
Mjolnir on
used,
every build.
yeah, you don't just slap a Mjolnir on every build. But I'm saying, like, on a build that isn't specifically built to take advantage of that 100% recoup, you might as well just use a life flask. It doesn't save you in any scenario where a life flask wouldn't save you.
If the difference was, if it wasn't there, it wouldn't be in the game, is that okay that it's in there now? Like, was it... It was just like, oh, we need something to go here for this reward. Let's just pull something out of our bag
so
of
if you
tricks.
think about
Are you
compared to
asking
the
whether
other,
I would rather it not exist?
Yeah.
Would I rather it not exist?
Not...
It's close. I could go either way.
the problem is, so they introduced 3 forms of what they described as aspirational content, which I don't like that terminology anyway because it's very strange the way that it's actually interacted with. And that was Uber Blight, and then you had the flawless breachstones, and you had the Uber timeless. Those are like the main 3 things at the same point in time. The uniques behind the other 2 pieces of content are very high power level, being Ulnatal's Vow and Strangle Gasp. Then you had Stasis Prison, which of the 3 is by far the hardest to get, and by far the lowest application as far as how narrow it is, and its general use cases, as we've described extensively, simply not that important for most things. So it is the runt of the litter, and they just... I don't know if maybe Catmaster saying was correct at some point, that maybe there was a build that existed for a very small span of time that was banana bonkers strong that no one found, but most likely not the case, and it's just they either underestimated the power level or they just pooped it out and hoped it was good enough someday. And currently it is not to that same tier as Ulnatal's Vow, and Strangle Gasp are just strictly better in most every scenario.
I think it's
like
gonna stay that way for a long time though, because it's not like anyone needs it.
There could be a unique that comes out this league that makes it the best item in the game. We
That's
don't know
true.
yet. It's just you don't know till you do. But the second we do, we'll know within a week because there's 500,000 players playing the game, and someone's gonna find out pretty soon.
So looking at the other mods on the item, other than the recoup, because I've ignored those so far in my explanation. Temporal Rift having no reservation, nobody uses that.
Correct,
People
yeah.
only use that for the cooldown reduction on the alt quality, which I believe is now gone.
Yep.
And then 100% reduced or increased rate of debuff essentially going away. So that means a debuff that lasts 1 second now lasts 0.5 seconds. So even when you're using the boots that I'm trying to use, the Glorious Madness buff or whatever, that's not enough of a reduction to make a difference. Like there are very few things that you encounter that are debuffs that are considered debuffs. Like you're standing on burning ground, that's not a debuff.
And also, more to that point, in Path of Exile as a game, you don't want debuff. You want any sort of duration to a negative status. You just don't want to have the status on you or be unaffected
you want
by it. Like,
to be immune to the status. Like if Stasis Prison said you are immune to
yeah.
all debuffs, then it would be a very powerful item and it would be worth being in the tier that it's in. But it's
until
100%
they errat all
duration,
the debuffs away. Yeah,
which is not good.
No.
A debuff that lasts for 4 seconds
bueno.
and kills you when you have it it kills you just as much when you have it for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Also, the 2D art looks way better than the 3D art.
Oh, I haven't even seen the 3D art.
Catmaster. You tell him.
It's here on the wiki.
It's very JPEG.
It's more vibrant when it's like the 2D art. It's much better.
It's in different lighting, so it's very, very purple in the 2D art, and then you see it in game in different lighting, and it's
pretty
very
dull.
Dark and brown.
Rather disappointing.
The way that they make unique item art now is the 3D model, and they've just taken a picture of it. Yeah. So it's not like an artist drew a 2D version and then it's completely different in game. Those are the same model, it's just in different lighting.
It's a 3D model. I mean, I don't know. The pictures are pretty damning. It looks like it's missing about 98% of the polygons.
It could be.
How dare you?
When they draw it and they put it on their art station, it's like 750,000 verts or something, and then they have to optimize it for the game. I don't think it's that egregious. I don't think there's a bait and switch there.
I don't know.
I think you just go for a high quality 2D picture.
Want to hear a fun fact?
No.
I learned yesterday when we were doing our podcast. We were looking at the patch notes and we found out that they introduced more Voidborn uniques, right?
Yeah, like 400.
And as I was looking at the wiki page, I stumbled upon the total added count, and there's been 6,500 Voidborn uniques into the pool now.
Oof.
And at $480 each, that's $3.1 million in Voidborn supporter monies, which is what a shout out to that intern who suggested that idea.
Hey, Lighty,
It's a
have
lot
you
of money.
looked into the? Have you heard anything about the completionist? Do you know? Do you know that guy on YouTube, the completionist? He did like charity stuff, and he 100%ed games and stuff. He made his own charity for like Alzheimer's awareness, and for the last 8 years they haven't given a single dollar to any charities. I assumed you'd be all over it because you love digging into GGG's financial situation, like some sort of armchair accountant.
Is there?
There's no. I just figured you'd seen it or would know something about it. It's kind of crazy that they can have like $700,000 US.
What?
I don't know, some YouTuber charity thing. They're just pocketing all the charity money for the last 8 years.
Charities usually, so when you go to donate to a charity, you can usually see they're basically required to have a breakdown of their financials, like 35% of it goes to marketing to get more money, and then 65% of it goes to the charity or something. If you request those numbers and they don't give them to you, that is an enormous red flag, and you should
they
not
gave the
donate to that
numbers,
charity.
but it was like we earned 150 in donations this year. We spent 10, and we didn't give anything to any charity. Like we didn't give it to.
So they just released the report, and they're like, we kept it.
Go ahead, Kat. I'm waiting. What is it?
Specific story. It's important to point out that they didn't spend the money at all. It's not like they didn't give it to charity.
It's just sitting there in their bank account.
They blew it. It's just sitting in their account, and they're like presumably waiting for the right cause to come along so that they could spend it.
It's been sitting there for like 7 years.
To be fair, you said this was specifically Alzheimer's research?
Something like that, yeah.
Because I remember
there's been a lot of jokes about that. Don't worry.
Yeah, there was a sob story with his mom and all that.
Yeah.
Because I remember reading something recently about Alzheimer's research where like a significant branch of where Alzheimer's research was going was based on one research paper that had falsified data, and so all of that research had to be walked back.
Yeah, this seems a lot more.
I think I found something
joke
about the article. I'll post it, Jim.
Oh god.
I'm pretty sure this is related.
Just another shit post, is it? Yep, that's definitely. Keep that one out of your fucking avatar. I'm good. We don't need to see that. I mean, you can't. It's not my stream you're gonna take down. It's Catmaster's stream.
Oh. You can't show things on my stream. I mean, unless you share your screen on Discord.
He would literally put it into his webcam. It just put it into his webcam. You can't do anything. You'll like slip it in the background of RuneScape.
I'll just slip it in. Yeah.
He'll slowly add it. Like it'll be there for 10 minutes before you even notice.
I don't think. I don't know how you first wandered upon this, Jim, but I don't think GG is doing anything. I don't think they're embezzling money.
I never said that.
I'm not sure why you suggested that, but
I just make it a tangent. I love tangents.
And avoid being a font of misinformation. I'm saying if it's true that there's something weird about Alzheimer's research being based on falsified data. If that's true, which I cannot verify, then it would have some sort of explanation for why an Alzheimer's charity specifically would not have donated their money yet, because they are waiting for that particular event to die down.
Nah, it's a lot of there's a lot of other.
That is the only possible explanation I could think of.
They did set up like. There is like people have done more digging and there's a lot of fucky wucky going on. I could get into specifics, but then I'm getting upset at myself for derailing myself. But I thought it was funny, not funny, but like I was more making a dig at Lighty digging into GGG's financials because that one time he did it and I can't let it die.
Yeah, I do it every year. Every year, look at it.
Anyway, I had this question about
analysts. They look at it.
A question about Affliction. What is it?
Oh my god, go. What is it?
Yeah, well, before we went on our stasis prison deep dive.
Oh, okay.
Tinctures, right? So I've been seeing a lot of like tinctures are the warden of the magi, like one of the 3 ascendancies, allows you to apply tinctures to your equipped weapons, so you can put them in your flask slots, and then like they do things to your weapons. So like you would assume that they only work with someone who's wielding a weapon and dealing damage with hits with the weapon themselves. But like I've seen a lot of copium flying around where people are like, oh, it might work like this, it might work like that. So how do you guys understand it? Because obviously this only works with weapons that you hit with yourself. Maybe with totems. Like what are the restrictions of this? What are the rules of this? Because
okay, so totem
how does it interact with the
items.
Iron Mass, for example? Yeah, but like skeleton warriors and
Generically,
soldiers
it
wield
Yeah,
will work
this
with
weapon.
minions. It will work
Yeah,
with minions, and it will
wield
work
this weapon.
with spells.
So that seems to me like that will work as described, because the tincture will be on the weapon, and then the skeleton will have the weapon.
I feel like it would work with a spell if you happen to be holding a weapon. I feel like the only one you need to worry about is the Nature's Concoction one, where it specifically says it'll buff your flasks if you hit something with a weapon. But if it's a tincture that just has Culling Strike on it, I feel like
So,
if you are holding a
yeah, what I'm
staff
seeing
and you
is
hit something, it should work.
pretend you have 2 extra affixes on your weapon, and that's the tincture.
Kinda. And the tinctures don't have charges. Like they're not like flasks. They just take a flask slot. Yeah.
Because where
okay.
else would you
Because
put
I
in?
was-
They need a new dedicated slot.
I was yelling at Lighty the other day,
Yeah.
or someone, maybe Pim, because I misread Coated Blade and what it did. I thought that when it says you can apply tinctures to equipped weapons, I thought that meant you have an extra slot on your weapon where you can put a tincture in it.
No.
Not that like
yeah,
you just
yeah,
put
like
the tincture in your
slot
flask.
in the crossbow.
Yeah,
In the crossbow for the grenade launcher.
exactly. I'm just big dumb.
Are we talking about the PoE2 stuff at all, or we're just like purely Affliction?
If you want to talk about the new FPS shooter Call of Duty Uzi grenade launcher game, yeah, we can if you want. It's going to be great for Battle Royale. Noob tubing
third
people.
person shooter.
Yeah, top down. AC1. You're playing the AC130.
How do you stand?
Hmm?
How do you stand on WASD movement, for example? Because like the way they presented it is they said like it's buggy and like you're at a slight disadvantage over someone who uses pathfinding. But
I
clearly
think
like someone who masters WASD movement is like leagues above in levels of control in regards to the character, because they can fire like into different directions while moving and all that, right?
I think it's going to be really good for people playing Flicker Strike and having a key in like Dance Dance Revolution quick time events to be able to like attack, like target what monster you want. Like each monster has like a little key press above its head, and you press that button to flicker specifically to that monster. Yeah, could be a really good implementation.
Turn
You mean
PoE
like
into a
skill-based?
typing game.
You mean like skill-based navigation? Yeah. It's hard to judge whether it'll be like a useful thing or not, because all the showcase gameplay we're getting is showcase gameplay, and we don't know how quick the end game's going to be. If you're blasting around at 200 movement speed with the PoE 2 equivalent of a lightning arrow build, is it going to be even useful to hold down WASD, or are you just going to be one-shotting shit? If it plays like Last Epoch, it's interesting. It's good to have. But if it plays like PoE 1, I don't think it's really going to change much.
I'm still on the idea that like you're playing Path of Exile, and then like a word pops up above each individual enemy, and then
Yep.
you have to type in that word like a typing game, and then it flicker strikes and kills it.
And if you type it correctly, you get a 10% bonus to damage. But if you type it wrong, it reflects 10% of your damage back. And you can only get like 10 errors in a row before you one-shot yourself. Or 10
New
shot
League
yourself.
idea.
Yeah. They haven't made a typing game yet. They could ban trade whispers like the automatic
I like
clicks
that.
and bring back typing. That could work.
Yeah, so I just think like the skill cap is insane with the WASD. Like especially for min-maxing during the campaign and like racing to like maps and all that. I mean, like you said, I'm not sure what we're gonna see in terms of speed in the end game in PoE2. I mean, they're very vague about it purposefully. Like they say they don't want to slow down the game too much, but everything we've seen is a little bit slower, and presumably, I mean that's always what they've been moving towards,
Showcases.
right?
But
I had a thought about that where all of the showcases we've seen so far were with like level 30 characters. And so you compare a level 30 PoE 1 character in the Axe to a level 30 PoE 2 character in the Axe, and they're about the same.
it's all just slow. Like, I saw someone saying, like, oh, they want us to swap 10 different skills when we're clearing through an act. I'm like, no, it's a showcase. They're just showing you all the new shit they've made. They don't expect you to be this slow in endgame, and they don't expect you to
those
carry
are all fair
17
points.
different crossbows in your inventory. I don't know. They need to start showing us an
I'm
endgame.
pretty sure.
An endgame clear. Build of the week.
I'm
PoE2
pretty
build
sure
of the
that
week.
the end game is nowhere near as fast.
Well, it'd be slower, but
I mean, they
like...
still want to give you that power fantasy, but I don't think they're
It
gonna
probably
let things
won't
scale out
be
of control.
as 15
At
lightning
first,
warps per
on
second
release.
based.
Yeah.
They seem to want, so like instead of the focus being, okay, let's say I want to farm currency. Currently the best strategy is kill 10,000 mobs per second, go really, really fast, and then one of those 10,000 mobs will drop a divine orb. What they want is to shift more towards, it takes that same amount of time to kill a boss, and that boss drops a divine orb. Like, that's a simplified example, but you see what I'm getting at.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to feel like if you're fighting meaningful enemies and not like hordes of paper.
So it's definitely ARPG genre to kill 10,000 enemies per second or something like that. So they don't want to get rid of that entirely, but they want to rebalance like they want there to be meaningful like mechanical gameplay. Like currently the mechanics are I aim my mouse in the general direction of the enemy, I hold down one button, and that's the mechanic. They want to have slightly more interesting mechanical gameplay and rebalance the loot structure. I don't think they want it to be super slow.
Well, I mean, like I said, they still want to give you enough room so that you can meaningfully have this power curve in fantasy, where at the end you're much faster and much stronger than the end. But I just think like that super extreme top end is going to be chopped off massively, and maybe not forever. Possibly just with the release, and then
I mean, we'll all
wait, are you
play
guys still
the
there?
private
Or?
whatever the
Okay.
hell eventually, the private beta, and then we'll all see that it's pretty much exactly like PoE 1. I mean, I I played the demo at ExileCon or whatever, and it felt slow when I tried to emulate what they were doing when they were showing off stuff, like calling down a meteor and doing the animation that if you're standing too close, it'll do like a twirl and it'll back up and like rolling from big attacks and stuff like that. And when I played like that, it felt slow because that's what they were showing off, it being slow. And I died like 20 times because I'm not used to playing PoE in a slow capacity. So when I
And then you
got,
just switch to PoE 1 mode
I
in your
did,
brain, and then you play
I
it the
did,
same way, and you did in PoE1.
I didn't die at all. It
It
was
was
great.
like
I
so
just
so
spammed
I had
default
the same
attack.
experience where I was like, okay, I'm gonna play the witch, I'm gonna try using these spells, and then what happened the most was I got surrounded by ads that were faster than me, and I couldn't physically roll through them, so I was completely trapped, and then I got stun locked out of all my spells, and I died. That happens a lot. That seems to be the experience of everyone that played that demo. If you
Yeah, that's a
set
big
up a
problem.
similar character in PoE 1 and do the same thing, and you don't have flame dash, the experience is very much the same. It's like that is the power level of a character at that level. You would expect that to happen. It's not like, oh, they changed PoE 1 in such a way that I'm dying to ads in Act 2. No, it's the same. It's just you don't have Flame Dash in the demo.
I like thinking about it now with the WASD controls. I feel like that's better than the version that we played at ExileCon because when you hit the roll button, you go to where your mouse is. If you hit the roll button in like Diablo, you'll do like a straight line roll to where your mouse is at the time of you pressing the button. But if you press like it'll like you could put your mouse to the right, press the roll button, and then move your mouse to the left while you're rolling to be prepared for the next attack. That doesn't work like that in PoE 2. If you put your mouse to the right and then press the roll button, when you move your mouse back, your character follows your mouse. So I was constantly rolling out
Right.
of danger, getting ready for the next attack, and then rolling straight into the next attack because I was tracing it. But if you use WASD controls, I could actually hold D or S to get out of the way and then still use my mouse to get prepared for the next attack. It seems like a lot
Well,
better
I mean,
than
you
what they
could
used to
issue a
have.
move command. You could issue a move command to the right, and then move your mouse to the left, and then roll to the left again, right? Like, I mean, you could
Well,
do
I
the
mean,
same
like
thing. It's just more
with
mouse movement.
with like the WASD specifically, if I just ignore the dodge button, I could move to the right and shoot to the left, and it would get rid of my whole issue of rolling into danger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm just saying,
So
like
yeah,
the
that is
WASD
correctly
controls
like
seems like a
walking
better.
backwards and shooting forwards.
It seems like a better like evolution of what they showed off previously with the rolling, tracking your mouse. And it gives them more chances to create like difficult boss fights where it's encouraged to use. Well, they probably wouldn't do it specifically to encourage you to use WSD. They're just having it as a nice option. But just like having the rolling being a thing is, hey, now every character's got a movement skill we know for sure they have with unlimited cooldown, as long as they haven't like, or as long as they're not currently rolling. Now we can make boss fights harder because everyone's got a dodge. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I like, the WSD seems good. I haven't played with it, but
I don't know. I
seems
just worry that it's gonna, like you said, be strictly superior, and then it just offsets balancing to where, like every boss fight and every encounter is designed in mind with the potentially best play via WASD, and like if you're trying to play just with mouse and keyboard, like the traditional ARPG way, that you're going to be left behind, and that there's going to be potentially passages in the game or encounters in the game where it's like kind of sort of deemed mandatory to do WASD movement, even if that's not your preferred mode of play.
I feel like they wouldn't do that so much. They do it based on the dodge roll with spacebar, but I feel like the fact that WASD is an optional, like they're like, we wanted to have it. Like, I don't think they'd design a specific
optional
encounter.
like the lab.
The lab is optional. What are you talking
Anymore,
about?
it's not.
Yeah, it is. Unless you're gonna build a build around like I'll say a lab enchant
that needs an
specifically.
ascendancy.
No, like you could go in going, this build specifically needs Terminus Est because I'm playing a specific flicker, and then you use Terminus Est because it's technically it's not up, like it's optional. You don't have.
Oh,
to
I
spend
just
your meter.
realized my build kind of needed a boot enchant.
Yeah, boot enchants are like glove enchants as well. Like my Word of Spite, I'm gonna be mad that I don't get that anymore. That free chilled ground to enable hypothermia and to keep bosses a little bit slower.
Did they explicitly say that they got rid of glove and boot enchants, or did they just say they got rid of
Yes.
helmet enchants?
They're gone.
Oh, they
Yep.
explicitly said it? Oh, man. There
And
goes
belt
my
enchants,
18% reduced mana
I'm gonna have
cost.
to sneeze and I can't mute my mic in time, possibly. I'm trying to.
Oh no.
I can just walk away.
There's no button on your
Get
mic.
out of here.
Well, not on the mic. There's like one in Discord and one in OBS, and I can't do both at the same time. And it's like, but now the sneezing like faded. It whiffed.
I'm just watching the visual of the guy walk backwards and shoot a crossbow.
The grenade seemed weird because they were physics based, weren't they?
The entire thing seemed weird, like in terms of how many like weird combinations there are, and like it was kind of information overload. Honestly, my brain
It's a
always switches off in
showcase.
like the middle.
It's more like, hey, this, but if you think the oil can be ignited, you're right, it can. And they're just showing off different ways the builds could work and interactions and stuff.
They're proud of their environmental interactions, like the corpses and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, before it was just,
Right.
oh, there's boulders and you can click them and there might be an item under it. Like, having more environmental stuff is definitely cool.
I don't know, I feel like if I played a different ARPG and I casted like an icicle thing and then I used a fire attack, the icicles wouldn't melt. Like, I feel like it's a static thing, but in PoE it seems like environmental in some way. I half expect them to be like, if you do an icicle and then melt it, it turns into a puddle of water, and then you use a lightning skill, then you get a 10% buff because you electrify everything in the ice puddle.
Yeah, one of the things they really wanted to do is give you a reason to press more than one skill.
Oh, yeah.
So they're trying to have the optimal strategy to do the most damage is to have a lot of interaction between multiple skills, because that leads to more interesting gameplay than holding down tornado shot.
It's like,
and I'm still just watching the backpedal animation is just really fun for me.
What's that game with like Magicka, where you'll have a party, one guy's the ice guy, one guy's the fire guy, and one guy's the lightning guy, and you all buff each other with your respective like AoEs and shit. Oh, it's gonna be great. I don't have enough friends to play with. I don't know any. Oh, no one play this party play anymore. I was very interesting when they did the PoE 2 thing, and they're like, and it's gonna have co-op. Like, it's a selling point, but PoE's had co-op this entire time. It's just no one uses it, really.
Co-op that, like, one group of people
I've not remembered that.
6-person
I don't remember
co-op.
that. Where did they advertise co-op? Where did they advertise?
It's not like
co-op?
they're like, we have co-op. It's like, let's get Octavian in here for the second half of the demo.
It might have been in the
Oh right, yeah.
the PC
Octavian
Gamer
and
thing.
Rory tag teaming.
Does Octavian always wear that pink shirt? Is it only when he's going to be on camera? So you can spot him in like the background? Like the identifiable Octavian pink shirt? No?
We
I'm
had
pretty sure
Octavian
at the
on and we
Q&A
didn't
in the
ask.
park in Cologne, he didn't have a pink shirt. He had
Damn
like
it.
a blue shirt, I think.
And for all the people who were complaining
Pretty sure.
about like the Affliction thing showing off PoE 2 stuff, like the entire chat being like, skip it, I want to see PoE 1, all that stuff. It had to be a PoE 2 demo because they did the PC Gamer thing where they said, come over if you want to see more into our other live stream. And then they talk a little bit about PoE 2, and then they do the sales push of, hey, you can play PoE 1 right now, and this is the league we're going to do in a week. It makes sense.
So they have to give some update about PoE 2, right? It's not going to be like a year of total silence and then PoE 2 comes out. They have to be discussing it. And then they're like, we're doing a live stream on this date. Why would we not also present PoE 2? Like it's a completely reasonable decision. If you are 100% uninterested for some reason and you just only want to see the Affliction stuff, then you can just turn the stream up.
I had fully, like, if the PC
I find it a little bit
Gamer...
weird that their YouTube upload has both. Like it says Affliction content reveal, and then the first 30 minutes or so of that video is PoE 2 stuff.
Yeah, the YouTube video I would split into two, but I mean maybe that was too much work.
If the
Yep.
PC Gamer thing didn't have the whole like plug of the live stream, I feel like the PoE 2 stuff probably would have been at the end after the Q&A. But it's just the fact that they had this is our ad, and now we're going to get some new eyes in, we're going to show them the new thing, because that's what they would want immediately. And the Affliction gamers, they could, this entire reveal of the trailer could happen tomorrow and everyone would still show up, kind of thing. But we got like, really would only be like maybe like 5,000 new eyes or something based on the viewership of that PC Gamer thing. That was it felt like the entire chat was there from PoE waiting for the PoE clip to show up.
they activated follower only mode with minimum like 30 minutes follow time when the PoE crowd started getting impatient.
It was
Because,
constantly
that
just
was
like
also-
PoE question mark.
Well, that also is like obviously they wanted to get exposure, right? Like I mean, they it's like a mutual thing, right? So GGG advertised their show, but didn't tell us that they were going to be on later during the show.
Well, they didn't know.
But they said that they're going to be featured during the show, and that everyone tuned in like half an hour before the featured PoE segment came up. And obviously, everyone is going to be like, "Yeah, what we were told to be here for PoE, and there's no PoE. What is this?"
They got me. It worked. I've added like 7 things to my wish list. God damn,
Yeah.
indie ads, indie game ads, fucking city builders.
Just like all the podcast listeners who wanted PoE Affliction discussion.
I missed all of
Get
this. I was
debated.
at work.
They didn't want that. They wanted casual conversation, casual
I
discussion.
forgot to set
Extended.
my computer to just watch the stream while I was at work, so I would get the drop. I was like, eh.
Oh, extended. Where you could have remote accessed into your computer and then logged
Yeah,
into a
I just
random
totally
PoE stream.
forgot, and then I got home and I'm like, oh yeah, there was a stream.
That was like the biggest thing for me to set up for ExileCon was like, okay, I need to somehow get a remote access from New Zealand to my computer at home. And then Chris is like, oh, by the way, the code. Yeah, they were like, it's in this. I'm like, oh, thank fuck. I could just put the code in and still get the Twitch drops.
They're like, so you don't have to be watching the stream while you're here physically on the stream.
But then it's like
we made sure it's in the box.
There are 2 wolves
bag.
inside me. One is, do I redeem the key or do I sit on it for 10 years and try and sell it on eBay?
I redeemed that
And the
immediately,
other one
and I
is the
don't even
Wolf of
use the
Wall Street.
hideout. I was like, I refuse to. I know it's going on eBay for like $1,500, but I refuse to sell this, even if I
That's
don't
fair.
end up using it.
I think mine's in my underwear box over there. I haven't used it yet. It's where all my worldly possessions are, in my underwear box. Which is my PoE code and all of my underwear.
Shouldn't be telling that on.
What?
an
People gonna break into
international-
my shed and go
like-
through my underwear box for my fucking $1,500 PoE code?
It's a
US.
risk.
That's pretty good. That's like pretty much what I make a year. Oh, by the way, that Lighty, that's why I asked you what you make on your streams and stuff, is because those NFT guys hit me up in my email. Were like, hey,
Which
you
ones?
want to play big time or whatever it's called, big mode?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to give
Yep.
us all your money?
I'm like, am I gonna get paid in JPEGs? It's like,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
good shit,
essentially.
good shit, good shit.
Someone said I'm gonna break in and only steal the underwear and leave behind the PoE code.
Who said that?
Someone in Catmaster's chat.
I don't think my chat loads. Oh no. I've been trying to. Oh god, it's only been showing the top messages. I don't want to see top messages. I want to see everyone.
I
There
think
we
you're
go.
on YouTube. That was on Twitch.
Oh,
The comment.
you're on Twitch as well? Oh shit.
No,
Lighty,
it's
say
on
something to get
stream.
him
It's,
cancelled.
like, on screen. I'm
You can't
already
get
No.
cancelled off
You
YouTube, but you
could.
can get cancelled off Twitch.
Can't get cancelled more than I am.
Am I following Catmaster? That's the real question.
My YouTube algorithm is dead.
You're doing fine.
Yeah. Like the fine meme.
Yeah, let
This
me
is
see. How long
fine.
ago was my last upload?
Okay, now I can see all the shit talkers.
When I level with explosive trap, do I want to go multi-traps? No, right?
Not until you have a ton of
58 less
radius.
damage.
Okay, I've broken everything. I need
My
more than 2
last
monitors.
video was... That doesn't count.
There we go.
July. That was
You're doing
almost
fine.
5 months
Jousis is
ago.
doing fine. He's got the fucking Cartman approach of just like once in a blue moon. And then look at all that fucking viewership.
Like, I
Oh.
want to upload more often, they just take a while.
Yeah, well, you're like, my video is finished and it's been finished for 6 months and I've played the exact same build over 2 leagues because it's so finished, but I haven't finished the song yet. And then working on his guitar. It's like, it's gonna be good.
So, like, I've been taking, like, professional singing lessons, right? So we decided, like, it makes a lot of sense to be recording the takes that I use in the song during the singing lesson, which is, that's
thought
actually
after
a
the singing
fairly
lesson.
common thing. No, so, like, it's remote, so, like, I'm sitting here as I am now, and that's how we do the singing lesson. And so it's like, well,
Oh
I
yeah,
might
that's
as well
cool
just
if
have...
you got a coach.
I might as well have the DAW open and be recording as we practice me singing the song, right? So that was yesterday. That was the thing that I said. Like, I thought this podcast would be happening yesterday and not today because I was bad at math. And then I was like, oh yeah, I have something like an hour before. I was singing an hour before I thought the podcast was going to be. So I would have sounded a bit more hoarse yesterday.
I don't know if I mentioned it, but when I made that Mob Psycho cover, before I started messing around with the AI to do like the Japanese vocals for me, I was like, okay, I need to train it on my voice, and so I recorded 7 hours of me singing nonstop straight. Like, I'm like, this will be enough. 7 hours is plenty. And then I'm like, oh, I feel out of breath, and I stood up and went outside, and I passed out. I was like, oh, I'm gonna throw up, and I bent down, and because I put my head lower than my center of gravity, and because I'd been singing nonstop for 7 hours, I passed out, and I woke up in a flower pot outside. I don't know how long I'd been there for.
7
That's a
hours is
flower
insane,
pot.
to be sure.
Yeah,
The
and
reason
then
that most concerts are like 1 to 2 hours is because
yeah,
you can't do more than that.
and when I talked to the doctor, because my family made me go to the doctors to be like, you passed out, you need to get like a checkup, and they're like, oh, why'd you pass out? I'm like, I felt a bit sick and I was getting lightheaded. And they're like, oh, what were you doing? I'm like, oh, I was just talking a lot. I didn't want to say that I was sitting in my room singing into a microphone for 7 hours straight. By the way, AI to replicate your voice, they need 10 seconds. I crashed my computer trying to fucking train a model on 7 hours of talking because my computer's so shit. But 10 seconds of just saying anything and you can get like a perfect singing AI. It's fucking crazy.
Perfect.
Not
I
it's
mean,
perfect
it
when
has
I've like
a lot already pre-programmed in. So it knows how to sing. It needs to know what you sound like.
Yeah. It's basically like an auto tune,
So-
except
Yeah,
to
yeah.
a predefined
I mean,
So
perfect
you
in
read a
regards to
sentence-
replicating my voice. Not perfect
It's
in regards
perfect
to like its
for
singing
me
quality.
because it's not singing English, it's singing Japanese. So as far as I can tell, it's nailing it.
Yeah.
Because I don't speak
Yeah,
Japanese.
but one that wouldn't sound like you and that would miss all the notes would also be perfect for you,
It was perfect for what I needed. It was better than I expected on 10 seconds. It got me kind of scared because in Australia, we have like the government accounts tied to your like social security number or whatever. They're tied to your voice. So like, if you knew,
Why?
yeah, I'm like, I need to ring up and I need to cancel this because all you need to do is say yes. That's like, there's a big thing in Australia for scamming old people is they ring up and they go, hello, can you hear me? And you say yes, and they record that and they steal your identity. Our government is stupid.
I would have been able to tell you 15 years ago
Oh,
that was a bad idea.
trust me, I know. It was a bad idea from the beginning. And it wasn't even like a opt in, opt out. It was a yeah, we're just giving this to everyone. I'm just like, oh yeah, cool. Fucking what a great idea. You need my quote unquote social security number to steal my identity though. No, that's the part I'm not worried about because I don't even know what that is. I ring up and I ask them
I
every
mean-
time and I just say yes 5 times and then they got me.
There are like
Identified.
phone-based things where it's like, do you consent to this HIPAA disclosure? And then there's no content recognition. It just asks, like, it already knows who you are. It's already verified your identity over the phone call, and then you just say yes or no. It doesn't care about what your voice sounds like. It's just listening for the word yes from anyone.
There
at
is a
that point.
sentence you have to say that's like a passphrase, but it's the same passphrase for everyone. So all you have to do is ring up once, fail the passphrase, but then know what it is in advance, clone a voice, and then you've got like someone's identity. Kind of fucked.
I'm watching your stream, Catmaster. I have never once logged out at Brutus.
You put down a
I
portal though in
ported
case
out.
you die.
I didn't have
Yeah.
mana. I didn't have mana.
It's
I
like
had to.
there's
it
a
would
lot
have
of
taken
stuff
like
you can
half an
do
hour.
to save like 10 seconds, and then it adds up over time. I've basically refused to do any of it.
Well, you might click the wrong one on League Start and then be in a queue.
I got a +1 chaos shield, but I'm explosive
Not
trap.
leveling chaos.
I
Tragic.
mean, I guess I should be. But yeah, I think it's been a while. It's been like another 20, 30 minutes of topic discussion. So we're due for another Affliction question.
Oh yeah, okay. Let me load up the old Affliction questions. I'm totally not just on the Affliction website scrolling until I see something new that we haven't talked about yet.
Well, I mean,
hey,
we
that's
talked about the ascendancies, but like, I
That's not
just
much.
was wondering, like, do I refund the ascendancies? Like, do I have to do the lab to refund them? Like,
do the
are they
quest
just
again.
like on top or on the bottom? Or the
So
quest
with
the
regular
guides?
lab, you can refund the ascendancy for 5 regrets per point, but then to reallocate them, you have to go through the lab. Or if you want to change which ascendancy you selected, you have to go through the lab.
Yeah, they did say if you
can
want to do it,
reallocate them without.
they did say if you want to do
for
the
the
new
specific
ones,
Affliction ascendancies.
for the new ones, they said
Yeah.
that if you want to reallocate, well, not reallocate them, but they said you can change it, but you'd have to do the quests again, which would probably be the equivalent of doing the lab again. But they didn't say specifically whether you need to spend like regrets to unallocate them before you do the next quest. So that's a fair question, but we don't know the answer. I'm sure if I had watched the Q&A, maybe I would know the answer, but I didn't.
We can assume that it is, if not better than the current ascendancy system, the same. So it's either easier to do than 5 regrets per thing and then go rerun the lab if you want to switch which ascendancy. It's either that or easier.
I feel like you would just walk up to the different NPC and be like, I would like to do you now, and then you got to do their quest. But that would make sense, and GG aren't known for making choices that make sense, so maybe you got to do some regrets. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you wanted to allocate out of one node into another node, you'd still have to do the quest again. Like, it'd be like,
Because
do a
like, I
It
was-
T4
might
quest.
be worth it to start the one that I said was poo poo doo doo and then switch to the good one.
Yeah, that's
once
what
you
I'm
actually
saying,
Get
like,
some
the-
items.
Everyone's starting poo-poo-doo-doo. You gotta get that movement speed. Right? The
Poo
best
poo
one.
doo being, what's the name of the poo poo doo?
The Magi one, the one with you get tinctures and boosts if you don't have gems in the sockets.
The first one on the Affliction page. Scrolling through that poo-poo-doo-doo.
The warden of the thing.
Warden of the Maggie. Yep. You do the quest for the ones you select, right? But each quest that you get, each like point that you get is a quest, right? So it's like the first one is Act 2, and then by the time you get to Act 5, you've got like
Maggie
4 or something.
Is
maybe.
that like soy sauce or something?
Maggie is noodles.
It's like German soy sauce, basically. Yeah, it's like
sorry.
universal spicing shit.
Speaking of my
Yeah,
own,
warden of the Maggie.
we have Maggie noodles. They're pretty terrible. We have Maggie anime in Japan. It's pretty good. What else is Maggie? Maggie is a character from The Simpsons.
Someone made the the point where it's like, oh, 50% all res and 30% movement speed for the cost of 8 gem sockets seems pretty good. I would say if you're playing a build that is just a 6-link and like 1 buff and a movement skill and auras, then you have like 2 items that you don't need sockets on. So it would make some sense, but you can get the opportunity cost for that is high. You
I
can
would
get
say
some pretty good stuff
if
in
you're a
compensation
shit
if you don't
gamer
grab that.
like me on League Start, you're not going to have sockets in your boots anyway.
Oh yeah, if you're leveling your first character in the league, you're not going to have anything in those sockets. You should just grab that.
Yeah. Doggo. It's holding a doggo head.
So solved.
I
We
have a
all be
question.
refunding.
I have a question about the specters with the corpses and stuff. Based on what I saw, it seemed like you wouldn't get to keep the specter outside of a map, but other people I assumed the corpses would be a one-time use.
You can, but like you can't desecrate them. They're not
Yeah,
added
so
to your desecrate
if they
table.
die,
The
then
special
you have to
ones.
go buy another one.
I
And they
think
said
that's
some of
fine.
them are going to be like the equivalent of multiple divines, so
Yeah.
they're balanced appropriately. So that Hydra shooting GMP forking projectiles, like assume that one costs a few divines, and if it somehow dies because they have been continuously nerfing Spectre survivability, if that Spectre dies, you have to buy it again.
I hope they have some that are hard to get normally, like the Beyond Demons or something like that, like as a corpse in the store, and not just like top tier like Guardians. You know?
It would make sense to have some lower powered ones for cheaper.
And one that's just stink so I can own him forever.
That'd be really funny.
There'll be an
Unfortunately,
albino roa corpse.
that's a rare name,
probably.
not the name of the base mob.
There'll be an albino roa. There has to be. There'll be a fishing meme.
Yeah, that's an important takeaway. Is like that everyone, not just the people utilizing those, but everyone needs to be looking out for like great offers from the NPCs for the league. There is not only the specters, but also I think charms and the tinctures being sold.
Charms,
And like if you
tinctures.
get like a good combination of mods on them, they may be valuable.
Was there like a search bar in the stores? Do we know?
They weren't that large. To
Yeah, but
merit
like,
regex,
can I
if
have a
that's what you're asking.
regex and like a regex for
I have
each
Time
a-
it
for free?
takes to put a regex in for 3 items, you just look at the 3 items, Jim.
Yeah, but no,
I have
like
a hot
there'll be a
tip for
charm
someone
with
in
there'll be
chat.
charms with like fucking I'm shit. I need regex. Leave me
2
alone.
words. There are 2 keywords.
So they
for
said
charm.
if you do anything that would change your specters, like swapping the item that the specter gem is in, then the specter will die and you'll lose your multiple divines. I have a hot tip. I'm pretty sure this still works. If you hot swap an item in that has a raised specter gem of the same level in the same item, and you swap those 2 items, it won't kill the specter.
Correct. The specter is not tethered to the gem like Animate Guardian is. You could just swap in the same gem of the same level. Or you could
But
just
if you do weapon swap to a different weapon that does not have a raised specter gem, it will kill the specter. But if you weapon swap and your other weapon has a raised specter gem of the same level, it will not kill the specter. I'm pretty sure.
That's only if you're in your hideout. If you're like in town, you could just take the fucking thing out.
Oh yeah, because the specter will it'll retry essentially, right, when you get back out of town.
Yep.
So go to a place where you can't use skills.
Mhm.
And like you're basically in an ultimatum pause.
The same thing, interestingly, works with auras that are reserved. So if you have, like, generally you try to avoid having auras in your weapons so that you can weapon swap without your auras turning off. But if you have identical copies of those aura gems on your weapon swap, it will keep them on.
I mean,
guys, we get
it's
a teaser.
it's unfortunate,
yeah, I'll hold that.
that exists
New
for
teaser.
like less knowledgeable players, but really it's just like an idiot tax at that point. I mean, like if once you make the mistake once, you shouldn't be making that mistake again.
What's that? I'm being taxed?
And they've kind of, by virtue of their lack of change in that department, kind of, I would say, stamped the seal that this is just, they're okay with that. Like that existing, because that has also existed for Spectres from long before this.
Yep.
Where
So
it's
that's
been
Also, let me-
a
Pathfinders
very
of
clunky,
the
terrible
Raider.
system.
I looked at the teaser and I
Yeah,
I like
Pathfinders
the
of the
scale.
Raider. So you
Unimpressed?
can have.
I'm
So you can get
impressed.
2 from the Ranger.
Yeah, that was
I'll
always...
quickly hop in and out because like my video and audio doesn't sync up on the Discord. Like, I mean, you guys don't, I do, but like it's weird. I'll just try and
Okay,
Yeah.
jump in and out.
It's not like
my
they've
overlay, no.
specifically done like every node is 20% the effect. So it's Magic Utility Flasks have 15% increased effect, which is half of what it is on Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
So you could stack 3 of these and just have a better version of that node.
Yeah, and it's also
Correct.
like the node for the benefit of having a tincture on Magi or whatever, which is like 30% if it's nearby. So it's 3 of these, and you've already got something better than that other ascendancy.
Also, yeah, 15% increased effect of Magic Utility Flasks is really quite good.
Hey, Cat.
What I like to boost most with that, so there's the usual setups where you're getting all of your armor and evasion rating from flasks. Like if you have a Granite, Jade, Stibnite, I forget the armor one, Basalt. 15% increased effect of those is huge. What I like to do the most is on Ruby, Sapphire, and Topaz flasks because 20% less damage taken, and then you can scale that really high. You can get like 100% increased Magic Utility Flask effect, so that's 40% less fire damage taken. Very, very good.
Now I just want 3 of these and Mage Blood, and then I will run so fast with Quicksilver and Onslaught Flask.
Don't forget that the perceived power level of all the things when it comes to tinctures or charms are only impressive by the standard of us not having them previously.
Mm-hmm.
That all the things they're showing could be the worst version of these things.
And all the things they're showing could be the best version and incredibly
Correct.
fucking rare.
Correct. So, like, you may be saying, wow, I can't wait to get my 45% flask effect. But that might be the new shit baseline. So, until you have the full pool of what is viable, this could be comparatively something you would never want. If the alternative is a 5-second headhunter duration in slot of the ranger that is now stackable or something.
Yeah, but this is what we have in front of us, and it's okay to like something that is teased to us, even if there's even better options later on. I'm not tied to my single words now.
I have to trust GGG that they're cherry picking from all like tiers of usefulness and rarity and worthiness, right? I mean, like they've done in the past. Like
if you go to the Affliction page and you scroll down to valuable new rewards, because they use the word valuable, does that mean that I am in immense danger and I'll never see any of these items?
It means nothing.
It's just like terminology?
Almost 100%. Their own perception of both value and difficulty has never been remotely accurate towards the top. Yeah, towards the top end, what is accessible. Like, you know, they were saying we've added a new difficult encounter that'll whatever. You know, they always talk it up, but it's like fucking crushed in 12 hours. So like, you know, it's I wouldn't go by that like at all. There's really no correlation between.
I've been burnt in the past when they show off an item. It's like you could get this, and it's just like the rarest item in the game.
Yeah, getting burnt is just RNG on your own decision making. Like it's not by virtue.
I was
of them
born
making
into
something.
shit RNG situations. It's my own fault.
That's the same way that like if they present 2 skills that get changed and we don't know the numbers behind them, I pick one, you pick the other one. That's going to be 2 very different scenarios when the numbers shake out. I'm going to have a great league. You're going to have a shit start. It's like it's just RNG. The same way that someone could have their own perceived experience with like Expedition. If they always get a headhunter, if the first week of Expedition, for them it's the best mechanic in the game. It's like it totally depends on the user history with that. So
I've never dropped a mirror. Have you dropped a mirror?
I'm just looking at the valuable new rewards section.
I'm past like 40k hours and haven't dropped a mirror.
Has anyone here dropped a mirror?
Nope.
Cat, you haven't? Oh, fuck. I was going to make a shit joke of like, if any of you have dropped a mirror, that content, you probably farm that every league right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know people who dropped a mirror from a barrel, and now they always open barrels. Like it's the same principle. It's like, we're only beholden to our own experiences. So it's like you have
Didn't
good
he
relations
drop
with this
a
thing.
mirror in lab?
Yeah.
Does he always
I
do
mean-
lab now?
No.
Yeah,
I saw a clip of someone getting a mirror from a labyrinth trove, and then I opened like 5 labyrinth troves, and they always have like 5 armor scraps in them, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
We're all gonna do Sanctum though to get our 8 mirror run, right?
I don't think I
haven't touched
did
Sanctum.
a full sanctum in Tota.
I'm waiting for the
Like
content
my
to get
build
changed.
just makes it incredibly difficult.
Hmm. I have a build for Sanctum, but it's not specifically built for Sanctum, so it's probably gonna go terribly.
Does the game know? No, it can't. Otherwise, that would be mineable or something like that, right? Like the rewards that drop from a chest are generated upon you opening it, right?
No,
It's not like the game
No.
knows what it's going to
it's
drop
upon the
beforehand.
instance loading. I'm pretty sure.
Upon the instance loading.
Yeah, that's why there was certain scenarios historically where like when like it's the same way that like when Vindy drops an item and it's duplicated, that it's unidentified and the rolls are the same. Like it's all, I believe it's seeded upon instance creation. There's been other examples of this historically. I can't remember them, but
Yeah, it was Heist and it was Lab.
Yeah,
where
there were
people were
problems with this
cheating.
where people
Yes,
were
yeah.
using illegal clients that like basically told them where all the good stuff was.
Yep. Yeah. So it works like that, and yes, that people have abused it, but they've been generally quite good at cracking down on it, and it's seemingly not the easiest thing to do. And if I guarantee someone's doing it out there, and they're the not to shit on GG, but the odds that the smartest person when it comes to this piece of technology is their employee versus just some other dude in like
And there's
Korea,
so many
like is
players.
not likely. Yeah, that's my point. Is like
If
it's
you're
like
an old
botting in
enough
a game.
player,
Like the botters are better than the devs almost always. Like
if you're an old enough player, you probably did it at one point because refreshing docs over and over again to see a lag spike to find Valside areas
Yeah,
was definitely
yeah, for sure.
a meta farming strat at one point.
that's like the most rudimentary form of what we're describing, but it is still applicable. Where it's
Well, but it's not the same thing because the Valside area is in the zone, and it's not like a chest that you open that generates something.
Sure,
It's
the
you're
Valside area
using the
ones
game's-
are a clever use of game mechanics, but
No,
and the
I
other
would say
ones
it's
are
definitely
It's
the
an
same
example
vein
for
where
that for sure. Yeah.
you're using the game's infrastructure in a non-intended way to see if scenarios occur. It's like the same. It's the most rudimentary form of this, but it is the
I
same
think
type of thing.
one of the ones in lab was using the log file and technically was legal within the terms of service.
Yeah.
But GGG are like, we'll fix that right now because fuck you and we don't want you doing this.
That's the thing. Is we're given so much information, we just don't understand how to decipher it necessarily. And that same thing, that same ideology could be applied to a lot of parts of Path of Exile, to where not to like call back to something else, but Jousis was mentioning about Flesh and Flame being a 20% over. This is really rough numbers, but 20% damage increase for 150 divines. Well, realistically, you should break down every single upgrade to a character in those similar terms, which is how much of an increase does this give my character to how much of an amount of investment. And if you're not playing by you should be doing it that way, but that's like not normal or natural or fun, realistically. So it's the same thing. It's like we have certain information technically on the back end that we just probably don't utilize or don't know how to. But yeah, same but different.
It was how I got a lot of my damage for the last year or two. Was the tool that got implemented into POB that lets you like sort by DPS and click a button and it gives you like a trade that tells you like this is your most damage per chaos. Like I was using
to
that.
me, like that's like just as cheaty as anything else, realistically. Like lining up a literal route of acquisition in Trade League. That's removing all of the, it's not that you're removing the player knowledge. It's just that someone else has done it for you.
It's a thing that the community does a lot, though, where someone's like, I've discovered this really cool thing. I'm going to share it with the world, and it gets downvoted to hell because every single person that finds it is like, I will cover this up so that I can now abuse it now that I've learned it.
Yeah, but if you're chasing a trend, you're already 3 trends behind in path economy. Like,
well, what I was going to say is I found that tool that got implemented into POB like 2 years before they implemented it, and I was using it to make myself better, but then I was like, I could also use this to make money because I could just filter the weighted search and just scroll down until I find a jewel amongst the 10 divine jewels is listed for 5C, and I'll buy it and I'll list it for, 3 divines or something. And I did that, but the problem was, because no one else is using this tool, all these people that are playing these builds don't know that this item is good for their builds because they are following a build guide with like a specific thing, and it ties into it ties into like the flame jewels or whatever. Like, people are buying them because their build guide says this is what we need, and it gives you a 20%. They don't know it gives them a 20% increase or a 20% more. They just know my build guide says I need this, therefore I'm getting it. Whereas there's all these other options out there that could be good for you.
That's just a sheep.
We're all sheep, baby.
Grass,
if POB and build guides didn't exist, I don't think I'd ever get through. Well, I'd probably get through the X, but I don't think I'd ever get to the end game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. This is why I don't
the
use
time
either,
where
though.
POB didn't exist is really hard to imagine at this point.
They could outlaw POB for a PoE 2. They wouldn't be able to stop it, but they, if they outlawed it, it'd be pretty sexy. I'd love a game. I'd love a PoE depth game where we don't have access to POB.
Only when you
think
stop
there's going to be
POB,
aspects of
you realize how it's not needed at all.
Yeah, but I'm shit and I don't want to learn.
Do you think there's going to be some aspects of POB implemented in PoE 2 since they hired OpenAll? I mean,
no.
Do you think we're going to get like stuff like on the Chinese client where you can like skill tree plan in game, or
probably not?
No one knows, Cat.
It's very speculative. Sorry for bringing you into the stupid situation of having to answer that question.
I feel like
last year there was one game. Now there's 2 games.
I feel like if GGG hired Neversink, we wouldn't get filter improvements. He'd be working on something else because they're not going to hire you for what you're making. They're going to hire you for your skills.
To dry out the market.
No, it's not to dry out the market. It wasn't. They didn't hire OpenAll to kill BOB. They're just like, holy shit, this guy does the coding. Look at him go. We're going to pay him to do stuff for us. And it's nothing to do with like POB. It's what they make him make. They made him make timeless jewels or whatever. So he'll just do another seeded math thing, probably. They got him in the what are they making? They're gonna have a new timeless jewel for PoE 2. Like a seeded belt. I have no idea. I have no original ideas. I have no idea. But actually, if they're gonna bring anything from Chinese realm into this realm, it'll be something that the Chinese realm has had for the last 3 years. So we just got the fucking
not from
loot
the
pets.
Chinese realm. I'm just saying, like, are they gonna? I mean, obviously, there's demand for like seeing also that the game grows more complex all the time. There's demand for more in-game planning tools, or like stuff. And it's fair to assume that they'll do something like that. At least I think.
Possible. It's possible. Who knows, man?
All right.
Who knows?
So another big thing is all the gem quality being shifted, or all the alternate quality power and the enchant power being moved into the gem quality. And so all the gem quality is significantly better than it was before.
For some things, yeah.
Well, I mean,
some things are
yeah,
worse.
a bunch of
some things are different.
Spells get additional projectiles. And if you think you could use like the Dialis Malefaction thing and like Ashes of the Stars, get 60% quality easy, get another +3 projectiles.
So I have to mention specifically. So the ones that I saw with additional projectiles were Tornado Shot and Barrage. So Barrage additional projectiles is good.
Skills.
Rain of Arrows.
Yeah. Tornado Shot is specifically the secondary, like on the helmet enchant, right? So what that does is it makes it more likely for each individual tornado shot to hit the target that you want. It doesn't increase your damage in the way that like greater multiple projectiles would do. Like it increases the secondary projectiles. So someone made the point that once you get past 4 or 5 secondary projectiles on tornado shot, you lose value significantly. There's no
Okay.
reason to have more than 4 or 5 because all of your tornado shots will hit. And then if you add
It's
more
tornado
projectiles
shot
past
specific
that,
stuff, I guess.
yeah, so
I
that's
meant
the
like
one that
more
people
like
were
something
talking
like
about.
well, not just projectiles, but like blade fall, for example, gets an additional volley for every 20% quality.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
that
like
seems pretty
it
decent.
depends on the skill totally. Like so, spectral shield throw gained secondary shards, but it lost 150 multi as the quality. So it, you're taking what was 3 to 4 different qualities on gems, and in a lot of situations, either combine them or picking what they thought was the most prevalent or best one, or in a lot of cases, taking none of them and just taking the helm enchant and making it the quality. So it totally depends on the gem, and we have massive partial information because the transfigured version of Spectral Shield Throw, for example, could have the crit multi-scaling back, but we don't have it yet. So
Fair
as of
enough,
right
yeah.
now, that's significantly worse.
Make
But
your
it could
make
be
your build
exactly
under
the
the
same.
assumption that it has no quality, including whatever the previous
Yeah,
one
then
was.
you just wouldn't play the build. That's like
Well,
you
make
wouldn't
the
get,
make the assumption based on that, and then be like, which of these builds are viable without quality, and then when they get quality, they probably will still be viable, or if not better.
yeah, that's it. Well, I would just wouldn't like. Again, I just wouldn't play the build that is rife with uncertainty. I would just pay the build that I know is viable.
I just like making the best of a shit situation, but it's usually because I put myself in the
Yeah.
shit situation, not because GGG has done it.
Path of Exile is a game that very much rewards you for setting yourself up for success. And starting a build with so many unknowns is not setting yourself up for success.
What are you
The
league
same
starting?
way not using. I don't know yet.
You want to know what
Depends
I'm
on how you
playing?
define success, but yeah.
So there's
yeah,
I
mid
should
to-
mention
sure.
So we're talking about like moving alt qualities and helmet enchants into the quality of a gem. That's not necessarily accurate because you have stuff like Raise Zombie of Falling. The quality is not what gives it the falling behavior. It's essentially a
Transfigured.
new skill gem, and the quality
Correct,
gives a chance to deal double damage.
For that one.
So
yeah.
I believe they've effectively re-implemented Legacy Firestorm and then just given it a maximum of 10 Firestorms at a time. And then there's another Firestorm, which is just the Meteor.
It's like
Yeah,
they've
but-
made a modifier for every gem of how can we make this interesting, and then the quality is how can we make this semi-viable or at least useful.
Well, it depends because there's 1 to 2 transfigured per first bulk of actives. The base gems have different qualities than they previously did. The transfigureds can have different qualities as well. So the falling zombie quality is double damage, but the regular zombie is an extra zombie. So it's totally different skill. I mean,
the
in
base
its entirety.
skills will
The
still have
tags are
Val
different
versions,
also.
but the transfigured ones probably won't have Val versions.
We don't know yet. I mean,
The real
Yeah,
question is, are the transfigured ones going to use the same MTX as the base ones?
So they removed Tainted Blessing, so you can't use the lab enchant device on a corrupted gem. And it seems like once you've transfigured the gem, volleying it will not give it, like, it seems to remove the ability to turn it into the Vol gem, but we just don't know.
unless there's
No,
literally a
didn't
new
they-
Val outcome. Like there could be a new Val outcome
Didn't
that
they
says when you
say-
Val it untransfigures it. Like it's just possible.
I hope.
That
Didn't
would,
they
that would
say
be
that it
such
was
the
going to be
slap in
like
the face.
with the alt quality previously, that you can have like the base gem is still the different one, but the Val version of the skill is like a
Oh, yeah,
regular
the original.
Val version.
There
of the
is
skill.
precedent.
But that also would make no sense.
I'm pretty
because-
sure they talked about it
Yeah,
either in the Q&A or I don't know.
I just hope
for
that
certain skills, it
if
wouldn't
you
make sense.
put a 20 quality gem in the lab thing to turn it into a transfigured one, it keeps the quality.
It should keep the quality percent.
Yeah.
It'll change what the quality
Oh
does.
yeah, no, for sure, but just keep the percent because like it makes more sense now that you can't take a level 20 gem and a gem cutter and vendor it to get a level 1 and 20 quality. That's gone. So it makes more sense now that when
Yeah.
you get a 20 quality gem, you don't just vendor it. You don't vendor it to get your gem cutters. You run a lab and you turn it into a roll your lottery ticket basically, or just sell it.
Balor's already made a video about that, how he expects
Yeah, that's the
GCP
question
to
I
be
have.
like 8 times
is,
as valuable. Up to 8 times
The
as
question I
valuable.
have is, how exactly does the font work? Do I put in my gem and then it changes it to a random version of it,
Depends
or
the
does it
option you
give me
pick.
options?
There's options.
It gives you options, but you don't know. how many options depending on the tier of lab. You don't know the weighting of the options amongst the tier. You don't know the weighting of, or the restriction of the lab tiers could be a thing also. There's so many unknown factors. You don't know
Yeah.
what
Enjoy
the
this period of unknown factors because, like, once the league's out, it's all gonna be data mined.
What I would very much
don't read it.
enjoy is if I want specifically Raise Zombie of Falling, I could semi-guarantee it by running 2 to 3 labs.
I don't think that's remotely the case.
Yeah. Unless
Because,
there's a
I mean,
modifier
how
in
many
like an Uber
options
lab
could
we
there
don't know
possibly
about.
be at the font for a specific gem? Is it going to give me
You're not
going to
get that
for
option,
a random
though.
gem?
You're gonna get an option from blue to blue. That's gonna be your best case scenario, probably. Which is like a 1 in 30. If we're assuming that there's amongst 100 initial transfigured, it's equal color weighting or distribution. I think the best case scenario would be that one of the new harvest labs, like Dedication, has something much more stringent or strict when it comes to what it offers for transfiguring. But most likely, it's going to be a crapshoot either way.
Yeah, we know for
Because
a
if-
fact that you can get same like attributes to
Yeah.
like blue to blue or
I
green
mean-
to green, or you could get any gem to any other gem. But what we're
Just
hoping
think
on
of,
is
like,
that there's a specific one.
historically, we've had 6 years of the worst rate of acquisition for getting Helm and Chance, only progressively worse each time they introduce new skills, with no real band-aids or help in that department, kind of remotely. And I don't think out of nowhere they're going to start thinking with their head. So when it comes to this, I think it's going to be a shit show. Try to get the gem you
So-
want.
Let's say I'm leveling and I have my main skill and I toss my main skill into the font and it changes it into a completely different skill.
Yeah, get fucked.
Like,
That's what you're going to get.
I'm hoping it at least like previews what it is. Like,
Yeah,
it
you get a
currently
choice
does.
of 3 for the
You don't have to.
RNG
Yeah,
one.
you don't have to select the option. So it's going to be like your zombie is going to become Firestorm, Arc, Lightning Tendrils, and you can say, would you like one of those 3, or would you like to keep your zombie? You're going to keep your zombie. You're going to walk out. You're walking right back inside, run the lab. Then you're going to be there for
So
until you're
this
done.
seems
can
like I should
confirm
just
that.
be carrying around a gem of each color that's a skill that I don't care about
For what purpose?
to throw into the font. Like, if it's going to change the gem
Ah,
that I throw
shit.
into it to a
You
completely
know what you
different skill
want,
gem.
and again, you don't know what's going to be offered to you. You might not get an offering that says green to green. You might get an offering that says, tag to tag or something, minion to minion. Like
Ass
you
to
don't know
mouth.
the full pool. Like it could be ass to mouth, sure, whatever. Like you could be getting whatever you want. I'm saying that what they've displayed is like regular support to exceptional. I imagine is ungodly rare because historically, especially in recent historics, they have very much not wanted us to get exceptional gems. They've done many different ways to remove our rate of acquiring exceptional gems. So I can't imagine out of nowhere they're like you could have them back. Unless it's one of those scenarios where they take something away just to give it back so everyone celebrates, which is also possible. But for the transfigured, I mean, we have a list of 4 or 5 outcomes. I guarantee they're weighted. I guarantee they're weighted amongst them, and it's just probably going to be, I mean, like we saw earlier, whatever they're showing us is the best case scenario because it's going to be, I imagine, very similar to the Trial Master fragments of the uncorrupted Val side zones, where in the demo they rolled them back to back, but in reality it's a 1 in 2,000 to have even hit 1. So it's like not even going to be close to what's happening.
They put the one in and they converted it, and the next one they had just happened to convert into an exceptional gem. You're not going to see that luck.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
a
ever,
showcase.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so I'm picturing, so like my build, it's Lightning Warp, it needs the 30% reduced duration, Helmet Enchant. I don't think there's a scenario where like, oh, it changed to a version of the gem where quality is less duration. Like, that's the best case scenario. I don't think it's just going to say here's a gem that's Lightning Warp, but it has 30% reduced duration and the quality
Could
is
be.
still cast speed. Like, it's unlikely.
No, most likely the Lightning Warp you want probably doesn't exist anymore. That's
Yep.
most likely.
My build
which is
will be fun
unfortunate.
to
but-
adapt.
Oh, they'll totally give you one that's less duration. They have to know that's what people want.
I don't think they
I mean,
care
it already gets
in that
reduced
way.
duration per level.
They do care. They gave
No,
less
I don't think
duration to
that-
Herald
they-
of Thunder. They're
They
going to give it to
definitely
Lightning
do. They
Warp.
100% do not care about protecting the sanctity of builds existing.
They
That
no,
has
they
never been the case.
they're not going to go.
Like, so-
Oh, Lightning Warp. Shock. More shock. Like no, they're going to make. They're going to at least pick something that makes
that's
sense.
literally exactly what they've always done. It's
Fucking
they have
doom and
never-
gloom.
This is not doom and gloom. You're just not paying attention at all. Like this is literally me saying.
It's
they
not that
have
I'm not
never
paying
said-
attention. It's that I can't remember.
Would you want to interrupt me now, or do you want to interrupt me in 5 minutes? Take your pick, Jim. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm saying they've never
Showcase.
said, "Ooh, this build exists." You're not listening at all. I'm saying.
I'm listening.
They've
I
never
just wanted
said-
to make a joke.
Okay, but they've never said this build exists. Let's make sure that when we make these amendments, that we're not going to hurt this build. It's very likely and very possible that that specific version of Lightning Warp that required the reduced duration will just not exist anymore. And there'll be other versions of Lightning Warp because they're going to say, okay, so there's so many different versions of Path you can play. There's now 3 different types of Lightning Warp. You're just going to have to play one of those. Like, otherwise they would care about like the sanctity of standard builds or builds after making large sweeping nerfs. They don't care about the specific build. They just want their like archetype and the type of build to be used.
Sure,
there's a
another
very
Lightning Warp.
rare-
what other modifiers are there for Lightning Warp that they could feasibly put on it in a sense to make it nuts?
Just pulling things out of your ass. It could have, it could vacuum characters. It could stun on first hit. It could, it could ignite. It could do whatever you want.
They
It just depends on what
specifically
they want to do.
removed Vol Lightning Warp because vacuuming was OP, but yeah, they could just make it do shock. or
The point is,
something,
like, to say that they're gonna not, for some reason, respect the sanctity of just reduced duration of Lightning Warp is.
I'm not
totally
saying that they're
wackadoodle.
specifically knowing that Jousis wants to play a reduced lightning duration Lightning Warp build. I'm just saying that if I was a gambling man, I would probably bet on the fact that there's going to be a Lightning Warp with quality of reduced duration, because if I was a developer having to pump out 600 fucking gems and I saw a Lightning Warp gem, I'd go, reduced duration maybe, increased cast speed, done. I wouldn't go, what is the most ball ticklish, interesting fucking build, mechanically viable, new
think
generating
that's,
of
like,
build
makes
thing to
any
create?
sense
Knockback.
considering the other
Knockback
transfigured
will
gems.
do. I choose
Look
no.
at all the other transfigured gems, and you think reduced duration Lightning Warp is the thing that makes the most thematic sense in line with the fact that we have now an Animate Guardian that attacks with basically Val Smite, or zombies now fall from the sky. You think that's in line with just tagging
I
on
think
40%
we'll get.
reduced duration?
Here's my prediction for Lightning Warp. We'll get one that's like it casts in a spiral, like flicker strike. Like it'll go like it casts 5 times in a circle around you, and then you blink around. I think that'd be cool, and it'll have
makes sense,
reduced
Jim.
duration. Yeah, it makes
Now it
sense.
doesn't make
Reduced
sense.
duration makes sense. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you forgot the whole spiral thing.
The
You didn't say we're
spiral
walking
thing?
down Snake Way while
Well, you
casting
know, like
Lightning Warp. It's
falling
like a totally different
zombies.
thing.
Falling zombies doesn't make any fucking sense. Spiral Lightning Warp, that'd be cool as fuck.
Falling Zombies makes perfect sense when you look at the rest of the Transfigured gems that are totally different versions
Yeah,
of skills.
I'm saying
and
a
builds we haven't had.
transfigured Lightning Warp would be a spiral one, which like precasts 5, and then it blinks around and does like a damage, turns a movement skill into a damage skill. Don't tell me that's not a cool idea.
We'll see if my thought if I were to gamble on this is that they basically did nothing to Lightning Warp and that it's the same as it always is, and any transfigured version is just going to be a numbers change. But I would be very happy if they made it do something crazy.
Are any of the Transfigured gems that have been showcased just a numbers change?
So I'm looking at Blade Storm of Uncertainty. It basically just makes it so that it randomizes whether it's blood or sand.
Right, but that's not a numbers change.
Yeah, that's like a very simple mechanic change. Let's see. I mean, technically, the Firestorm, they just broke it into 2 halves, and one of them is
Yeah.
what it used to be.
My point that Jim probably is because his brain is the size of a grape at best can't grasp is that none of these Transfigured gems have been tame in their new versions. They've all been drastically different. It's impossible because he doesn't even his ears are like, they don't even really work. They're so full of like chicken tendies. It doesn't even.
I want him to not have noticed this section before he uploads it.
Oh, he's not editing this. He doesn't edit this at all. He could say anything.
Yep.
You could yell at his social security number. You could just get a voice recording of him saying yes and steal his identity. You can do whatever you want to him. He's not paying attention right now. He's gone.
So the best case I can give for like this is just a numbers change is the Detonate Dead one, where it's like, oh, it does more damage if it's not a corpse that you made. Like it's qualified, but it is a numbers change.
That's like a
But
totally
it's
different play style.
functionally
Though.
different.
That's
I mean,
that's very much different. 'Cause that means you
yeah.
can't even use that for bossing at all. Like, it's a totally different dimension.
The other thing is, they seem to have revived old threshold jewels. So like those might be like if there used to be a threshold jewel that did this, there's a good chance that that's going to be one of the transfigured gems.
Yeah.
So like Barrage of
Wait,
Voiding,
Barrage,
for
yeah.
example.
Do the corpses, like the Hydra corpses and stuff that you buy, do they count as like you creating them when you drop them in the area?
So
Or
they
could you like
mentioned
use
this
them to detonate
specifically.
them?
They mentioned this
Oh, they did.
specifically. You can detonate them with detonate dead of
Yeah.
scavenging, but they have very low life.
Yeah, their base life's not
Oh,
high.
okay. Sucks.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the minion infrastructure is so beyond archaic in Path of Exile in its entirety, from specters to animate guardians. I'm not even sure what the answer is, but it's like so out of date in its functionality compared to any other ARPG. I mean, there's so many routes you could take, and it's not even like you're adding difficulty or skill, to make, like, summoning specific specters isn't a skill gap. It's not something I can improve upon with experience or game knowledge.
Well, I
It's
mean,
just clunky. It's just
game knowledge
old and
is
clunky.
better specters. You know which specters to pick.
Yeah, so okay, so now I know what specters to pick. Now what? Like, how do I improve upon this process? I mean, it's
You
just
pick the
you
good
ask the
ones.
question, how can I improve? Can I improve upon this process with luck or skill in any sort of way? And the answer is no. Like, it's always
Knowledge.
a terrible experience to, like, get your animate guardian back, for example. Like, that whole process is not good. Having to drop the items, put it on it. Like, why isn't there a window for that? Why is it even lost on death? Like, it doesn't really, from top to tail.
I
It's just
didn't
like
see this.
old.
Someone in chat said rip Vortex. I'm looking at Vortex. Rip Vortex.
Vortex got obliterated, but
They
that's
It's not
destroyed it.
not
It's
instant
done.
cast anymore, right?
Yeah, it has a
Yeah. I
didn't look at
0.75
it, but
second
it's-
cast time, which is ridiculously long.
Oh,
yeah.
It feels like
That's
a
like-
ruthless
yeah, that's
nerf
pain.
that somehow made it into core game.
It won't be the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you edit these at all, Jim, or no?
I do if you say a slur. Like that time I had to edit out
This
2 hours
overlay
of
and
you
shit.
talking about Donald Trump.
Mm,
So yeah. Did you say any slurs while I was gone?
I didn't. No.
Did Cat?
What are you implying?
Didn't we earlier like say fuck and cunt and
Yeah, they're not
other
slurs.
Yeah,
words?
those are different from slurs.
Oh, okay.
Did Cat do his
Yeah,
usual
Cat.
German
Oh,
shit
yeah,
while
yeah.
I was gone, or are we good?
Yeah.
You can't.
What? What's usual German shit?
You know, they're
I
trying
mean, he
to
was
ban.
Austrian.
You know that thing they've banned in your country with like the semi-high, semi-low high five? They're trying to make that illegal in my country as well.
Oh, with the
I mean,
cool
it's
guy
fair.
wave?
Yeah. Because they don't have any legal precedents to arrest anyone doing it to be a dick in public.
Is
so
it
they're trying to
illegal
make
yet in your country?
it's not illegal yet. I can technically do
Oh,
it, but I
do
don't want
it.
to do it. I don't want to do it
Yeah,
on
do
Cat's
it.
stream.
Yeah, do it.
All right, he's the one who'll get in trouble. Well, we all know what I'm talking about, right?
No.
It's just
Demonstrate.
interesting. No, I don't. No. Can you perhaps charade it?
I'm looking for my friend Kyle. He's about this tall.
Hmm. I just think it's interesting. What were you talking about before I did?
Path of Exile, this action role-playing game from New Zealand.
Nice, nice, nice.
There's a new patch coming out soon.
Oh, cool. Is it
I
any
think
good?
we're all very hyped.
Are we? It's weird how like the league mechanic itself is it's what we've always wanted. It's just something that buffs rewards in maps. People have been asking for that for ages, and now that we've got
Oh
that,
yeah, absolutely.
no one gives a shit because it's not what anyone cares about. It's like, yes, we wanted that, thank you. Now let's talk about these ascendancies because they're like the new tattoos. Well, it's like the new power creep, temporary power creep.
Yeah, tattoos, relics, whatever you want to call them.
Like, there's a whole portion of the league which is what we will be doing the majority of, which is running around in the dark, picking up wisps and doing whatever the heck those
Yeah,
encounters were.
we know fairly little about that.
Yeah, but they're it's so interesting. I love it. Like, if I get more light radius, will I be able to see wisps easier, or are the wisps specifically tied to you'll just happen to stumble into them kind of thing? Or if I play on ultra
Yeah, what kind of
wide-
bosses are there? We didn't see any of the bosses, right? They said that if you get a boss fight, you're probably in there like up to a couple of minutes and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's like 3 different types of wisps, but then there's 4 different people because there's 3 adventurers for each wisp, but then there's an extra guy that's like a boss that you got to kill. Or is it
Possible there's
3
no
bosses
real
and then
boss.
one big
you
boss,
know?
or it's just a lore boss where they're like, this would be really cool, but we're not actually going to add it.
Okay, what is the line for you, Lighty? What is a real boss? Are expedition bosses real bosses?
So keep in mind that they described bosses in Crucible as existing mobs that they reskinned that everyone just ran past. So again, I don't like commenting on things I haven't experienced because typically it's we're wildly off base in what they say versus what we experience. So again, in Crucible League, you had what they described as a Crucible boss was omniphobia with a proc shield that you got to run past. Um, is that something I'd like to engage with in this league? If there's something equivalent to that, no. Are we hoping it's something like as in-depth of a boss as you named, like Expedition, which is probably some of the best made bosses the game has had, which have like lore, voice lines, mechanics, phases. Could be.
They've
Won't
got
know till we're there. Yeah.
they've got the
It's
PoE 2 guy with wings, and they've got the reskinned Harvest / whatever map that is with the tentacle channeling. They're the two that I saw. Do they count as bosses for you? Like a PoE 2 map boss that you can counter in PoE 1 that's got like phases. That's probably what we're gonna get.
To me, a boss, if it has a dedicated loot table, it is a boss. If it doesn't have that, it's not a boss. Otherwise,
Preferably
it's just
with
a
a
large
health
mob.
bar.
If it has a health bar, that's great. But if it has a dedicated loot table, that's what makes it a boss in Path. If there's content locked behind it, specifically if there's loot locked behind it, as in I need to kill this boss. They have, they have these
A
three unique
reason to
drops.
seek this one out specifically.
Well, you're not
Otherwise,
gonna be
it
able to
literally
seek
is
it
just a
out
mob.
because it's literally stumbling in the dark.
Well, I could seek it out because I could put in a map, walk in the map, do the thing, leave the map. Like you could just skip maps and burn through maps to find as many afflictions as you want.
So
If there's a boss and it has
probably not
content worth
then.
doing, you're probably just gonna skip maps and then do the afflictions. That's fine too.
Monsters
just-
you fight something. I'm trying to see if any like it's like we know there's uniques tied to the league, yeah, but do they just drop in there or do they drop specifically from bosses? Probably just
We don't
in
know
there.
yet.
Looking at these, so just looking at the 3 uniques that are under the valuable new rewards, I wanted to talk about briefly. So looking at each of them, pragmatism. The thing that jumped out at me for pragmatism was Vol Molten Shell. And in every other case, it just seems like either a leveling item or something for skill gems that don't have very many good support gems.
Well, for pragmatism, you can get the gem to level 17, and you can also get a link on it for free, basically, on the top end scenario. So whatever
So if
benefits
you-
a 2-link level 17 skill, if that's what you want, you could have that.
So it's like, so if I put just Vol Molten Shell into it, that's
Mhm.
plus 10. And Vol
Yep.
Molten Shell doesn't need any support gems. It doesn't
Sure.
benefit from any support gems. So that's the
And
most
power?
extreme. Well, increased duration is about it. And
So
empower.
you could put increased duration in your Ulnatal's Vow. You could put Awakened Empower in the chest. You can get +2 duration. You can get +1 all. From
Yep, so that's
corruptions.
about it. So that's the best case scenario for what gem you put into this thing. The other scenarios I was considering are skill gems that don't have a lot of good damage supports. Like I want to say Orb of Storms only really has 4 good ones, and then the 5th one is just spitballing. So like that would be a good example of maybe +2 gems is better than having another socket.
Your scope of this is a little narrow because I think you're missing something. Is that all these transfigured gems have new tags? So things that were like Orb of Storms may have not had good supports because it only had like 2 to 3 viable tags for supporting it, but it literally could have like 2 new tags on the transfigured version. So it could be totally viable in a different
That
way.
may
The same
be
with the
so,
Falling
but
Zombies is different.
My Lightning Warp build specifically relies on current Orb of Storms, and
Sure.
it's in a 4-link, so it's who cares. But if in that hypothetical scenario, I was like, I want to really power up my Orb of Storms, and instead of 1 support gem that gives like 10% more damage, I'd rather have +2 skill. That's what I would use pragmatism for. Also, it seems like a good leveling unique.
You could
It's
get
like,
like a level
I don't
30,
have a 6-link.
You could get like a level 34 Herald of Thunder and then use the triple damage stuff.
How are you getting
so
level
for stuff
34?
where it's like, I want this to do
Bad
more
maths
damage,
on my fingers, but I can double check it.
Crest of
it'd have to be
Desire
with
is still
corruptions.
better.
Like a +1 and then a +2 duration, and then
They
Herald
get
of
you to
Thunder,
set level
and
17,
then
I believe.
an Empower, and then only do like 3 or 4 links, and it should come out to 34.
So every link you're losing levels, Jim.
Yeah, so if you have
Yeah.
4
Forward the item.
sockets,
Like a
4 gems in it,
I know what
that's
it.
only
That's
plus
what I
4.
mean. That's why I said only 3. I think like a 3 or 4 link would work.
How are you getting to
wouldn't it?
level 34?
With an Empower and a Corruption one?
It's
Ah,
12.
Power and Corrupted is
You put in Herald of
25.
Thunder.
You don't put a level 1 Herald of Thunder in.
You put a level 21 Herald of Thunder. So the first thing you do, you put that in, and that loses gem levels, right? I mean,
Yeah, so now
what's
it's
the
plus 10.
Yes.
So you're at 31, and then you
Mhm.
add Empower, so that's -2 plus 3 or 4. So then
For
you're
Awaken
at
to be
32.
+4, but
And
minus
corrupt
2.
it for +1. How much you at then?
Well, we already corrupted it. We already assumed
Yes.
it was +1. So 32 with just an Awakened Empower.
There you go. You get a level
and-
32.
The problem is, like, for a lot of the things, so you're thinking of Herald of Thunder, which isn't terrible thinking, but the
But then you
problem
could
is
just
the
use a
quality of
Crest of
Herald of
Desire.
Thunder. Well, yeah, the quality of Herald of Thunder now is really, really good. It's now hit frequency, which you'd want to scale super, super high. So
Ooh.
having it in Crest
Oh,
with
yeah.
50%
Crest of
increased
Desire.
is you're at
Insane.
70% hit
I'm
frequency increased.
surprised
Like,
they didn't nerf the quality boost on Crest of Desire.
yeah, I mean, they could have. It's possible. They just didn't write it. I mean, I don't know. But, like, I agree that it is very strong. But you have to also remember that Heist got massively nerfed with the shakeup for target farming. So getting Crest of Desire will be much more difficult now than before.
I assume it's going to be at least 10 divines.
Yeah.
I was looking at the other two. So the Trickster's Smile, the only good use I can think of for that, like obviously it's a very low level unique and it seems just like a leveling unique, but it has the potential to be like an Inquisitor-esque item on a different build. The only way I can think of to consistently trigger that is if I know they changed how the self-damage from Storm Secret works. It used to be that it counted as a hit from the enemy in a way that allowed you to permanently freeze them with like Divergent Arctic Armor or something, because it counted as a hit from the enemy, and Divergent Arctic Armor like froze enemies that hit you, so you could just keep hitting them with Herald of Thunder and would keep freezing them. So if Reflected Elemental Damage counts as the enemy hitting you, and Storm Secret still counts as Reflected Elemental Damage from the enemy that you hit, then the Trickster's Smile with Storm Secret would be infinite 0 lightning resistance, which is, pretty good. I mean, it's not super build
Infinite
defining,
0?
but
I did
it's
the
Oh, you
maths
mean
again. I
pretty
can get
good
I can
for
get to
2
33.
items.
What did I say last time?
Other than that scenario, I don't see this being a good item. And then looking at the amulet that gives you a lot of stats for each empty socket, there are life stackers, accuracy stackers, and mana stackers that all want this. So it seems like a good item, but you're giving up a decent amount of stuff. Unless you're a one-button build and you don't have any auras and you don't have any movement skills.
That amulet seems not remotely viable, considering we just what Simplex is now. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's-
Simplex is super good.
like to have a Simplex that is basically a build your own Great Wolf. That's even better. I don't think that, like, again, but Simplex it was already quite rare, and now it could be even more ridiculously rare. But in general, like, the amulet slot's quite competitive, especially with Ashes, Omni. It just seems like
They did just nerf Ashes a little bit.
I mean, it's a
See, I
tangential
thought
nerf
it was a weird
considering the
nerf.
quality change, but
Yeah, they were like, oh, the quality
Yeah.
is better now. So instead of reducing the amount of quality that it gives, we're going to reduce every other stat.
it seems fair.
Did they remove
but
other stats? I
it's
thought they just removed the reservation.
just the
efficiency.
reservation, but it's like, that's also on top of Helm reservation being gone for auras. So it will hurt certain builds, but like other builds that didn't give a shit are now not going to really give a shit at all, and they're going to be way stronger. So it just totally depends on the build.
A lot of people were also not picking mana cluster to get that 12% mana reservation efficiency. You can do that. There's other ways that you can get the reservation efficiency that you need in a mid-tier invested reservation efficiency build. Not
you
just,
also-
Dakota, it was
just
weird
not in the
because
ones that grabbed all.
Yeah.
there were efficiency tattoos was the thing. So
Yeah.
that was what people
Yeah,
focused
true.
on for a while.
Also, like, we just talked about Simplex. Simplex now can have a fuck ton of RMR on it if that's really what you want. Among everything else, just build your own.
Yeah, if you get a Redeemer Simplex,
Yep.
which base is going to be
Which-
at least 5 divines.
Yep. Well, you don't have to. You can make one. You don't have to get one.
Yeah, but like you get one, like you make one, and then you also have to get the Redeemer's Exalt, which is probably going to be like 1 to 2 divines.
Could be. Yeah. Could be a little pricey.
But if you get one, it's quite good.
Yeah. Yep.
I've been doing Herald of Thunder math in my brain poorly this entire time. You can get 33 with the Crest of Desire as well if you double corrupted.
Yes, the double corrupted +4 Crest of Desire.
It's technically
Yep.
possible.
Let's look. How much is that on trade?
Honestly, I was trying to get it like a couple leagues ago. It's back then it was doable in like 150 divines, but now, assuming people want Crest of Desire, which they probably will, it's probably a lot more.
Yeah.
Like a lot more, especially with heist changes. Although we don't really know how much rebalancing happened.
Nope. No idea.
Although it is a buff for heist people
Don't-
that the
don't
gems
think
are now
it
in
is.
lab. It's a buff because, FPS buff. You get more FPS because there's less people in the lobbies.
I
Checkmate.
think the heist thing is a pretty big nerf.
And they buffing like currency and stuff. I feel like it's pretty good. I think it's interesting. I think people that like heist probably are still gonna like it, and people that like
Yeah, I
lab
was
now
gonna
have
say
a
like
better
Heist has
reason to
always
like lab.
balanced itself out because people don't like to do it. So it's like it's always really rewarding for the people who like doing it because everyone wants the rewards that are exclusive to Heist. Same with Lab, honestly. I mean those are examples where the item economy really does work well.
I'm just trying to think if my 4-link... I got a +6 hat that I'm going to use for my Herald of Thunder, but it doesn't have the triple damage staff. So I wonder if getting a Crest of Desire or using this... Nah, the body armor doesn't make sense because I want to use Impulsor, so fuck the body armor. Yep. But I don't think I want to do Crest Desire either because that'll be a meta thing, whereas if I just get a +6 hat, it should be only like 4 divines. Anyway.
I'm looking at so there is a Crest of Desire +8 +49, and it has +2 cold gems and +2 curse gems, and it has Herald of Ice mana reservation efficiency, so it's clearly meant for Herald of Ice. 50 divines, and that's in standard. Listed 9 months ago.
You'd want to it'd just be like an end game, like you do the POB first to see if it's even worth it, and then if it is, it's just like, hey, I've got my treadmill for the next 2 months, like
There we
something to work
go.
towards.
There we go. +2 socketed AoE, 40% increased Herald of Thunder damage. Socketed gems get a 90% cost and reservation multiplier. +8, +50. 2.5 mirrors.
It's only got 1 +2 on it, or 2 +2s.
Only 2.5 mirrors?
Yeah, so like, I don't think there's one that exists that has +2 AoE and +2
Hey man,
lightning.
I've got 3 treadmills in front of me this league. I'm gonna be playing for 3 months. It's gonna be great. Watch me burn out in a week.
This one has Herald of Thunder damage. It's scourged to have +1 socketed strength gems, and it also has +2 socketed cold gems. So it has an identity crisis. And that one is 65 divines. And this is all in standard, by the way. If I go to Ancestor,
Well, I mean, just use it for elemental hit then.
there are 3. There are 3 on Ancestor League offline that have 2 implicits. There are 3 Crests of Desire on trade. This one has +2 AoE and +1 max power charges. That's 80 divines. This one has +1 max power charges and +2 aura, and that one is a mirror, which seems inappropriately priced considering the other one.
Oh, by the way, with double corrupts, what do you think about Hinakora's lock not being able to foresee temple outcomes anymore?
I think the only person that got
really
burned
matter.
by that was the guy from TFT that has 45,000 of them.
Yeah, I feel
so
like they didn't nerf it hard
I'm
enough.
laughing.
It literally doesn't matter because it's not in the game anymore. after
Wouldn't
this week.
pragmatism be
Oh
good
yeah,
for
true.
gotta-
There's no way to
You have
access
three
this
three
anymore.
days
Never
to
mind.
use them on all of the things you want, and that's it.
Would pragmatism be good for like aura boys who just want to put like 5 or 4 auras in there and just have high power aura, or do I not know how?
5 or 4 auras, and then have them all be negative leveled.
So if you have your 6 link is elsewhere, like in your weapon,
Well, if you
and
put 5 in
just
there, they
have an
wouldn't be
aura,
negative
and you
leveled.
want a +10 aura, pragmatism seems pretty good.
And Victara is probably just better at that stage.
It's a nice, cheap, weird thing, but we won't encounter because it'll be rare and hard to find.
You have no idea how cheap it's going to be, though.
Yeah, but it's what if it's shit? It's gonna be cheap.
If it's shit, you won't be using it.
Yeah, but if you get it, or if you have one alk free and they're abundant, you can just buy it and like dig around with it. Who cares?
Yeah, no, that's fine. It just doesn't meet what you're describing. If it's good, I imagine it'll be expensive, so it probably will be rare. You know, it's like the last chest of the previous league was good and had a decent price point.
I think
But for-
pragmatism is it's niche enough that even if it's slightly uncommon, it'll still be cheap because not a lot of people have a use for it. It seems like unless they make it unreasonably rare, it seems like it'll be pretty cheap. Just intuitively from looking at it. Especially considering other than the potentially +10 socketed skill gem, it doesn't seem to have a lot going for it. Requires level 49.
No.
Leveling.
Yeah.
There are much
It's
better
really hard
uniques
to
they've
tell these
showcased.
things.
The fact that it has mana instead of life is very interesting to me. If it had life, it would be much more generic.
Yeah. Then again, that could be a roll. It could roll. You know.
Oh yeah, it could
Life
roll a
life
different
format.
mod entirely.
Again, you
and then
don't.
it could just say
That's gotta
+10
be-
mirrors.
Yeah.
Level of socketed gems could be a roll as well.
Who knows, man? It's possible.
Oh yeah, the 12 could be a
Yeah.
range.
Could be like
Could be 10 to 20.
0
That
to
negative
20.
2 could be 0 to +2 to -2. Who knows?
If it's a plus, then
Plus
okay,
one
yeah,
is
I can see it be worth money. Fuck.
They love making meme items. Who knows, man?
If that was
Uh,
+2 instead of -2, this is the best item in the game.
I mean, I do think it, even in its current form, it seems fine. Of the 9 items they've showcased that are the unique so far, it's definitely in the top half of them. I don't think it's the best
So
of
I
the
don't
9
know,
uniques.
Jousis. Honestly, like gem scaling falls off after a while. It depends on which gem, but like
That's,
get
that's
them
not
much
true for
higher
some,
but
in
some
depends
of
on
them-
skill.
so- The difference between 20 and like 35, it's like quadrupled. It's absolutely
Yeah.
insane.
If you
Yeah, but like at a
look
certain
at the new
point,
Covenant, for example, the Replica Covenant,
Okay.
level 29 added cold damage it has is twice as good as Awakened cold damage at max level. So it
Chaos,
depends.
right?
No, cold damage. It's a
The new
Replica Covenant,
Replica,
the new
yeah.
one.
Uh,
So it's
Yeah,
twice as
that-
good as you having Awakened cold damage on it. So there's
Yeah,
I mean,
depending on the scaling, it goes crazy.
that was the same with the chaos damage. That was better than Awakened
Yes,
chaos
yeah.
damage.
and then that's innate on the item, so you still get another gem.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's obviously better for Covenant because cold damage is much more easily usable than Chaos as well. But the downside of the new replica is much harder to pull off.
I'm suddenly worried about Divergent Portal. Whichever was the one that
Slippery
was the
gem.
meme item.
Oh
Huh?
no, Divergent Portal. It's
It's
gone.
dead.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Jim, are you gonna use 1,000 tainted catalysts on Ixchel's Temptation?
Probably not.
The ring with the
There's,
whole gumball of like
I
shitty
wasn't-
stats.
I
but
wasn't
then-
planning
Honestly,
on
that's
it, but I
a-
could.
That is a fantastic leveling unique. Like, imagine you find that at like level 20, you don't even have a catalyst on it.
Like what?
Yeah,
the-
yeah,
the-
absolutely. But
the
imagine
only
it with
reason-
200%
Temptation?
speed quality or something like that, you know, like, and
Try
then
it
it's
from
an
Ultimatum.
80%,
Yeah. the ring.
18%
You're not
attack
gonna,
and cast speed.
pretty sure
What?
it's from Trial Master that
Yeah.
thing, the ring.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not playing
It
it.
Trial
doesn't,
as
it doesn't
Master
mean you
drop
can't buy it
only?
and level
Oh,
it.
God.
Well,
with
so it's tagged as Ultimatum. Ultimatum mobs no longer drop loot. Ipso facto, it has to be from Trial Master.
Sure.
It could be in the reward window.
What's,
possible.
What's
Yes,
the
that is
problem with it
possible.
being from Trial Master?
You're not gonna get
Uh,
while leveling because Trial Master
yeah,
is 14.
Yeah,
Trial
but
Master
get it
drops
for leveling.
are
Like get it and then put speed
notorious.
on it.
Yeah,
and then
that's a
use it while
different
leveling.
sentence. Yeah,
Well, is that not what he said?
is it from?
Doubt.
Okay.
I don't. If he said it, that's not what I heard.
I mean,
And
Yeah,
it happens
if
a lot
it's
when
a
I'm
Trial
talking to you.
Master drop only, then it's dead. Is
What?
basically what I'm saying. I mean,
No, it's for
you
twink
can
leveling.
still use it if it's like, oh, I really want like 40% cast speed on my ring or something. Like some people will find a use for it, but it would be so incredibly expensive to get a good one if it was a Trial Master drop.
The only
Yep.
reason I would do what you've suggested is to figure out if the catalysts that it picks from the special one are weighted, and they probably are. So why would I?
It would, yeah, if it's weighted like how Catalyst drops and 3-to-1 recipe is weighted, then you're gonna get attributes like 90% of the time.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's
It
a
also
decent chance of
says-
elemental damage and maybe the caster one, but that's about it.
Kind of weird. I mean, it says that the max quality on that one is 20, but it might.
Yeah, I think
200
it's gonna work
on
like
that
we
one.
expect because
yeah,
otherwise
but I
there'd
mean, like,
be
on
no
the-
way to get above 20.
Specifically on the catalyst, it says the max quality is 20. But
I
like
think
on the,
that's
on the
just-
ring, it says
flavor.
otherwise. I know, but it's just weird wording.
I think it's
It
just
would have
code
been cool
reuse.
flavor if tainted catalysts could go negative. You could get like minus 20%
The amount of shit they would have to
quality.
check for. Fucking minus speed.
I'm trying to think of a scenario where you have a mod, but you want less of it. Like, it would have to be a Calandra negative modifier, right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
Reduced
instead of having no
projectile-
cast speed, as in
No.
I just don't have the mod on my ring, I'd rather have 6% instead of 7%. Like, that doesn't... I can't think of a scenario where that would happen, unless I'm calibrating
Whoa.
a very specific attack and cast speed.
Yeah, but then you have to like plan for failure because you have to go into the. I mean, assuming that all would be available, but you still couldn't apply the quality after you got the Calandra ring because it's mirrored and not corrupted. So you'd have to have the quality on the ring beforehand.
Is there
Before
lightning
you-
resistance on the ring? It's the other thing I can think of.
No, even so, like, this isn't you would want
10 auras.
like you would want either a high positive or a high negative. You don't want like the lower magnitude of either positive or negative.
A minus 20 quality resistances wouldn't be enough to flip it, wouldn't it? It would just make it 8 auras instead of 10, instead of minus 10, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so like, I can't think of a good use case for negative quality, is what I'm saying, where it would just reduce the magnifier.
It doesn't have to have a good use case. It should just be there
Just
for
has
like
to exist
tainted
to fuck
catalysts
people.
to fuck with you.
Just as a vol
Yeah,
outcome.
as a bad
just to-
outcome. Yeah.
Oh no, I've ruined my item.
Well,
I
I
think
mean, you could
because it
apply
already
another
just
tainted
rerolls
catalyst.
the quality type, and then it can be like 1%. I feel it doesn't need to go negative, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But it would have been cool still if it made the item worse than without quality.
You should be
We
a
have plenty
ruthless
of ways
game
of
dev.
making items worse. Just use
Yeah.
a scouring.
It kind of
board.
would fit, like I said, it would fit the flavor of tainted quality. That's what all I mean.
That's true.
Because it is a quality to be particularly bad.
They should make it that it's just like it applies max quality to an item, but then it makes the item unmodifiable. Not corrupted, not mirrored, but just adds the unmodifiable tag. It's the very last thing you do on your item. You just mirror an item. You can use it on mirrored items. You right click it and it's done. The item is done. Whatever quality you get, that's what you get.
Now we have 3 modifiers that mean unmodifiable. I mean, we
Yeah,
already
I'm
did.
generally
But...
pretty against the concept of unmodifiability in a game that's all about crafting.
Okay, fine.
Mirrors
Not
and
unmodifiable,
getting
but
gears.
account bound.
For
There you go.
for a mirror, it makes sense. For everything else, I don't like it.
Yeah.
For everything else.
I mean, I
What?
guess I should say
Corruption
like
makes sense.
the sanctified relics from Sanctum. I liked those being unmodifiable account bound. It made sense for that item in particular.
I
And
don't think
the
it
fact
makes
that you
sense
could,
for corrupted items to be unmodifiable.
the fact that you
or-
could buy the keystone adding thing, like if you couldn't have bought that, it would have sucked.
Hmm.
It's like, how many sanctums would I have to run to find a one that was good and had the specific keystone on it?
Many. I
Literal
tried.
thousands.
Many, many, many.
I made a cheat
Have
sheet
we
for
already-
Curec missions. Huh?
Have we already all discussed all the starter builds? I was surprised when you brought up the topic earlier and thought we're gonna keep that for the end of the cast.
Hey,
or
Kat,
rather
what's your
towards the end.
what's your
And
starter build?
I think only Jousis answered so far. I don't know Lighty's and your starter build.
Lighty said he doesn't want me to pick one yet because he doesn't know about skill gems.
That is not what I said.
Oh,
That's
I thought
exactly
he
what
just
he
wanted
said.
He
to
had, like,
spin
20
the wheel.
Exactly. Nah, that's exactly what he said.
He said he had
Gems
19
go.
different ones, and he's waiting for
Correct.
the information to see if any of them are possible.
That's
Correct.
exactly what I said. What are you talking about?
It's not that I didn't pick them. I have them all made. As
But
I
are
do
you gonna
every league.
do like a random pick again, or do you just want to
As
make
I do
sure
every
that
league.
every
Yeah.
valid?
Every league I
Pick,
do the
the,
exact
pick
same
out of the
the
19 that are
method this
possible
time?
and then throw a dart.
hmm I randomly get assigned one of the 19, but I have to make sure that those builds are viable before I could even roll the pool.
That's crazy.
currently
that
we
you'd
don't
put
know.
in
You
that
could just
much
play
effort.
it and then say this is shit and re-roll.
Yeah, you
No,
could
no, they
roll it.
wouldn't even be. They wouldn't be in the pool if they're shit. Like
Mm.
if we
Yeah, I'm
find
just
out
saying
that
if they were in
whatever-
the pool and they were shit, then you could just play them and say this is shit. I'm re-rolling.
that just seems like a massive waste of time.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
league
Or
Yeah,
then I
start.
could
that's
just
true. On
wait.
League Start, you want to know what you're doing.
Wait, what are you
Yeah,
league starting,
that's-
Cat?
I don't know.
What the fuck? Why would you bring the exact same topic up again if you didn't have an answer yourself?
Well, I was trying to get inspired by your guys' answers.
Oh yeah, you should play what
I
I'm
was
gonna. You should play what I'm
with
playing.
Explosive Trap start because Explosive Trap looks good, plus 2 explosions per 20
Yeah,
quality.
got the Hellman chant finally.
Oh yeah, explosion trap,
And,
especially like the way that additional explosions
Explosive
deal
trap.
full damage is absolutely
important.
insane. It's very, very good single target
Very
against enemies
good.
that stand still. You
Yeah.
can easily get like 5 million DPS on a very low budget with explosive trap. The one
Yeah,
that
it's
jumps out at
supposedly
me,
a very good bosser.
yeah,
Mhm.
bossing, and it's decent at mapping. I wouldn't suggest it for a mapper that's not going to do much bossing. The one skill that jumps out at me out of the ones that are on the /Affliction page, so the ones that are visible so far, out of all the ones that I'm looking at, yeah, animate weapon of ranged arms looks fun, but also the blink arrow of clones. The fact that you can have 3 blink arrow clones that last for 20 seconds and they shoot rain of arrows seems like it would be really good on a specific build.
My league starter is Dancing Dervish, and I'm gonna hate myself for it. There you
I
go.
mean, I'm still chasing the idea of a minion build where the character, the player themselves, is good at clear speed, and the minions are good at boss killing.
I don't
So
have to give a
you're-
shit about gem quality because my skill is built into the item, and they haven't changed the
Mhm.
item, so I'm good. I don't have to run lab to get gems. It's
Isn't
gonna
that
suck.
dominating blow though?
What? Nah. It's just
A dervish
nothing.
should
No, I mean,
use-
but Jousis
Just
said
Dervish.
he
Right.
wanted.
Yeah.
So I'm like, basically, I want a character that
It all-
is traditionally just very good at blasting maps, and then it just also happens to have like 50 animated minions. So when you get into the boss room, the 50 animated minions stop like poorly targeting the map, and then they just all lock on onto the boss and kill it in 1 second. Like, that's a really good build.
I wanted a build that was Magic Find, but for bosses. Does that exist? Like, I want to do ghosted rogue exiles that are scary, and
That
just kill
used to
them with
be
Magic
meta,
Find.
where you would stack Magic Find and then just kill Piety over and over
Yeah,
and
but
hope
like
to get uniques.
when I go
That was
looking
the
for
meta
Magic Find
strat.
builds these days, they're all like, I can twink kill 80% delirious, but if I get hit, I die. And they're
I mean,
all like,
impending doom does this.
what's that?
What's impending doom? Like a Vixen build?
Yeah, I don't know what impending didn't they
Didn't
change
they
something about
just?
Vixens?
Isn't that going to be bad in this next
No,
Yeah, I
league?
it's
feel
fine.
like that's bait.
No
that-
different.
Yeah, they patched it, didn't they?
Because I'm picturing
Totally fine.
the thing where
No
they
different.
changed
I
the
don't know, man.
radius
You
of
feel
the
like I'm
spell
getting
cascade
baited.
curses.
Pretty sure they killed that. That's like the one thing I know
Nope.
they killed.
I mean, you're baiting yourself right now. That's fine. If you
I'm
wanna do
playing
it.
Dervish.
I did it last league extensively, and then I had no issues pre and
Last-
post alleged nerf and buff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's only nerfed if you can't aim, and I'm lazy, which is why I like minions. and I don't want to have
That's
to aim.
also not how it works. There
What do
was
you mean?
about overlap.
It's overlap.
cursing.
Yeah, aiming.
just
Where
dervish
your
have to do
mouse
with
is
aiming.
on the
It
screen
wasn't
indicates
about
where
aiming.
you
It was about
overlap.
hitting a certain AoE metric.
That's aiming. What do you mean it's not about aiming? Hitting
my God.
hitting a certain overlap on
fact
2
that you have to
circles is
put-
aiming. You have to put your mouse in a certain spot before you press the button. Well, how is that on? I'm
That's
saying the
not
exact
how the
same
skill
thing.
works at all.
Fuck you. It's not aiming.
No, I'm actually on Jim's side here. If you have to aim for a specific overlap, then that's aiming.
You don't have to aim for it. If you had the amount of overlap previously, there was no aiming required. The circles literally converged on each other.
They
But
changed
like,
it.
what if I miss entirely? Like I aim at the ground on the
If-
other side of the boss arena.
So you're saying you don't even remotely target the boss? Like you're in a
I'm
different
saying
client.
I completely whiffed it.
The
It's not within
overlap
the AoE at all.
was a lot bigger, and you didn't have
Shut
to aim
up,
as
and then-
much.
It's
but
half
now,
the screen. How big
now-
do you want it to be?
No,
Like,
it's tiny now.
did you play it last league?
If I have to add all
Last
aim my
league,
mouse in
it
order
was
to hit
bigger.
the enemy, that's aiming.
This league, it is smaller. Therefore, you
God.
have to aim
That's
more.
what she said.
Ay.
It gets smaller
Beyond
in the
saving.
cold.
I mean, literally beyond saving.
It's what do you mean? It's literally different to what you're like. Did you
didn't
play it
the
last
build.
league?
You have no idea what
They
you're talking about.
changed it. There's
Who's
little
they? It
JPEG
was a shadow
Microsoft
government.
Paint pictures that you can see the fucking size and where you just have to aim
Yeah,
a
but
different
did you
spot and
play
it's
it at all?
you have to aim in a different spot and it's guaranteed hit. But guess what? The word aim is in that sentence, Lighty. You have to aim. I don't like playing builds where I have to aim. I play auto fucking
tell.
bombers so I don't
You're
have to
saying you're
fucking
so
aim at things.
Irredeemably inept. You can't figure out how to click on half the screen. That's what you're telling me?
I don't want to. I don't want to have to. You see what I'm saying? I don't
I
want to
think you're
have
playing
to
the wrong
aim.
game.
I don't give a
think
shit.
You're playing the wrong game. I think
I don't-
any computer game, you must play Path on what you use, like a trackpad. Use a
I
controller,
don't
clearly,
want to
'cause
have
a
to aim.
keyboard,
How do you
way too
manage your
advanced.
inventory?
Like,
Imagine playing a game how you want to. That's wrong, says Lighty. You have to play it how I'm telling you to play it, otherwise you're wrong.
you do whatever you want to
Go
do.
back
Jim.
to your fucking spinny little wheel, your RuneScape cuck. I'm sorry. It's just like...
Oh yeah.
So
last
Dervish,
time,
right?
last time we did this, Lighty, I believe you were doing Alchemical Hydra at the time.
Yeah,
I am in league doing Alchemical Hydra right now.
there you go.
So we've gone full circle.
Hope you have a good luck.
I have only gotten the jar. I have not gotten any unique but the jar, which is a 1 in 2,000. If you didn't know.
I'll probably
I do
play
know.
The
Lighty.
drop that I
have
want
3
is
of
a
them.
1 in 500, and because it's league, it's boosted by 4, so it's like a 1 in 125 or something.
Yep.
And I got the 1 in 2,000 instead.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us.
Sounds about right.
Now I'm feeling this is like when you were very unlucky in getting Actum, the item, and then I did
Yep.
1 grand heist and got Actum and then sent you a screenshot.
Well, they can get Actum anywhere.
Yeah, this is payback now.
Get Actum in any grand heist you ever do.
Yep, I got it in the gem quality one. Which what did they replace that with now? Because you can't get all.
There
quality
are no
gems
more.
anymore.
There are no more grand heists. There's no difference. They're all the same.
Oh, they just deleted them.
Every single grand
There's no
heist lost
unique.
all its identity. They're just grand heists.
Yeah.
All
You
the
can have
rewards
all
were-
the tile sets with all the
Every
rewards.
single reward was crunched into an unknown weighting, an unknown variable change.
Every
among
single
which one
end
you get.
game end heist.
No,
reward.
wait, you can get all the rewards and all the.
Yes.
I thought it
Yeah,
was
there's
like.
literally no. There's
No, I thought it was
no-
like you still get reward types, but like on all the different tile sets. But maybe I
no.
misunderstood.
All the
it.
tile sets are the same.
There's
There's no variation between tile sets.
You could already.
Well, no,
get
I'm
every
saying
kind
like
of
the
reward
rewards
in
are
the
not specific to
rooms.
the. Wait.
Hmm?
Yeah, so what we're
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
is
I
there's
mean, like
no
the main
longer
heist reward.
a gem
There's no longer
heist.
gem. There's no longer replica
a-
experimental. No longer
Yeah.
enchanted armaments. They're just grand heists.
Oh, I thought they still were there, but they could spawn on every layout now because previously they were like
You're not saying the same
every
thing?
type of reward had like one specific
if you
type
can't
of
target
layout.
it, then there's no difference. No matter it doesn't make a difference.
It's like so there's barely
Okay.
a difference between if you get to the end and
No, I
there's
just
3
maybe
boxes next to
misunderstood
each
the
other,
information that we
and
were
one
given.
of them is a trinket and one of them is currency. I guess that was already possible, and
The
then one
only
of them
difference
is
between tile sets is
different base type.
what jobs
Like,
you need
that's-
to do to get through the doors
The
and
the
the chests
enemies.
you find along the way.
That's
Yes, they're-
barely different
The
than
curio
if
case
they were
is the same.
all
There's no.
the same type.
Which is a
Yes.
nerf to people like me who only run heist to get the trinket slot unlocked.
It's a nerf to anybody who wanted any specific item from heist. Because you can't, like, if you wanted to, Fulcrum was 50 divines last league. It'll be 3 times that, assuming it was equally as viable this league, because you can't target Fulcrum.
It's a buff
At
to
the
rich
very
people who
least-
can buy the ones that all the doors are open on the way out.
They did remove the lowest level requirement version of the base item type. So at the
experimentals,
very
yes.
least, they removed the least valuable experimental.
Then again, the weighting could be totally. The weighting was rearranged in a way in which everything we're saying could be not bad, and it could be beneficial. You don't know the weighting yet, so it's
Don't know the
impossible.
waiting, don't know the
claim.
gems, haven't played the game.
We do know the gem. Well, not for the Grand Heist because there are no gems.
I meant like the new, I'm just saying all the problems with doing the podcast exactly when I love doing it, between a patch and knowing everything else.
This isn't a you problem. It's
What?
a them problem. Like
No,
everyone is.
it's a you,
no one
it's
knows
all of
anything.
you problem because you have real jobs and you're only available on the weekends.
What?
What
Huh?
are you talking about?
Nothing.
It's just me then, I guess.
Yeah, it's all Jousis' fault that everything's in shambles.
No, it's only Jousis who has a real job.
That's true. What's it like having disposable income?
I'm currently in my budget situation is that I do not have disposable income, so
Rip.
although I
So you have a job,
I'm a
but you don't
homeowner.
have
I'm a
disposable
homeowner,
income.
He's
so
a
that's the
homeowner.
reason.
Holy shit.
Same.
I live in a shed.
Between my student loan payment and my mortgage payment and food and utilities, that is 100% of my wage.
That's kind of fucked. That's not that's like that whole American thing of like what happens if you get in an accident or something. You
Yep.
need to get
I
some
mean,
sort
I
of, like,
have savings, which is
emergency-
why I can afford to
Okay.
do this.
You have a fucking home. How long do you have to pay? 20 years or something like that?
15
Depends on the house.
is what I went for, which is it usually people do
Easy
30
clap,
to
dude.
lower the monthly payment, but 15 is kind of insane that I did that actually.
Depends on how your mortgage is set up. If you have a variable mortgage or a float lock mortgage, the rates can change.
You've been researching?
It's like a fixed
I
rate,
already own
but
my
I
home.
can
I don't
I
know.
can
have to research.
refinance it later.
Yeah.
I bought down to a lower interest rate, which was a very good decision at the time because it was in a dip in the interest rate that I did that.
Awesome.
Which
Well,
I mean,
write it
if I
down
had
on the
bought it
calendar
10
that I'll
years ago, the
congratulate
interest
you
rate
in 15 years.
Yeah.
it would still have been lower. So like 10 years ago, the interest rate would have been lower. The fact that I bought it when I did, it was like the interest rate went up to like 9% and then dipped down to like 6%, and then that's when I bought it, and then it went back up to like 8% or something crazy. And then I bought down to like 5.4% or something. It's 10 years ago, it would have been lower than that.
Yep.
But I did get lucky with the timing.
I spent $11,000 of my emergency savings on an emergency. High
On your
fives all
shack?
around, responsible adult. Huh?
On your shack, I asked, but then you said on an emergency. So.
Yeah. And now I only have like 3,000 left, and there's something that costs $6,000 that I need to do. So I'm gonna haul myself out for December advertising income, which you can tell by the fact that I've made one video.
Yeah, same.
Working out great.
No, I'm gonna get a real job probably. It's just probably gonna take a lot of pressure off my content and make content like something that I do for fun more again, instead of like being desperate about the income situation. That just never seems to work out.
I made a choice to make better and like put out videos that I like and like put more effort into them, and then completely ignored that and just pumped out videos last week. And by pumped out, I put out like 10 or something, which is barely anything.
That's a lot by Slippery Jim standards, and by my standards especially.
It constantly changes. I'm like, I want to do high effort videos, maybe do 2 or 3 videos this week, and then I'll just pump out shit videos, and I'm like, damn it! And then I'll be like playing the game for 8 weeks straight
to
and
do
put
like a
out
high effort
like
video.
not a single video. So I'm like, I'm having so much fun playing the game. I don't want to make any videos. Like I got
honestly, quantity over quality on YouTube. It's like it sucks to put like a lot of work into a video and then have it like not be successful. I'd rather, do like 10 videos in that time.
Yeah, there's this thing called like I forget the exact term. It's like opus dissonance syndrome, where it's like the most popular thing that you do is not going to be the thing that you put the most effort into. It's like
Oh yeah,
I
totally not.
experienced that very early on. I put
But there's
so
some
much effort into a
correlation, but
video,
not
and
a lot.
it is to date my worst performing video, and I still think that that's the one that I put the most effort into.
Does it hurt you? Did it prevent you from doing something like that again? Did you learn from it, or is it like, oh yeah, I still would do it again?
It's kind of just like, that sucked. Moving on. Like, I probably did learn something from it, but mostly I was like, ah man, that kind of sucks that I put that much work into it and it's my worst performing video. And then just the next few ones I just put less effort into it and it got more popular, so I guess it had an impact. But now I'm
Hmm.
doing one that's even harder, so not that much of an impact.
people want different things at different times. Like you could like hit the perfect storm for a viral thing and then try to replicate it, and it's just not going to happen again. Or lots of
Also,
different
just
things.
because I put effort into it doesn't mean that
Yeah,
it was
there's too
good.
many factors.
Just doesn't mean what,
Like,
Jousis?
just because
Yeah,
I put effort
absolutely.
into it
I
doesn't
agree.
mean that it
I
was
agree.
good. Like,
Yeah.
by my own standards, every new one that I make is better than the previous one, and so that was like 10 videos ago, so now it's pretty bad.
So it's like 100% more better.
Now it's pretty bad because you have to put in so much effort to make them just as good. How is it worse?
No, like from my current perspective, the video that I made 10 videos ago is bad,
Right.
not just because my standards have gone up.
I go back and watch the stuff I made 6 years ago and just laugh because it's so. I was like, I was a happier person, and I'm telling all these good jokes. Like, I go watch my old shit to make myself feel better about current me. Well, not feel
Wait,
better.
how
I
do you
feel
feel
worse because
about
I'm.
current
fucking
you?
depressing.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I'm depressed now, and I'll go back and watch like I went back and watched like my old Ultimatum videos so I could remember what Ultimatum was like, and I'm like, holy shit, that was a great video. I consider all my old shit like fucking amazing, and my current shit, I hate it. It's cringe. I don't want to look at it ever again. But that's just because it's like you
My stream lagging
better
again.
memories
Oh
of the
god.
past.
Something with Discord
I
is causing
had
like a super delay.
You drop
I
out and in
had
every
a
time.
big problem with like I don't want to look at my old stuff because it's terrible, and so what I did was I forced myself to leave up the worst of the old ones. You can still go to my channel and go to like 15-year-old. Oh, there he goes.
Mm-hmm.
You can still go to my channel and find like 15-year-old Minecraft videos
I
that are
did,
just
by the way. I
absolute
watched them recently.
awful.
I watched.
Yeah, and so I left them up. One, because it's funny. Two, because I want to get over being like, no, don't look at my older stuff. It's so bad.
There was like a Minecraft Let's Play, wasn't there?
It's like,
And
yeah,
the Call of Duty
it's like
one.
immersion therapy. It's like by
Well, the
leaving those
only
public,
reason
I'm no longer as embarrassed about like my older Path of Exile videos.
I would do something like I make them unpublish or oh wait, my internet is problematic or what? Oh, that's it. Wait, why is the internet lagging?
I go back and watch all of Cat's podcasts and read the
Please
comments
no.
about people being mean. It's my favorite pastime activity.
Well, somehow I'm dropping frames.
And I go into like Discord channels that I have never spoken in, and I look up all our usernames to see what people are talking about. It's like the reason I make videos is for that whole desire of what do you call it, satisfaction when I can't remember the word for it, external validation. Yeah, I'll get that external validation from like people's comments. And so if I'm like feeling depressed or something, I'll just go into like a Discord channel and look up and see what people. Mostly people hate me, but then occasionally some people are like recommending a farming strategy, and then someone's like, "You should tell Slippery Jim about," it. And I steal it and I put it in my vault of ideas, so that like 2 years from now when I make it, I can put their like screenshot in my video and be like, "I found this in a random Discord. Here you go. I got 2 cooking for this league. It's gonna be great." And I had a robot that like trolled Reddit for username mentions just to fuck with people, but it got expensive. Like once it hit over it.
All right,
Yep.
I'm gonna quickly restart Discord. Something is eating like a lot of resources. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
To be fair, it
I just
wasn't
died to Hydra, by the way.
Very easy to do. So makes
RuneScape
sense.
Hydra.
Yep.
Okay.
I did not do the fire pattern correctly, and then I was off prayer, and I got destroyed.
Big sad.
But yeah, I had
Well,
like
at
a
least when I run back, I can buy. I have fire sale, so I just buy the brimstone boots for free, so I don't die twice and lose all my stuff.
I was gonna play that, but I decided to practice with some game dev stuff instead. So I like made a game and got to the point where I'm like have to start fleshing it out with like sprites and level design. And I really love level design. The whole reason I made it was so I could get to the point of making level design. And then Game Maker Studio or whatever switched from subscription to like free model, and so I'm suddenly like, why learn a new engine that I'm struggling with when I can just go back to this thing I learned 10 years ago? So I pretty much gave up entirely on my game dev stuff. Because every time this stupid fucking Godot or whatever, which is basically Python, it's just like, I don't know how to code with it. And so it's just, I'm like,
All right, second. I hope it's fixed.
if I was consistently doing it for like the last 3 days, it's like, oh, I can do this. And if I hit an error, I'm like, oh, I just overcome it. But then I took a break and I came back to it and I've forgotten everything. And so I'm like, how do I flip a sprite when it hits a wall? And it took me 11 hours and I still couldn't get it working. So I'm like, I'm just not going to do this anymore. Fucking rage quit.
I also used Game Maker. I was like, for a project for like my resume.
Did it make you
or something,
gay?
I'm gonna make a
Game
game.
Maker. Game.
And this was the game where I like the development process of it. I decided I was going to make the soundtrack first and then design the game around the soundtrack, and that turned out to be a terrible idea because I didn't finish the soundtrack. So I just
Yeah.
never made the game. I had like a few sprites and they could move around, and I had the idea of how I wanted like the actual gameplay mechanics to be, but yep, never got too far into it.
I made the entire game and I got to the point where the level design needed to know how big the sprite was so I could figure out the jump arc, so I could figure out like the distance between accidentally bopping my head. And it took me 11 days to not make any sprites, and by the time I had a sprite and came back to it, I'd forgotten how to code. Like, and I had written comments and it was all there, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know, the words aren't working.
I did get some value out of it because I had like an interview for an internship, and one of the things they asked was, can you show me some code that you've written? And so I had that example, and he said most of the people he interviewed did not have a concrete example that they could show. So all I had was just a sprite on the screen, and it had like it was an arrow that showed what direction you were moving in, and the arrow would flash during the walk animation, and that was everything that I showed. And that was still enough to land me an internship just because I had a concrete example of something that did something.
Yeah, it was a job I applied for that was like 3D modeling with drones that they scan power lines and figure out how, like, they fly a drone over to scan all the power lines, and then the human has to go in and check the models against how close trees are to the power lines to figure out when to cut the trees back. And I'm like, how did I even get in this like interview? Because I don't have any I have experience in 3D modeling and doing a job where I sit at a computer and make sure the X and Y is in the right spot from the picture to what was in the 3D model. Sounds like the perfect job for me. Just do the one thing over and over again until I die. But I just didn't have any 3D shit on my resume, and I'm like, technically I know exactly what you're talking about and I can do it, but I didn't bring proof with me. And they're like, we know you really want it, but no. Like, see ya. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's like, we can tell that you really, I'm like, just like, if the only thing stopping me from getting it was like, they weren't allowed to let me in the building. I'm like, if you just let me in, I can show you that I know exactly how to do this. And I've been saying all the right words. They're like, it sounds like you're really excited and it sounds like you can do it. But if you don't have proof, it's like, but yeah, just let me in the door and I'll give you all the proof. Just let me into the secure building. Ugh. Back when I was trying to get jobs. I think I was applying for jobs for like 3 years, and I never got anything. Never got a thing. I couldn't even get into pyramid schemes. No one doesn't make any sense. Like, this is obviously a pyramid scheme, and I'm desperate at this point. I'm willing to apply just to see what happens, and I didn't hear back from them. I'm just unhireable. It's the tism, probably. Yeah.
I'm just remembering
Maybe
the
Alpha
article
can
of the
hook you
guy
up.
that was like, I applied to 100 jobs and 8 of them responded, and of those, they all led to either being ghosted or a second interview and then being ghosted. So it was a 0% success rate and only an 8% interview rate.
Oof.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I got like a job with like, what do you call it, nepotism, but I hated that guy, so I quit.
Nepotism is a
count?
person?
Nepotism, like
Nepotism is the
family
idea
friend
that
or
like,
whatever.
yeah, someone who already works there, usually a family member or something, gets you the job there.
Yeah, no. I was just like Slippery Jim said, I hated the guy. So
I hated the person who
nepotism, the
gave
guy.
me the chance.
yeah.
So spending all of my time working with them was hell on earth. Yeah. I think I applied to like 2,000 jobs, maybe, and I got about 4 interviews. Yep. Saturated working environment or something, I don't know.
There's also like the concept of recruiters usually have like an automated process go through and look for keywords, and then those are the only resumes they actually look at.
Yeah, I tried to game the system with that shit. I eventually just made a robot that scraped job applications and anything that it could pre-fill automatically for me. I automated the process of applying for jobs and specifically checked for keywords of like entry level and, you know, anything that matched anything I could do, and just scraped and spammed that shit out, baby. If I probably should have told them. If it was anything to do with IT, I probably should have just been like, I automated the application process. That's like that would have gotten me a foot in the door.
This application was sent automatically by something that I made.
Yeah, that would have been great. It was mostly because it was getting to the point where I wanted the job agency to help me get work, because everyone I had talked to who had gotten jobs was like, oh, I got it through a job agency. And job agencies are like, you have to sign up to the government money, and then they get a kickback when they get a job for you. And then they're like, yeah, okay, even though you've been applying for the last 2 years or whatever, you have to at least apply to 20 jobs a week, or we're not helping you. I'm like, but what if I can't do, like, I know I won't get it. They're like, it doesn't matter, apply anyway. I'm like, so like sitting down and like trying to find 20 jobs that I feel like I could do was just exhausting when there's just so much shit and so much. And I'm like, I'm gonna go crazy if I have to keep doing this myself. So write a nice little
related topic.
Related
topic. Have you seen the Five Nights at Freddy's movie?
I have.
Because there is a scene in the movie where he goes to like a job office.
Yeah. Yeah, little William Afton gives him a job. Fun. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
I wouldn't mind a job like
the job
that.
he gets is the night guard that has like an extremely high mortality rate.
That was one of the
It's
things
like,
I like.
yeah, that's a pretty accurate depiction of the
The hours
job.
are shit, but the pay is worse.
Hey man, if I don't think I could get a security license. That's the only thing. Not if I had to deal with people. I could get a
I don't think he had a
sit at
security
screens.
license.
Well, you need one. That's like they tried. They definitely tried to get me to do security license thing, and I'm like, that's no thanks. They did say if you got offered a job, you had to accept it though. Otherwise, they kick you out. Just a lot of shenanigans. A lot of shenanigans. Got to see a platypus. That was cool.
Okay.
The trick is to be unhireable.
Oh yeah, that's it.
I mean, you
that's
might.
Then what are you doing here?
That's technically you have to sign up to the government and you get money. It's like the unemployment shit. I had to sign up to unemployment to get help from the job agencies. So technically, if you could take the Catmaster route and just live off unemployment your entire life, and your job is to apply for jobs you know you won't get. There's a minority of the population that does that. I think.
Is that the Catmaster route?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I mean, that's
was
what he
just a
recommended,
thought.
but is that what
I
he's
was just
doing?
like the. No, that was the response to what Slippery Jim was saying. I was like, well, why don't you just do that instead?
Yeah, that could be, well, depression mostly. Not helpful.
Okay.
That all was like right around the time I made my very first PoE video, and I'm like, if I can get to this point of being not the same amount of money, but just enough that I don't have to do this anymore. And I got to like $50 a month, and I'm like, I'm out of here. PoE life for me. I'm good. I don't need shit. Fuck these people. I hate this place. Yep. Because I, at the time, was paying $50 rent a month for this shed.
Nice.
Ironically, I'm paying a little bit more, and I'm in a different room now. But I get air conditioner.
Different shed.
Same shed, different room. Other room didn't have air conditioner. Now I have air conditioner, therefore I pay more.
Checks out.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty good deal. Oh no, now it's like $50 a week instead of $50 a month. So pretty shit deal. But air conditioner.
Well, everything's inflating.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I made a cheat sheet for Kirek mission, master mission stuff. As in like what maps is the best maps. GOG put out a video of just saying burial chambers is good, and I'm like, interesting. And so I like scraped all of the divination cards off the Wikipedia. But there's a couple that are changed now, but I added in the ones that are valuable changed, but I didn't change most of the ones that were little. So I still probably, some of the weights might be off, but I pulled prices from Crucible. So I got the drop weights from Ritual people and Stacked X people, and I got the weightings of all the cards, and I got the prices of all the cards, and I got every card from every map into a spreadsheet, and I sorted them by average of chaos. So now I'm just waiting to see what the maps are, like when they do the filter blade, or the filter, and they tell you all the map tiers. And once I know all the map tiers, I can give you like, or give people like a little picture that says what would be the best of each map tier for Carrick mission, assuming you give a shit about min-maxing every single little thing out of this game. Yep.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Anything that I don't have RuneScape to tide me over before the next league, so I started rewatching Futurama. That's how desperate I am.
Yeah, really. I also did recently, like a week ago or something like that.
That's crazy.
I mean, very few episodes at a time, but I'm like 5 episodes in now.
I got through the first 2 seasons, and I'm like, why am I doing this instead of just watching the good ones? So I started watching just the good, like my favorites.
The first 2 seasons are the good ones.
No, I get that, but
they
I mean,
removed
like,
it from all the services that I have, so I only watched like the first 5 episodes, and then they removed it.
I know I definitely stopped watching at like season 6 or 7, so there's like 7 seasons out there I haven't seen. So I'm just watching my favorite ones up until the ones that I haven't seen, and then I'll watch them all from that point on.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you're gonna watch the new ones? Did you watch the
Honestly,
new ones already? Are they already out?
that was the plan, but like they've got 1 season out, I think, and then like a couple episodes, or the next season will be next year. That was the plan, but I don't know. On some capacity, I probably should have watched shows as they come out. Like when Attack on Titan season 1 came out, I'm like, that was good. I'm never gonna watch this again until it's finished. And it finished like a month ago or whatever, and I'm like, okay, time to binge it. So I binged it, and I'm like, damn it, I probably should have watched it as it was going. Because like the amount of shit that happened over a very small amount of time in my brain for like just the story, I assume that would
I'm
be
in the same boat, but I still haven't binged it.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't tell you this then. Well, I watched it with a friend who had already seen it. Like we watched it at the same time. And I made an offhanded comment about like how it compares to a different show. And I'm like, it's like this. And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, because of these background characters remind me of this, and it's kind of interesting.
And you spoiled the other show?
No, the other show, the entire storyline of the other show perfectly lined up with the entire storyline of Attack on Titan. He just thought in that moment that I predicted the ending like 3 seasons from now, which is exact. It's an exact 1-to-1. It is the entire. It's just a perfect copy. And I said, oh, it's just like this. And he's like, for a second, then he thought I like deciphered the entire anime. And I'm very glad that he didn't say like, "Oh yeah," and then exactly explain everything. He was very coy about, "Oh, how so?" So I'm very grateful for him. I would have spoiled it for myself, much like I could have spoiled it for Jousis just then. But I didn't because I don't know.
The people that read the manga were very good about not spoiling it for years.
I had seen like one
Yep.
GIF that I saw on Reddit because I shouldn't have clicked, but I did, and I'm like, oh, that's a spoiler, but not really. But yeah, it was pretty good. Now I gotta watch Dan Marchi or whatever. That's not finished, but I feel like by the time I start watching, by the time I finish catching up, it should be close to. I don't know. No, I think the manga's still ongoing, so never mind. There's a whole bunch of ones that are like finished and bingeable, and I'm like, I should watch that, but I don't. Yep.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that I really enjoyed, but it was just like one season and they never continued it. Or they took like 10 years to continue it and it's still only at season 2.
No Game, No Life, season 1.
I mean, that one's
Depression.
permanently canceled for copyright reasons.
Nope, they cleared that all up. They just aren't doing it anymore. Like they totally
They
could.
just decided not
but
to.
they,
They're like,
I feel like it's a they
got
can't
past
live
all
up
the
to it kind of thing.
allegations,
Yeah.
and we're still not going to do it.
Yep. Well, they got past the allegations,
Amazing.
but they there's just nothing. They're like, we don't. No, they haven't said they aren't planning on it, and they haven't said they are. So it's just like, oh, nothing. Rip High School of the Dead.
Well,
I don't know if I should admit it, but I've been blasting the High School of the Dead theme music this entire time. I've just got the tab muted on the recording. What? It's a really good cover.
I don't remember it like at all.
Here you go. This is one I've been listening to. Let me just put it in the Discord chat. If I can find it. Sorry, what were you going to say,
in
Catmaster?
response to people saying they wish that they watched it back then when it was available, I'm like, I personally have to say, like for Futurama specifically, it just feels like so prehistoric now. Like I don't know, it just feels so like Rick and Morty is like the logical consequence to Futurama.
It
and
feels like Rick
I don't
and
know,
Morty.
like the joke meta is just so different, right?
It's like Rick and Morty without everyone hating each other.
Futurama had like very experienced people as the writers, so like they had like
in the
real
beginning,
science.
And it doesn't feel dated, which is weird. Like the jokes, because all the jokes are like science-y or just funny puns based on maths and science and shit. It's like
nah, they have just like I think the jokes are like there's just as many bad and silly jokes in Futurama as in Rick and Morty. I specifically remember the one where the guy says it's concentrated dark matter. 1 ton of it weighs over 100,000 tons.
Yeah, but like
and stuff like that. I mean, you can't tell me that that's scientifically founded. Like that.
No, but it's like it's a joke based on science, so it's never going to be outdated. You know what I mean? Like if it was a joke based on like a
current political
definition, that's
by
definition.
Shut up, Lighty.
That's flawed though, because
I get it. I understand.
Science changes, you know.
Science does change, but I mean like it's a standard thing. Whereas if it was like South Park and I watched a South Park episode from 20 years ago.
Jim loves Young Sheldon. I get it. No,
I haven't seen it. Sorry to disappoint.
Got you that Young Sheldon tattoo.
You haven't seen South Park?
I haven't seen Young Sheldon, Catmaster. You fucking Grinch.
Okay. I thought Lighty was saying Jim likes young children.
Jim. Whoa!
Holy shit!
That is a joke that Lighty would make. However, that is not what he said.
Yeah, that's why.
It's not really a joke. It's more just like a fact, you know. Or just like a fact, you know.
I'm sorry to disappoint, but I also haven't seen South Park.
Oh, okay.
Wait, not a single episode?
You make the South Park meme every league.
Yeah, I haven't seen it though.
Amazing.
That's like the majority of my watch time of South Park is that one meme over and over again. You haven't
seen Gay Fish or like
no, I haven't seen it.
Simpsons did it or
I mean I know some of the memes like Simpsons did it. I know that
I haven't seen
the memes.
South Park or The Simpsons.
There you go. He's worse than me.
I was not allowed to watch I was not allowed to watch The Simpsons, South Park, Family Guy, any of those shows.
Yep, I wasn't allowed to
Yeah,
watch South
but
Park,
he
but I
was
was
watching
allowed
High
to.
School DxD. Yeah.
They blessed me with The Simpsons, so there we go. I know all the first
See,
3
the
seasons off
TV
by
was
heart.
supervised. The computer was not.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Mountains of porn.
That honestly, that's how it worked out for us too. They're like, yeah, can't watch South Park, but have filtered access to the internet. I'm like, okay,
Oh, I didn't have internet until I was like 18.
dude, it was great.
So bad.
We got internet like the day of it becoming available for anyone. Like, it existed. One day it didn't exist, and the next day we had it, and it was amazing. Especially
It
having to
was
like
amazing.
dial up and all that stuff, and it go beep boop boo. Yep.
I still
All those
feel
remember
old.
socks
using
down
a
the drain.
computer where the only thing on the computer was like a 2D like tank mini game that was local only, so you had to have 2 people to play it. Like I went from that to having full unfettered access to the internet.
Yep. I think my earliest gaming memory is getting a magazine, and we had like an Apple II or something, and you had to like copy the code perfectly from the magazine onto the computer, and that was my first video game. It was like a spaceship landing game, and if you hit the ground too hard, you exploded. Ugh. Good times.
Sounds good.
I'm trying to find a game from my childhood. It's like it was like
Which one?
Leisure Shoot Larry.
it's like ASCII shit. I played Leisure Suit Larry. That's a childhood memory. I played all the Leisure Suit Larrys.
I
I'm sure you did.
played Age of Empires and Backyard Baseball.
Yeah, played.
And
I
Pokemon,
religiously
so that was
played
handheld.
Roller Coaster Tycoon
Roller
and
Coaster Tycoon was good. You play
it's such a
the
genius game.
you play the game before Roller Coaster Tycoon, the
Open
Transport
TTD?
Tycoon. Yeah,
I played a demo once, like Railroad Tycoon. I don't know, like I played something like that, but no, not that one.
Transport Tycoon is so good. It's god tier. Imagine playing games. Yeah.
But isn't it lacking like quality of life in comparison to
No.
RCT now?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Roller Coaster Tycoon is the sequel, but it's a completely different genre.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say, I couldn't go and play Diablo 2 now after having played Path of Exile, even though it's a completely
Right, but
different game.
It's a completely different game, like a different category. I guess it's still got Tycoon in the name, but it's just as good. Maybe.
Well, it's still a managing game. You just click things and min-max numbers and all that.
Yep.
I refuse to accept that it's that different.
Do you do the thing where you, like,
I mean, it's made by the same guy. It's not even like the game has like a team or anything that worked on the game. It's just like literally one person who made these games.
I didn't draw circles on Microsoft Paint, but I did do squiggles and then fill in each opposing diagonal square with like the fill bucket tool. So I made little grids and stuff.
I
I'm
always
remembering-
overlapped like 2 layers with Zor and then did the polar inversion in Paint.net and then colored that in.
I
We
did make
had,
a weird circle thing. Let me see if I can do
We
it.
had like school computers, and they were heavily locked down, so you were basically only allowed to use really old, like built-in stuff. And so I had a study hall with nothing to do and a very restricted computer, and so I learned how to play Minesweeper without flagging any of the mines.
Nice.
We would just bring in games on thumb drives.
I made a game on my calculator.
Yeah.
I had enough time to make the game to play.
I learned
You're
the
just playing
DOS
Halo.
command for Duke Nukem that came with every version of Microsoft. It was just built in, so I asked the preschool
What?
teacher if I could use the computer, which was just DOS. And she's like, sure. And I go over and boot up Duke Nukem, and I'm like 2D
Wait, Duke
platformer
Nukem was
shooting people.
included in DOS?
Well, yeah. I mean, it had to be.
in
Why was it
that.
on? Why was it on the fucking? I assume so. I have to assume it is. Otherwise, how could I have done that? You know.
Maybe someone snuck in a flash
Well,
drive
someone
and
else
installed it.
installed it.
Maybe I brought in a flag. I don't know. I only have the memory of memorizing the command of doing it and then doing it at school.
Well, it sounds pretty ridiculous to
Memory
me.
of the memory.
But yeah.
I have the memory of the memory. The best part about memories is I did something really cringe like a year ago, and I have done nothing but remember it every day since then, and I've done it so much that I can't like remember it anymore.
What's the thing?
Nah,
I'm
Someone
already
selfie.
cringing at
Absolutely
things
not.
that
but
happened earlier this podcast.
oh yeah, what was that? You want to talk about it? I don't want to talk about the thing I did a year ago, so I'm not going to pressure you for something cringe you did like 10 minutes ago. But I'm here if you need to talk. I still cringe about trying to get you to gamble at a casino when you said you don't like gambling.
That one was pretty okay. It was very, very low stakes, and
Low stakes? Bloody bastard nearly lost all my money. What do you mean? Low stakes for you? That was my money. I'm just kidding.
you handed me like 4 chips.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but they were like
No
20 bucks
way.
each. What's up? Cat?
Apparently, my chest piece had strength and dexterity, and now I've entered it, and now it's all gone. Now I can't
Oh, we
use my
love that.
gems anymore. But I thought I had just a white chest piece. I didn't remember it had stats.
I feel like we should give more context to the gambling thing.
You
So,
don't
like,
know. I think
at
we've done it in
ExileCon,
the past.
tell the
people
story.
went to a
It's
casino.
Exile
like,
Con.
a
It's
lot.
Path of Exile related. Absolutely, it's spot on content.
Like that was where I met
I'll feed my cat.
Zizarin and Stan's War, and Jim and I went there with some other people, and I don't gamble like as a rule. And Jim was like, "You're standing here next to me at a casino, not gambling. I have chips. Just try a round or two." Which, if it was like pressuring me into drinking alcohol or something, that would have been really bad. But like, I used his chips for like 2 rounds of betting. It was very low stakes. I'm not broken up about it at all.
I just felt bad
Could've drunk his
immediately
beer.
once we left. Because you were very adamant of like, I don't want to gamble. We're not gambling. We're just here
Because
to meet
it
people.
was less that I was adamant about not gambling, like as a principle. It was more that I didn't want to gamble with your money because I knew I would lose, and that's your money. So I have to
But
be
we made
responsible
money,
with your
so
money.
you gotta the rest of your life. You've got a positive win ratio in casinos.
Yeah,
if you
I
never
have
gamble again.
a positive win loss at a casino.
Nearly
forever now.
100%, like 80% positive ratio. That's more than everyone else at a casino probably.
Yeah, that's why I can't ever gamble again, because then my win loss record will be tarnished.
You got that KD ratio of a Call of Duty game where you like get 10 kills and you don't die and you never play again. Top of the leaderboard.
I
on
liked that the
gambling.
guy running the game was very upfront. He's like, if you walk out that door and you still have money, then you're doing better than most of the people that come in here.
He was a very good entertainer. He probably got paid a shit ton. I mean, I would assume he's getting paid by the hour, and we're losing all our money, so it's good balance for the casino, I think. But yeah, that place was crazy, man. We were in there for 5 minutes. We looked at the thing. We did a little bit of gambling, and we left, and like 7 hours had passed or something. Casinos are scary.
Yeah, another reason that I didn't want to stay in there too long, because I knew it would take forever and we wouldn't notice. So I was there with Zizarin and Stanswar, and they played blackjack, because I feel like blackjack is the one that tricks you into believing that you have the most agency. It's like, I feel like I have a strategy, and therefore it's the game that I prefer more than any of the other games, because it feels like I'm actually affecting the outcome instead of it just being RNG. So they were playing that, and Zizarin got the normal amount of luck, which is to lose everything very quickly, and Stanswar got insanely lucky. He got like 3 blackjacks in 5 hands, and he still basically broke even.
I like roulette because I can just look at like the roll odds on like they display like the frequency that this like dealer person has rolled a certain number. I just walk around, and whoever's got like the least rolled number is this. I'm just like, yes, I'll put I'll put the minimum bet on hitting the least rolled number. Shits and giggles.
That's such a fallacy, dude. That's so ridiculous.
Nothing makes sense with gambling. Everything's a fallacy. It's all equal chance. Right?
What?
It's not equal. Equal chance of, and then that 2%
All
chance.
3 of
it's
those
not equal.
statements were false in a row.
What do you mean?
It's not random. It's all mathematics. It's not equal chance. It's not a fallacy.
Yeah. Well, I bet on the least likely outcome of the all equal outcomes that aren't equal, because there's a 2% like edge that the casinos, or 5% edge they give themselves.
I
So
liked
it is a fallacy.
at that one, the one game that we actually played, the roulette wheel or whatever. It was very obvious that the odds were not even, and he was even like, we have a rule where you cannot bet the minimum amount on the minimum bet. because otherwise you're just here all day spinning the wheel.
I feel like he said that to you to encourage you to bet bigger and elsewhere. I don't think that's an actual
It's
rule.
like penny slots basically operate the same way, though. If you just want
It was like you couldn't bet the lowest denomination chip on the lowest possible payout over
because
and
the
over. Like,
lowest
there was a
possible
minimum
payout
bet
was
for
a
each
1 to
category.
1.
Well, it was labeled 1 to 1, but that really means 2 to 1. Because otherwise you wouldn't just get your money back for winning. It was just a strange way to label it.
Yeah,
a lot of
that did
times
confuse me.
casinos have those rules literally so you don't occupy seats that would be going
It was
towards
abandoned. No one played that shit game.
higher
He was
game
happy to
modes.
have company, I think. But yeah, I can understand like a casino rule for it.
Yeah, in that particular scenario, we had that section of the casino to ourselves.
I wouldn't mind doing like a poker tournament, but I know I'd lose all my everything immediately. But I like the idea of playing poker, but playing it online where there's no stakes, everyone just like doesn't play properly, you know?
No, and with like other PoE players, and we all do it like
You want to do a cash game?
The
A digital cash game?
yeah, but like something for the gauntlet, right? Like everyone
You
chips
can't-
in $5, and then in the end we give it to the
It's-
gauntlet, or do we give
That's
it
It's
to
not
really
allowed.
slippery
Money,
to
yeah.
set up online gambling. It's real slippery. You got to be real careful.
Yeah, you
Wait,
can't.
that's why there would be no money with the game directly
if you
involved.
tie-
But the winner, like,
If you tie it into PoE in any way, GGG will come down on you.
Yeah,
If you just do
can't-
a friendly
can't
cash
have,
game over like Discord, and I don't know, do like a $5 buy-in to PayPal or something, and just make like on a system that whoever wins gets it all kind of thing, that's fine. But if you try and go into like an actual system with like a service for
in
it,
some
you're gonna be in
jurisdictions
deep
that's
shit.
still illegal gambling.
Well, we get whoever lives in the place where it isn't can host the game. That hypothetically,
I
we
need to
could-
check out
That's my
legal
favorite word.
regulations, but that's not gambling. If we all just play a friendly poker game and like we all donate $5 towards a
Listen,
common
mate.
goal, no
Yeah,
matter
man,
whether
you're
it's
just
charitable or
describing
not,
gambling right
but
now.
that's
Yeah,
completely
you are. You're
apart
just
from
trying
the
to get around it.
gambling. But that's completely apart from the game. Here we donate €5, and here we play a
It's
game,
not-
and in the end, the guy who wins can say, "Well, I donated all the winnings."
That's
but
how
in
that's how
reality,
I
it's
buy
like-
drugs online.
No,
That's-
because even
I bought
then-
soap and it happens to come with
Yeah,
cocaine.
the winner
You're
If
not
it's
doesn't-
buying
possible
coke
for
online.
you to claim
That sounds like you got
donated
experience
that
with
money.
The
No,
winner
if it's
doesn't win
possible for
money.
you to
He wins a token, and you can exchange that token down the street
Yeah.
for money.
No. If it's possible for you to claim that you donated that money, that counts as like a charitable deduction on your taxes, and therefore you gain from it, and therefore it's gambling.
Or
Mhm.
claim for bragging rights, not blame for tax deductions.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
why
yeah,
all the people
hurts.
that do Twitch gambling, like amongst friends, set up an actual casino, but they're all rich people. Where's the poor version of that? We need like
No, even then, they're usually skirting some sort of regulation. Like there are like CS:GO loot box websites that skirt every regulation.
anytime you watch a YouTube video where someone
it's-
says my friends are competing for $10,000, that's not a real thing. They don't actually give their friends $10,000. They just say it in the video to drive up clicks.
There are some that do that, but they're very careful about it. And another thing, so like those websites where like the CS:GO box gambling website, they tend to sponsor YouTube channels, be like, hey, pay this YouTube channel $5,000 to have an in-video ad to promote this gambling website. That's actually illegal, and somehow they're getting away with it.
I did a giveaway of $3,000.
I don't know if that counts as gambling.
Yeah, it was just like a puzzle. I did like an ARG on my YouTube channel. I think about
Yeah,
7
you
people.
can set up like a bounty for completing a task. That's not gambling.
I didn't tell anyone that was the reward though. I just said secret prize. I didn't want to motivate someone to come in expecting a bunch of money. But the one person who was dedicated enough to finish it, I was like, okay, you win the Discord role I told you about, a mechanical keyboard, and $3,000. And he's like, yeah, Discord role, that's what I wanted. I'm like, ugh, you fucker. I always wanted to make an ARG though. That was like the goal. So, and I always wanted to play a cash poker game. So we're gonna figure this out. One that's like over Discord though, so we don't have to like, be social. I don't want to be social.
Are you any
There's
good
a
at
lot of
Anyone gonna
contradictions
play
in this.
Am I any good at contradictions? What'd you say?
poker?
I said there's a lot of
Poker,
contradictions
no.
in this. It's like, I want to play poker, but I don't want it to be social, and I also want to gamble, but I don't want it to be gambling.
Well, no, I don't. I want to gamble for cash, but I don't want that to be illegal, but it is. So we aren't doing that. But hypothetically, if I wanted to.
Jim, as a base rule, people who
We can
live
stream it
in
on
one
Kick.
bedroom apartments shouldn't be gambling.
I know, just among friends. I just want a $5 cash game, so we have the desire. Here's the problem: if you won't take it seriously, you probably wouldn't take
slippery
it seriously at $5, would you? I want someone to take
I mean,
it
we can
seriously.
just play a game with no stakes, to be honest.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if there's no stakes, then people don't take it seriously. I've played that. It's called Zang
In my
poker, and people go
experience,
all in
people
on the
take games
first
with
turn.
no stakes far too seriously.
I have no problem robbing you, Jim. I just, want to see you one day move out of the one bedroom apartment.
It's not an apartment, it's a shed. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to, talk it up, and you're just talking it down.
Well, I gotta keep like rent low. I can't let them know that I like it here, or else they'll charge me more.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you have like mold on your ceiling that you have to spray bleach at?
Yeah, but if I just ignore it, it seems like it's not there.
It's great for reducing the property value.
See this gray wall? It's a white wall, but the mold is seeping in. That's
Oh, Jim.
It's kind of crazy. The mold is like seeping down the walls from the roof. But I'll clean it like next league maybe, or the league after.
Like actual mold?
Yeah.
Catmaster is
Ooh.
having the same concerned train of thoughts.
It's not like really dark. It's just like it's coming in where I can see my brush strokes from cleaning it with bleach last time, and that's like I must have just killed it and then shifted it around, and now it's growing back in the exact same way.
I
I don't know
This man
about
wants to
room
fucking
mold, but like,
spend
we're
his
talking
income
about
gambling.
I don't want to get.
He's
That's
living
what my
in-
income
living
is
in the mold
$5.
shack.
Listen, I could clean it today, but I'm not going
patient
to.
zero.
It's like fucking Wuhan labs over here.
I'm not licking my walls.
This is
I
one
feel
time
like
you
the
say
bleach is more
you ate
likely
a
to
bunch
do.
of ants.
You know
also?
All you need
know
to
that
do
fungal
is
spores
breathe
are
in that
airborne.
room.
I do wake up with a cold every day.
Catmaster, if he can't spell it, he can't catch it. All right.
I feel like
Oh, but it doesn't have a name yet.
if I bleached my roof, I wouldn't be allowed to be in here for like a week. There's nothing else to do.
Allowed to? Who's checking in on you?
Well, I didn't want to. I feel like being in a bleached room would be bad for me more so than the
I
mold
mean,
room.
And
Then
you don't feel that way
The
about
lesser
mold.
of two evils,
Well,
I
if
guess. I don't know.
if I'm in the bleached environment, it feels worse than in the mold environment.
How you feel about asbestos, Jim?
I don't really like asbestos.
The taste or what?
Yeah, the crunch. It's a bit too much for me.
Yeah.
It's too
Yeah,
crunchy.
It
this
gets
man's
stuck
got
in my
donkey
gums.
brains. Hey.
I found some asbestos once. Yeah, it's
I'm
just
sure.
everywhere. It's just don't go under buildings apparently.
Forbidden
Yeah, old
popcorn.
buildings that still have it.
I wouldn't mind. I'm trying to think of like, can I like spray salt on my ceiling to slow down the growth?
It's not a demon. It's mold.
Well, like, wouldn't salt like absorb the moisture and kill the mold? Like, isn't it
Sure.
humidity that causes mold?
It's
Anyway.
quite difficult to spray salt
component.
up at a
I-
solid surface and then have the salt
Or like
stay there.
wet, like really, really salty water with like a hose or something.
What
You
if I
see,
get
the
the
problem
ocean?
there is that you're hydrating it with the water.
Yeah, but once it dries, the salt should remain. Or,
It's
like,
not
making
really
it turn
possible to have enough
Until it is whole
salt
again.
solution that you're not
problem is,
introducing more water.
I need to get everything off the walls to clean it, but I don't have any space to put my giant wall of cardboard boxes. So I like need somewhere like to, put all them. And then I've got all this furniture that's not mine. It's just like people using this room for storage. So I just need to throw everyone else's shit out
Ooh.
so I can move things to the corner so I can clean all the mold off. And then I can put my bed where I actually want to sleep. That'd be
Sounds
nice.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I could put it right there under the air conditioner that I pay
Yeah,
extra
you
for.
okay?
take care of that mold.
do you mean?
Though. Like, really, you don't want to sleep in a room with mold. Like, I recommend
The
not to.
situation you describe every time we do these things, tri-monthly, just sounds like
Mister,
more and
I've
more
got a
destitute.
house. Mister,
Like,
I've got
I'm
to pay my
surprised
house
you're not
up.
dead.
What do you mean? Oh, you want to hear something that will live up to that word that you've just said? My
No.
family have gone on
All right.
vacation and left me here, but the day before they left, they said, "Oh, by the way, we saw one of Australia's most venomous snakes in the yard. Anyway, bye." So they've just left me here by myself, knowing full well that there's just a highly venomous snake just out there somewhere. I'm just like, why would you tell me that? But that's fair. But I don't go outside, so it's fine. If I stay in here, I'll be okay. Also, there's these giant
Yeah.
fucking mosquitoes. I don't know where they're coming from. Probably the air conditioner.
You're just
that just
living
leads
like
to
in
the wild.
Jumanji. Like,
They're so fucking
What is
huge. I hit one was here and I smacked it like that,
oh,
and I opened my hand and it flew away. I'm like, what the fuck? Can't even smash them. They're so annoying. So, Lighty, when you get into a spare room so I can move in?
I have 2 guest bedrooms.
Do they go like LAN, like internet, soundproofing?
I have a T1 line that goes to my house.
That sounds like a pretty good gig. Wouldn't I need like a
Yeah.
visa though
To come here?
to live there? Yeah.
I mean,
to live,
I don't
you
think
would
you're
need to
clearing past
immigrate.
customs, dude.
Why not? I'm not bringing. I don't have any possessions.
You sound like you're a pack rat in the 18th century. Like,
Yeah.
you probably have 9 forms of typhus.
I'll just rock up and they'll just let me in because I'll be like, I'm here to do economy, and then I live in
Yeah,
America.
I mean, you're gonna probably walk up. Your boarding pass is gonna melt from the fumes radiating from you, and then you're just gonna get kicked out.
So you're not gonna let me live there? That's disappointing.
Well, if you can get here, I'll let you live here.
Don't say that because
It's a
I'll try. I
challenge.
will legitimately try.
Yeah.
I think that'd be funny for like a day.
What are you gonna do here?
Stream PoE, but from a different location. What do you
Yeah.
mean? I'll do the exact same thing I do here,
You
but
could
there.
collab on fun videos and stuff.
I will give
The
you
podcast
$50 a
time
week.
zone would be easier to figure out.
Here's the problem with $50 a week, laddie, is it's Australian, so it's even less American.
I would probably be able to rent out a bedroom for close to 1,500.
I do not
month.
have 1,500 US. How much is that a month?
Maybe stop giving $3,000 to strangers for playing your roulette.
It was a
games.
one-time thing. I'm not making ARGs every day.
How much is that in Australian?
I don't know, like 5.
pennies. Literal pennies.
Monopoly money.
Yeah.
So I can't move in?
Or Jim.
He was very quick to say you could, but then he was very quick to say give me rent. So probably not.
Well, I didn't say it was without condition.
What's the other condition?
Much like when you engage in a conversation, you half listen. So,
What was that?
rent exactly. Rent is a byproduct of
What's
the
that?
Selectively.
Fighting
moving in.
Hydra.
So I can't move in. Hey Jousis, do you have a spare room?
To be fair, if a
it's
friend
spoken
tells
for.
me you could
Damn it.
live here, I don't expect them to ask me for rent afterwards. But yeah,
He didn't say I could live there. I asked him if he had a room.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, fair enough.
We've
Hey,
already
Catmaster,
followed
can
this
I live
train of
with you?
thought.
I don't really want to live
I'm
in
getting
Germany.
someone
though.
in the spare room that will pay a little
Oh
bit.
shit. Can I pay like a little bit more? Outbid them. We could team up. Both of us in the same room.
if you can't afford Lighties, you can't outbid this.
What do you live in
Not
a
saying that it's
fucking
1,500,
mansion?
but like I'll give a very, very good rate for the area, but it's still a lot.
What are you living in
And
Beverly
I'm also
Hills over
thinking
here?
about like I want my monthly budget to not be in the red, and so I'm
America
charging that
scares
amount.
me as a place. I don't think I'd ever want to live there.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's like I'm moving from the healthcare gun-free area to the no healthcare gun everywhere area. It's just like, why would I?
Oh, yeah, especially
Yeah, I
where I'm
mean,
at.
especially if you live like Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I need the
Yeah.
medical hair with all this fungal shit in my fucking lungs. Medical
Yeah,
care,
here-
medical hair.
Here, the system actively hates you and wants you to die.
Yeah,
I went into the doctors
can't
for that
afford
time
any
that I
fungus
passed out.
on your roof.
For that time that I passed out, and I'm like, I also like am kind of allergic to shit. I don't really know what, and they're like, okay, we put you in to get checked for every allergy. I'm like, oh thanks. What'll that cost me? And they're like, nothing. Like it'll be like a 1 month wait, and now I get tested for my allergies in a month. Hell yeah. Figure out what I can't eat, which is everything.
Do they still do the like? They just basically give you a whole bunch of
They
tiny
prick you a bunch?
injections.
Yep, that's the one they're gonna do, the little scratch one. I did do one before that, which was not a scratch one. It was a take your blood one. But to do that one, you have to eat what you think you're allergic to. the day before,
Yeah, no thanks.
and I was getting tested for 4 things. So I ate 4 things I knew I was allergic to. I'm like, this is the worst day of my
Wait,
life.
why?
Because it needs to be in your bloodstream for them to test it.
It's a fetish.
That's not how they
Catmaster. You
test
can
for
ignore it.
allergies here.
They're different
Yeah,
ones.
I
So
was
like
gonna say.
that one is the one that you get for free from the government. Like day
It's
of.
Jim's strange
Anytime
fetish.
testing you want.
You get an allergy for free from the government.
Every like 6 months you
Sweet.
get to do 4 allergy tests for free for our healthcare.
Get to.
Yes, that's like Anyway, but they are like day of, so you take the food and then you get the blood test the next day. The scratch one is like waiting list, so I wanted to know if I was allergic, so I did the day of one.
Let
and
me
I had
try
the-
to
the worst
explain
time.
how I pay for this thing that's free. So I basically got a prescription medication, and the way that insurance works, there's like a certain amount that I would still have to pay every time I refill my subscription or see the doctor that my
copay.
insurance does not cover, the copay. And so this medication, they know that people have to pay the copay. And so they know that people aren't going to be able to afford the otherwise cheap medication. So what they do is they pay your copay. So it's free to me, and then the insurance and the healthcare provider are fighting each other, and I don't have to deal with it.
Have you
Yeah, but
ever
It's
looked
such
You
a
have to pay
weird
the insurance
workaround.
though.
You ever looked at Cost Drugs Plus, the Mark Cuban thing?
Well, it's I'm literally paying 0, so I don't need to, but I have heard of it. Yes.
It's quite good for that in general.
Do you guys have Obamacare, don't you, or Medicare in some situations?
I'm pretty sure I don't qualify.
Right, but like everyone in
And
Australia qualifies
does
by
it still
default.
have copay? I wouldn't know.
I don't know. I have actual
Like
insurance.
some places just have like they don't even ask what your insurance is. They're like it's $100 copay to even see the doctor.
I have it for ocular and dental. I have to pay for surgeries, but not for visits, quarterly visits. So it depends.
Well, because it's in
Everyone-
their interest for you to keep to get checked, right?
No, it's
Well, you
like
would think so, but
every
even just for like
depends.
preventative care, I would still have to pay my copay probably. And so I haven't used my health insurance. I've worked here and lived here for like 7 years, and I haven't used my health insurance once,
Everyone
even
in
for like a
Australia
checkup or something,
gets-
because I would still have to pay the copay.
Everyone in Australia gets Medicare, which is the basic what I'm doing, and then if you're like especially poor or sick, you get like a plus one. So like I can go to the doctors, but I'll have
because you
to pay the
qualify for
appointment.
both. Do they count? Do
No,
they like
I
cancel
used
each other
to.
out?
I used to qualify for both, which like the extra one is just the health one, which is when you're poor. But I wasn't. Well, I was poor, but I like that was only when I was doing the money from the government, so it's like a bonus tied on top of that. Or if you have like a disability, you get that one as well. So it's
Yeah,
just
we
like
had a guy in our Discord who is the same thing in Australia, and he spends all his money on prostitutes he gets from the government.
Yeah, I was chatting to him the other day. He's a special one.
It reminds me of you a lot.
I take that as an insult.
No, I'll let him know that.
Thank you. That's very toxic of you. Nah, he's something.
He's employed now, and he no longer spends his government money on prostitutes. Now he spends his own money on prostitutes.
That's
which
weird.
is-
I would have expected once it became his money and
Honorable.
he had to earn it, he would stop spending it on prostitutes. But that's crazy.
He loves prostitutes.
Yep. I can confirm.
He goes to a lady called the Milking Maid, apparently, which is
Oh, he's going to
know.
ladies now. That's crazy. Not from
depends
last
on the
time.
day, I think. You know,
Oh,
like how
yeah.
you go to like a store and there's like a clearance rack.
Yep.
You know, it exists for all businesses.
Bargain bin. It's a discount based on like their availability. If they're always available, they're at a discount. That's the one. he
Like
gets.
numbers of like limbs missing. You know, whatever.
Sometimes they have
It's not-
extra.
It's not good to just like to discriminate. You know,
Yeah.
no need to discriminate, Jim.
I'm not discriminating. I just find it weird that he was going specifically for the lady boys, but then not doing anything extra with it. He just wanted normal sex. It's crazy.
These are your words.
Dude, I just
That's what he
realized
said.
on these next couple practice runs, I'm gonna get my last glove and chance ever.
Catmaster trying to tune us
There
out.
it goes. I went to the trouble of like memorizing all the glove enchants and which ones were good for my build, and now all that knowledge is useless. Years of academy training wasted.
This is why I don't learn, in case they patch shit out. And then it's like all this knowledge that I don't need anymore.
That's how it goes.
Yep.
I think there's still plenty of stuff that we haven't talked about. It's just you guys
Do the wisps
Yeah, we
juice?
just
You
keep
know the
getting
juice you
always
get
trying
from
to gravitate away.
you know the juice
If
you
you
get
would
from
like
the
to
wisps.
propose a
I'm trying
topic, I'm all ears.
You know the juice you get from the wisps, like the currency to buy from the stores. Do you get that for
Wisp
picking them
juice.
up
Yeah,
in their zone, or do you get that for killing them once they've infected monsters on the outside?
I thought you
Leave
get
in the
that for
zone, I
just like
think.
doing it in the
Yeah.
So I don't have
in the
to clear the
encounter
map. I
itself.
just have to run around in the dark to get the currency. That seems
Yes.
That seems abusable. Although you still have to kill shit in the darkness, I suppose. Fair enough. You get extra for killing the monsters? That would be good. And balanced. Well, what do you think we've not covered, Catmaster?
Would you rather go with a firestorm of meteors, where you only get the large meteor but no duration, where like smaller meteors fall, or would you go with the falling zombie?
I thought the other
If you
option
want
to
was
make
be the
something
other
that
side.
I
falls
thought
from
you
the
were going to
sky
say
and
which
ignite.
of the two forms of
Yeah, me too.
firestorm.
The pellets are for poison. The big hits for ignite.
Oh yeah, so I have to talk about all three of these because people will ask me about them. Because so the firestorm meteor, I've always said it's just worse fireball. The firestorm that's actually a storm and has a duration is closer to what old firestorm was like, which I used to great
The
effect.
server melter.
Yeah, they limited it to 10, which is a lot more reasonable than 5. And they made it actually able to be scaled for duration again. So I'm very happy about that change. I may use it in the future. Now the falling zombies, people were like, can I make ward loop with just falling zombies so that way I don't need anomalous summon skeletons, anomalous minion speed, 3/2 just jewels, all that whole setup. So I analyzed the footage frame by frame to figure out how long it takes the zombie to fall once the spell has been cast. It's somewhere between it's either 0.297 seconds or 0.33 seconds, which means it's not quite at the rate that you could get with a skeleton loop, but it is pretty close, and it's very simple and very cheap. The only issue would be whether or not like you need 2 heartbound loops for this to work because you can only summon 1 zombie at a time. So either you need negative physical damage reduction or 2 heartbound loops. So it's a lot cheaper and it's not quite as good, but it's a lot easier to set up to use the falling zombies because they specifically mentioned that it will trigger minion on death
die,
effects. So
Yeah.
this setup should
No,
work.
that's smart.
It's long enough to trigger cast and damage taken.
How do you
And-
self-inflict damage if you have to have 2 upbound loops? Oh, I'm thinking of a different one. I was thinking a hungry loop. Okay, ignore me. They both have loop in the name. I'll be here if you need me.
Yep. So the way it'll work, instead of having that gigantic, really complicated setup, you'll have cast when damage taken, falling zombie, 2 heartbound loops, and then not so much damage reduction that the damage from the heartbound loops doesn't trigger the cast and damage taken. And then the next time you trigger the cast and damage taken, you've started the loop, and the loop will never end because the zombie can't die while it's falling.
I have a
It will
question.
always take at least the cooldown to fall, and it'll always trigger itself. So
Question:
it's really simple to set up.
will you need quality
marry
on the
me?
heartbound loops?
Not if you use 2.
Okay.
If you get more quality on the heartbound loops, you can get more physical damage reduction. So it's a good decision to do, but it's not required. So yeah, the amount of things that are required for this to work, it goes from that whole complicated setup to just 2 items, 2 rings and a gem, and you still need a way to survive all the self-damage, but that's usually where the sticking point of the build is. Like if you do ward loop, then you've already got the whole setup, and then it's just more efficient, probably, or just easier to set up. I tend to avoid using ward just because I don't want to get 100% uptime on Olros Resolve and then grind all the ward gear, so I just get a bunch of life and mana recoup and use Mind Over Matter.
What's the point of all this?
Is there a
Like,
way
what
to
do we use it
convert
for?
life recoup into mana recoup?
Just a cast and damage taken loop that's really easy to set up because that's usually like people see my videos where there's a cast and damage taken loop and they want to set that up. So like this is you're not level 90 with 10 divines and stuff yet, but you still want to do a cast and damage taken loop.
Nice.
This
I
is
do
a
love-
this is
And
an
what would
easy
you
way to set it
automate
up.
with it? Just your main damaging spell, or
It's actually more efficient to automate your utility skills with it, and then have like a self-casting main damage skill. But you can automate your main damage skill. It just won't be as good,
fair enough.
especially because this version of it only triggers level 1 cast damage taken. If you want to trigger your level 20 cast damage taken every time, you need to use Forbidden Right and have negative chaos resistance.
Is there any sense in
And-
like using the zombies as the damage and then also using them as a loop?
They would do a surprising amount of damage if you looped them. It's high opportunity cost to set up. Also, if you're using the zombie as the driver, where it triggers every level 1 cast, you can't also use it as the level 20 cast because the gems, like cast and damage taken on falling zombie, will have a global cooldown, so you can't trigger a different cast and damage taken fallen zombie at the same time at a different gem level. They'll share a cooldown. So if you were to skeleton loop a falling zombie, then it would work and it would do damage. It's probably better to just have zombies, but it would work.
All right, fair assessment. But what if I just want to have something fall from the sky and have an impact and do an ignite?
I don't know how well ignite would work because it's scaling off the minion damage. So you have to
Right,
support
yeah,
the
yeah,
zombie
good
with
point.
stuff that makes it ignite. So
Yeah, but the zombie also dies. Could you not like have?
minion instability
minion
doesn't work. It
instability
has to
doesn't
actually
work.
reach low life. This is a very common
But isn't
question.
there
It's
like a
can you
minions
use
leave
minion
like
instability?
damaging ground on death
There
or
is a
something like that?
siege breaker, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Siege
but that
breaker
doesn't
makes it
not
so
do
that
enough
they leave a
damage.
caustic ground that does 20% of their max life. I'm not sure how much max life you could get on a zombie that's intended to die instantly and never have life.
Can you get enough damage on something
Yeah.
like cast on stun? Like if you got cast on crit but you only crit once, that'd be basically the same as cast on stun. If you use like that trinket that makes it so the first hit on anything that's got full life is an automatic stun. So is there like a cast on stun build that will have enough damage to kill?
So
With the
you're
first
thinking
hit?
of cast on melee stun instead of cast when
Like
stunned.
can I shield charge into a pack of
I don't
mobs
think there
using
is
cast on melee stun?
Cast on melee
Is
kill.
there?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No.
There's cast on melee
Is there
kill.
not a
I don't
cast on
believe there's a
stun?
cast on stun.
Okay.
Cast when stunned, and then there's cast on melee kill.
Lame.
Honestly, cast on melee kill should be cast on melee stun.
Yeah, cast when stunned.
That'd be cool.
Oh.
Good.
They have trauma support. I got that from my
Hmm.
childhood. Okay.
Oh, the
Well,
trauma
actually, I didn't
support
get any
hotline.
support in my childhood. But I got the
You
trauma.
good, Jim?
Yeah, I just, you
You're
know.
extra depressing today. Like,
Am I? I'm not. Oh, this is the normal amount of depressing. If anything, I
don't know,
feel
maybe it's just
happier
more
than usual.
surface level.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
more aware of it and like making jokes about it than, just eating it up.
All right.
Yep. Huh. Which is the usual more expensive invitation? Is it the red boy or the blue boy? It'd be blue boy now.
It changed fairly recently.
Because it was always
Because-
like magic finders use blue boy, and then people who want generic gumball use red boy. But like red boy would be buffed now because you can get gem cutters from red boy. Like the altars, I mean.
Yeah, so the blue one is just gamble all on getting a divine one, and then the red one is more consistent. So people have decided that the red one is better, generally, unless you get
People
really,
farm
really
more
lucky.
red one, and then the invitations for red one are cheaper. But I suppose because Ashes is blue one, it'll just be the expensive one, no matter if more people are farming it or not.
I feel like Omni still has a better use case than Ashes. Even with the quality changes, I don't think people are gonna do it, obviously, but I don't think it's gonna be meta
Omni got a
to
lot
just
better.
stack gem quality.
Dispatch also. Omni got buffed pretty heavily this patch.
Oh, I didn't notice Omni in the patch notes.
Oh, not specifically. The new experimental rings.
Oh, yeah, that.
Massive increase to suffix. So you can have like something like 80 all stats on rings now.
Yeah, so Omni seems pretty good. A decent enough reason to farm the boss. They just nerfed Ashes in order to compensate for the increased power of the gem quality, but I don't think there's a whole lot in the gem quality that justifies building around it.
What do you mean?
Depends on the gem. Certain qualities are
I mean,
outstanding right now, like Winter
you're
Orb. for
definitely
example,
gonna
or
want to
Cobra Lash.
max out.
But like,
Hmm.
so I don't think you can reach the same level of power doing like Ashes Diala's like 100% quality on a gem as opposed to stacking 2000 omniscience.
No, it depends on the use of the build, though. I mean, like for example, Omniscience won't matter for something like Cobra Lash, but Ashes for Cobra Lash gives it multiple more projectiles and more single target.
Yeah, where I was
Like, it's
going with
just
that is I don't think it's going to be super meta. I think people are interested in it and they're going to try it. I don't think there's a combo broken enough that people are like, let's not ever use Omni. Let's play Ashes this league.
no, yeah.
Is there any way to generate rage with spells?
Sometimes there's a league mechanic that gives you like a relic that says you gain rage on hit. Uh, there isn't really a good
Calm's
way to
gloves.
do it base. Yeah, the Calm's glove
They're
is
dead though.
on
Well,
life regen, and
semi-dead.
Chainbreaker was nerfed to the ground, so no one uses it anymore.
They just nerfed Calm's gloves pretty substantially, but
Yeah, they nerfed that
still
as
quite
well.
good.
I mean, any rage generation at all is what you're looking for, as long as you're not trying to get 100% berserk uptime, which is not possible.
Even just having the rage without berserk is better than not having it, right?
Chains of Temptation.
Yeah, I mean,
built-
even if you're a caster, you get movement speed.
I just want to get movement speed for my movement speed boy, and the only way I can think
use
of
the
is
belt.
timeless jewels. This is just generic movement speed, not like rage generation.
I
But,
mean, you
like,
could be a berserker, because then you get triple rage effect.
Wouldn't work with what I want to do. Although, could get a berserker node on my free ascendancy. A third of a berserker node.
Yeah,
Wonder if
if
there's going
one
to be
of
one
those
that's just like
things just
more
gives
damage.
rage, that one is going to be very good. Even the tiniest amount of rage on hit is very, very good.
For Chains of Emancipation, wouldn't I have to put it on and off? Don't I have to self-temp chains or something? How does that work? Haven't Googled it yet, just guessing. See if I
I'm
can
still
spell
trying to figure out what you
Emancipation
said.
correctly.
Chains of...
Chains of
Yeah,
Emancipation.
heist belt. It's the heist
Oh,
belt.
that's the
When you
it
get
gives
lose
rage
temp
when
chains, you
lose
get
temp
rage.
chains.
Yeah. I don't know how to give myself and lose. Seems
Yeah, you
complicated.
basically need Gouda gloves. You can temp chains yourself and then give yourself a different curse, or temp chains yourself and wait for it to expire. There's also, I believe, a way to do that with like blasphemy and a ring.
Rot Blood Promise. Yeah.
Doesn't seem worth the 10 or 20 move speed I'd get. Still
Is
move
not.
speed though, granted. Okay, Kat, this is your podcast now. What do you got?
Why?
Because
We've
I
run out of
feel like I've
topics, I
covered
guess.
everything I want to talk about.
Have we talked about the new Atlas passive tree? I mean,
Was there
not
much of
new
a
tree,
change?
but like
Ultimatum stuff?
Well, we did talk about the ultimatum change, and we didn't cover the new ultimatum nodes on the Atlas passive tree. And to be frank, I haven't really looked at them myself either.
Yeah, I
It
only
might be
saw the
something
keystone
that's
that was
super
in the
interesting.
reveal.
Well, it says in the patch notes like what is getting replaced with what and what it grants. Give me a second. I'm quickly running to Calm, and then I can check.
I feel like Ultimatum's bait no matter what happens, but let's have a look see. Because it's just like a
Why is it
slow
bait? It's
Because it's just a slow.
I think the rewards are going to
best
be pretty
streaming
good, but
mechanic in the game.
Hopefully.
I'm mostly thinking about the catalyst reward. Probably
Hopefully
what
it's
I'm going to
better.
do is use it until it offers catalyst as a reward, and then I'm just going to take that and not go for the higher levels. Especially at League Start when my character's not going to be very good.
I feel
Later,
like it's just
if my build is as good as I hope it will be, then I can do Trial Master and stuff.
it's just not the type of content I enjoy. Like, it's just a long, like, it's a long standing or doing something in a circle for one type of reward. Like, I either get one item, one type of item, and it's like, you know, like three chaos, or I get nothing, and I've wasted all this time because they removed the item drops for monsters. Like, even if I failed it previously, everything I killed would have dropped something, and I at least would have gotten something. But if I get 9 waves in and die, I get nothing. And I've wasted all that time.
That's the risk reward, baby.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling it bait. At least if I fail Blight, I might get something from the monsters. It's like if you do all the Blight and then the monsters don't drop anything. Risk
Yeah, you
reward,
can fail
baby.
to defend the pump at the last minute. And then, yeah, I guess the stuff that you've already killed drops at the pump, so it's,
Depression.
you are
baby.
correct.
I don't know. I feel like I'd do the Ultimatum extra 3 rounds if I had a good build, and I would spec into like increased chance to see uniques, and I would just gamble on trying to get, you know, a good unique. Because that's like the mean goal of everyone is getting a mage blooded from an ultimatum, right? It wasn't like a thing back
Did
then, but I mean,
Ultimatum
like,
on release have the well-rolled things, like the well-rolled items?
Smart roll? No.
You did get, like, I believe, really good talismans, or at
That
least
was
really
because
good
talismans
jewelry
are
from
smart
it.
rolled, yeah. But they don't inherently have the only
Was
the
it
only
only
real
talismans?
last
Okay.
the last bastion of smart rolling that
But
exists
wasn't that during
recently
heist?
is enhanced armaments, but I don't know what's up with that now because the whole heist crunch.
I suppose you could spec it. I feel like doing the one that's like more likely to get divination cards is just. Why would you try and get divination cards when you could just try and get the item that we would give you, or the
Because
current
the div cards
divines
are
to
on
buy?
average more rewarding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, div cards have a larger pool of higher value than uniques would, because the outcome of certain div cards can be raw currency.
I suppose it
And
doubles
also
as
you can
like
get, like,
the inscribed ultimatums as well. You'd get more
you can
inscribed
get
ultimatums to
things
give div cards.
from div cards that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise.
Is that what you'd pick then? Div cards?
In heist, I always pick div cards every time.
Not heist.
Just
Ultimatum, like Okay, yeah. I was talking about the 3 ultimatum nodes. The one where it's like more likely to get uniques, more likely to get currency, or more likely to get div cards.
I wouldn't pick up any of those.
in Ultimatum, intuitively, I would say more likely to get div cards because the way that Ultimatum offers rewards, it seems like it's going to be more likely to be a good div card, and good div cards are more likely to be valuable than a random unique.
Right, because there's like T0 uniques that are worthless. Or T1.
Yeah, like, it would be really rare to offer a Mjolnir, and then it's 1C.
Yeah, I think Ultimatum is quite good with Wandering Path, which is what I'll be doing, but it still all depends on how they decide to balance it, which is unknown. But Wandering Path is quite good for low investment. You get 50% chance to spawn, 40% increased experience, 70% increased trial master rate for a pretty minimal investment. So to me,
Anything
that's
that
like,
gives increased
yeah.
trial master rate is probably going to be good, because
Yep.
I always mention how I played Ultimatum League and didn't once see the Trial Master, and it was mostly because I just didn't have a good character for it, but also, like,
Well,
it's
real
locked
question-
behind.
Because you bailed out before the 10th round all the time.
Well, it's not just that I bailed out before the end, it's that, like, my character at the time was the one Quackman 2.0 that did like 100 million damage slams. And that just wasn't good at getting swarmed by 1,000 enemies. I would have one-shot the Trial Master. I
can
can't
see
make
that.
it to the Trial Master.
Yeah, that sucked for Ultimatum specifically because you couldn't, like, when you had the boss, you had to do it then and there. You couldn't actually be like, oh, let me go and get my boss killing gear, or let me go get my flask or my different character. Nothing. You had to go in and do it.
Yeah. It was actually even worse than that because there was a 50% chance he would literally not drop a unique, full stop. So I'm really curious. They removed that when they added him to Tower of Ordeals. Now that Tower of Ordeals is gone, I'm curious if they're going to return the shit rates and make it so he just has a nothing drop again. I hope that's not the case. I'm also curious about how the portals are going to work, like you described initially. That's the only time we've ever had in the game, really, a one portal attempt on a game that has a bit of an unstable client at times. So if you're, it's like if
Yep.
you dropped out in lab, that'd feel terrible. But previous
And
trial
also-
master rates, it'd be so bad for.
The Trial Master encounter has a bunch of it's very RNG whether you get hit with something that basically destroys you instantly. Like the amount of things that can happen in the Trial Master encounter is a lot more random.
Yep.
I hope it's like percent chance once you get to wave or your end wave or whatever. Was it always 10 after wave 10 you'd get it? Like you had a chance of getting
No.
it? I mean,
Oh, it
like,
was
could you
only
encounter the
after
boss
10, but
at
it
like
wasn't-
9?
No.
Okay.
It was, if it happened at 10, but it wasn't guaranteed at 10. Then you had the one portal, and then you had the chance of getting loot.
I hope it's like, whatever the chance is, I hope the chance only rolls once you get to the wave where it's possible for it to roll, and not like...
Well, wave
this
10 is
wave...
guaranteed now at the very least, so just by proxy of that virtue compared to what we previously had, it'll be a lot more common. Then again, they could have changed the rates. So, but if it's the old rates and it's guaranteed wave 10, maybe it's like a 1 in 4 that when you hit every time, you get Trial Master, that would be too common. So like they have to have cranked the rates for Trial Master way lower since you're always reaching 10. Which is why they have the scalability on the Atlas tree. But what is that scaling? Like, is it 70% increase sounds great of Trial Master spawns, but what if that's 70% increased on 1% spawn rate? That's like, don't even fucking bother at that point. But if it's like 10% is becoming, 17% or whatever, just like that'd be, much more digestible. So
Either way, I want that 10% or 1% or whatever to roll once you get to wave 10, not predetermined beforehand.
you'll never know.
I know, but I would rather it be the one that benefits me than the one that doesn't.
But how would you? But you'll never be able to tell the difference.
Theoretically,
It's
you
a
can
moot
test
point.
for it.
Well, with like hacking into the game files, like how would
No,
you know?
like a fuck ton of farming.
But I'm saying, how would you know if it's determined at reaching level 1 at level 10 when you don't know until you see level 10? Am I missing something? What do you mean?
No, I'm just dumb.
What?
I
Yes, no?
hey, when we started this podcast, that was my bedtime because I fucked my sleep schedule. So just ignore the fact that I'm shit, okay? I mean, I'm shit, but
Did you
ignore
not-
the
did-
fact that I'm
what-
tired.
Did you misunderstand something, or are you just memeing? I don't even understand now.
I could think about what I was trying to think about, but I've forgotten. So give me a minute. You talk
Okay.
amongst yourselves.
How you doing, Cat?
I wasn't
Cat's got a cat.
memeing to answer that question.
Okay.
I was just dumb. That's the best
My
part
cat
about
wants to
being
go
dumb
outside.
and
I'm
memeing.
gonna
Okay.
do that real quick.
Okay.
Oh, dropping like flies.
I'll be right back.
I'm surprised at how well I'm able to hold a conversation while fighting Alchemical Hydra.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't do two things at once. You blow my mind. So it wasn't even weather related. What the hell? That's what you get for trying
I'm
to guess a
maging it
league based
too,
of
'cause
like
I'm Mage Relic.
a single thing.
Mm.
I think minions will be good because like if you're attacking shit that comes in from the darkness, if the minion AI knows where it is,
Oh
then
yeah,
it's already
Gazzy's
attacking.
excited, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. He was excited about the specters, wasn't he?
Yeah. I'm imagining, so we saw in the patch notes that they removed the skeleton mages from Dead Reckoning. I assume that's because they put it on a gem,
Hopefully so. Yeah,
unless they just decided to remove it out of spite.
I thought they.
it's possible. I don't know if it's spite, but it's possible. There's other versions of skeletons that are viable.
Didn't they add Dead Reckoning to the drop? Just the core drop?
They
rate?
made it a vendor
fair-
recipe, so now
Ske-
there's not a good reason to do that vendor recipe.
No, I feel like they
Skelly
removed
Mages,
the
to be
vendor
fair,
recipe.
didn't. Skelly Mages didn't play like a minion build though. It played like a totem build. So it
Yeah,
honestly
you
would
put down
almost
a
make
totem.
sense.
Yeah, they
Yeah, like
removed
you-
the vendor recipe, and I think they just added it to the core drop pool now. Or they just deleted the jewel entirely.
There I am. Dead Reckoning.
Which is weird to have like an entire league where everyone was hunting over the recipe, and now it's just like, we've deleted it. Animus
I
Stone's a
like
bit weird.
I actually came across the term, like the actual correct terminology for Dead Reckoning, in my job. So Dead Reckoning is a pun because Dead Reckoning is you have no idea where you are, and you need to figure out where you're going based on like very limited information.
Yep.
So like
Okay.
you don't have any instruments and you're sailing a boat, and you basically know where you started in some cases, but you need to figure out exactly where you went just based on like your course and how fast you were going. And so you have to account for things like drift.
I know
So
it
not
because
so not
I
not
play
musical
armor.
instruments.
Correct.
I'm kind of like, what does that have to do with what the jewel does?
Do
It's
you
just
understand,
like-
Nothing, it
Kat?
just
So
shares the name.
he's
It's one
at
of the
sea,
many
he's got a
Kiwi
mandolin.
puns.
It just sounds like such a fun term for something that's so mundane. So like
like tabula
what I was
rasa.
trying to do with software was say you don't have your GPS signal to tell you where you are, try to figure out based on just the sensor in your phone that can tell you like your acceleration, where you are in like virtual space.
Jousis is programming guided missiles. If the missile
Well, no,
knows where it is, it subtracts from where it is
No,
from
because
where it
it
isn't.
really sucked because I had to only use the phone sensor, which is an accelerometer, so you only know acceleration. So to get position from acceleration, you need to integrate twice, and so you have linear and plus constant error over time, which is really a lot of error to be introducing. You could take 5 steps, and you'd already be like a meter off. And so I was basically assigned the idea, you lose GPS, figure out where you are, like either globally or like you walked into a building and you lost GPS. Figure out where you are coordinates wise in the building after you've lost GPS. And I'm like, with just a phone, you cannot do that.
Well, those Apple ones probably could, but
No.
they'd probably be tied behind the
Well, I mean, if
Apple's
you
own
LiDAR'd
shit.
the whole time, you could map out the whole
Well, not LiDAR, but
area
like
that you're in.
the stupid mesh network that they have for their little tag things they use. It's like if the tag isn't GPS, it's based on how close it is to a phone which has
yeah,
GPS.
you just put
So it's
Apple
like-
tags everywhere. This was assuming that you're not like controlling the building that you're in.
Well, not like Apple tags. I'm not saying use an app. I mean, if you had the Google's, if you had Apple's API, you could just use
Fuck.
the hot thing that detects a nearby phone and then use that phone's GPS. But it's just another.
Well, this was assuming that you don't.
There's no
like,
GPS
it's-
anywhere in the building.
You're in a brick. There's no
yeah, I love
electronics
bricks.
anywhere. You don't have GPS signal. All you have is your phone with no GPS and
Oh.
probably no internet.
I watched a Futurama episode about this. They crashed because they had no GPS. Welcome to Roswell, baby. Anyway.
Yeah, and so basically I was given a problem. They're like, hey, do you research this? Can you do that with a phone? And I was like, no, because all the phone has is an accelerometer, and so you get linear plus constant error over time,
What?
and so you drift real quick.
Couldn't you use the Do phones
But anyway,
have
that problem is called Dead Reckoning.
Do phones have the data that those what are those gyroscopes? The positional gyroscope
Yeah, the
trackers?
gyroscope is what gives you the accelerometer reading.
Right, but you know those underground tunnel bearing machines that don't have GPS, but they have the gyroscope trackers that are better than GPS because they can use the. I don't know how they work, but I
Like
assume that
subterranean
the
bores.
yeah, the subterranean
It's
bores have a
probably
gyroscope
good.
tracker. They probably have a
That
really
feels
good
like
one
more
compared
like
to a
they're
phone.
aiming it correctly as opposed to figuring out exactly how many meters they've moved.
No, it's not aim. It's like it's gyro. It's. I just feel like the giant fucking mechanical drill probably has a better gyroscope than a phone does.
Yeah,
but
it
I feel like a phone.
probably has a better
I
gyroscope
feel like
than
a
the one in
phone
the
would
phone.
have the same amount of equipment, like the gyroscope and the whatever the fuck. But you could use the same thing, but worse. Yeah, same, but different.
I was like, and it has to be like this specific model of phone too. There's like a Google phone that has like a barometer in it for no reason. I'm like, just give me more sensors to work with, bro.
What's the humidity like?
Yeah, maybe the humidity will help me determine my global position.
It could, or whether the outside
They were
world
like,
is on fire.
can you use the AR camera to look at the position of the sun and use the system's clock to determine based on the
That
position of the
feels
sun
like
and the clock where you are on the globe? And I'm like, with an extremely high degree of error.
it's like yes, but am I allowed to access the camera? You could just use the camera to look at a monitor which has a Google Maps open, and then look at where you are on Google Maps, and then that'd work.
You could just take pictures of your surroundings and upload them to GeoGuessr and have it
Oh, that's a good one.
solved by crowdsourcing.
Yeah,
it.
you
Yeah,
could.
let's go
This
befriend a
was you
GeoGuessr
have no
professional.
GPS and no internet was the problem.
Yeah, you could
But yeah,
send
if
it
you
to
could just
Amazon
Oh, no
to
internet.
upload pictures to Reddit and be
Amazon
like, hey,
Turk.
where am I? Yeah, that's honestly probably one of the more accurate ways of doing it.
Yeah, but you're missing the key component. What if the picture taker's just pointing the camera down into the ocean? You know, it's too much
dead
human
Yeah, how
error
would you
anyway,
tell
involved in
where
this.
in the
matter.
ocean?
Yeah,
They
well,
just cover
now
the
they got to
lens, it's
identify the
black.
krill. You know, you got to hold up a shrimp or something and be
You
like,
gotta
oh, that's
figure
a
out the
sub-African
color of the
krill.
boat
You know?
first, because if it's a red boat, they're in the southern hemisphere. If it's a
Well,
blue boat,
the
they're in the
mission
northern.
statement is you don't know where you are, but you have your phone, but you have no internet and no GPS. How do you use your phone in those circumstances to figure
That's
out
simple.
where you are? So
I
you could
just
at
drowned
least aim it
myself.
at the sun.
You tie a bit of string to it and you swing it around, and when you hit a person, you ask that person where you are.
You befriend the
Honestly,
local
that's
turtles.
a better solution than what we were looking at.
Yeah.
Like, this was very pie in the sky. No budget was put towards this at all.
I'm open for consultation.
They were just basically
send me
asking me to
money.
research it with no budget. And so I had a phone and I tried and I'm like, yeah, this ain't gonna work.
All right, what's the next point we haven't covered
Yeah,
yet?
very
I'm
long
looking, I'm
tangent
looking.
where I just described what Dead Reckoning means.
Yeah, please do it. What's a tabula rasa?
Blank slate.
Damn
How
right.
sad are you about Toda not going core?
Not at all.
I miss tattoos. They were very good. I don't particularly care for the totem mechanic. If there was a different mechanic that had tattoos as a reward, I would be satisfied. I know a lot of people really
Put
like
tattoos into
the
Ultimatum.
Toda, the minigame, and I think I wouldn't be sad if it was in the game. It doesn't appeal
I mean,
to
didn't
me in
Chris say
particular.
something like it's a very significant part of PoE 2?
Well,
Toda?
I would assume the 3D models that they stole from PoE 2 are a significant part of PoE 2.
Stole.
Oh,
Yeah, like asset,
no,
like
I thought
one of the
Toda
bosses
was like actually.
one of the bosses from this league is a model from PoE 2. Like they're just, reusing assets. It's probably a very significant like mud flats area that uses a shit ton of totems. Karui ward totem things. I really enjoyed Toda until they did a patch where they made it like drop more loot, and then my joy of running it for the sake of running it got replaced by the disappointment of not getting anything from it, and then I didn't like it anymore. Just kind of shit.
Yeah,
but that's
none of
okay.
my characters were particularly good at it, so I think I was ranked like in between 200 and 300. Like, I didn't get very far.
Also, I told you, Catmaster, or Balor, or whichever fucking podcast that was, that I failed a Toda and it ranked me up. And I got shit on. No, that can't happen, doesn't know. Every single time I failed a fucking Toda on that character, it gave me a rank instead of took it away. I was having the worst time because I sucked, and instead of making the game easier, it just got harder. And I went back, and I don't know if I got a bug or something, but it was not a fun time. So whenever that happened, I kind of stopped playing it.
I was a level 90 character, and I failed a monster level 57 Toda.
Yep. It's just the worst time. Some days it's good, and then some days it's just shit.
I got to rank 2000, and
Nice.
it was embarrassingly easy. It was 0 failures, 0 even attempts at failing. Because once it was such a
specialized
solved
build.
mechanic. There was literally only one ideology behind completing Toda, and once you did that, it was impossible to fail.
Yeah.
No matter any
and I
variable.
just didn't do that.
So if you didn't play the game, you weren't rewarded. But if you played the game, that I would just didn't exist anywhere else in Path. This one avenue of playing the game was just for Toda.
Yeah, if you didn't
Kind
play
of
it the
similar
Toda
to
way.
Deep Delving.
I
but
was very
it's
tempted
just-
to do the reverse knockback totem until they nuked that into the ground. Like, they very clearly didn't want people cheesing it, and then they left Void Sphere in.
I would
and it's like,
disagree
okay.
because they left it in for the entirety of the league, every form of cheesing it. They
They
just
patched
mitigated
out
them.
the reverse knockback totems,
They patched out
No.
the
which is
quick
the only one
one.
that I wanted to use.
No, they patched out the war card, they patched out the taunt, they patched out the decoy totem, they patched out the knockback. All they did was they just nerfed every one of these individual methods by 75%. Meaning if you did all of them, it worked perfectly fine. Like they left in petrification, so it worked the same way. You just had to do all the things. But it was basically if you
I
didn't do
wouldn't
the
mind
proper
them-
method, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't
Like the
mind
difficulty,
if they
like a rank 20 Toda and a rank 2000, exact same difficulty. There was no difference.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
you're,
that's a
you're
bit-
playing the meta build for it. Of course, there's no difference because it's just stomping it. There's
That's
no other. there's no-
that's what you do though.
Yeah,
That's how you
that's
engage
fine.
with the content.
No, that's the point though. Like
It was
the
shit.
meta build
We
was
all
so
hated it, right?
clear and clearly defined and
It was so
easy to build.
punishing that if you did it wrong, that you were encouraged to do it flawlessly every time. So you might
It
as well
was
play
like
the meta build or not play
you
it at all.
basically couldn't do it unless you made a character specifically for it, and then that character
Correct.
wasn't good at the
well, you
rest
could,
of
but
Path of
to
Exile.
varying success.
Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
To me, that's
Yeah,
like
very
terrible
clearly
design.
meant to
That
make
nails
a
it.
character for
Feels
it.
like poor design. Either kill those builds so that everyone struggles, and the ranking system was just shit. I hated it. Like if you're not playing the
fact
meta
you
build,
couldn't. So it was
It was
designed
shit.
in a function where you couldn't rank down or go sideways effectively in the same potential that Delve had. Like Delve was designed so much
Yep.
better when it came to difficulty scaling, because you would say you're playing a non Toda specific build, and you got to rank 200, and you said, "Oh, I'm comfortable at this plateau. I'd like to stay here." That's not an option. Either you have to purposely lose X amount of rounds per victory, or you have to keep progressing. There's no way to go sideways. So it was just like, to me, it was top and tail, just terribly designed.
it also wasn't an
mention,
auto
like,
battler.
That besides that part, it was. But I don't remember them specifically saying. I think we just said that as a community.
I
But
feel like Chris.
I'm not gonna. I don't
leaned
want to
into it.
blame them for that. 'Cause I don't think that was the case. But the infrastructure for actually engaging with Toda was equally as bad, in my opinion, as the actual gameplay loop. Like visiting the shops progressively, that whole like really clunky requirement each round, just felt like it was a very odd,
Oh
necessary
yeah,
evil to
the
engage
clunk
with.
of not being able to put items onto units that were already on the
You had to
field.
drag them off first, then sell them. You couldn't just. It was just like there was things that a rudimentary game would have patched out or fixed really
I
early
feel
on.
like something is
I just think
wrong
they
because
weren't
I'm
paying attention
agreeing.
remotely.
I feel myself agreeing with Lighty. I feel dirty.
I just
I
speak
agree
the
with
truth.
chat
sir.
that it was
Sometimes.
like largely overshadowed by Sanctum. Sanctum is the way better mechanic.
I feel like that
already
the
also
Sanctum
old.
nerf is like nothing. Like
But Sanctum
those,
also this
Sanctum
is the
dropped
second
like
round of
hotcakes.
Sanctum. Like Sanctum,
So-
if you're comparing Toda on launch versus Sanctum on launch,
Not at
they
all.
each had equal amounts of issues. This is refined Sanctum compared to fresh Toda. Obviously,
That's
would be
fair.
better.
Yeah. I just mean the
Yep.
new
No,
Sanctum,
but like Toda
quote
on release
unquote,
was way better than Toda.
the new
Like
Sanctum,
it's
quote
just a
unquote,
way
nerf.
more better thought out mechanic.
I think Sanctum on
Than
launch was
Toda.
equally as problematic. There was so many different reasons that it didn't work. I mean, like, not to mention the acquisition of. I mean, it had a different problem. It had the same problem where if you were to get the proper setup,
Okay, I'm not
it's
sure about
impossible to
launch.
fail.
I mean, like during the league, after the initial adjustments. I don't know exactly about on launch.
I
That was
had the
back when they-
same
yeah, I mean,
feeling.
Yeah.
So like in hindsight, I can say that Sanctum is better because a character that is good at Path of Exile can be reasonably expected to be decent at Sanctum, and you can
Yes.
specialize into it, but it's not a requirement. And
Correct.
that's not really true with Toda, in my opinion. But I had the same negative feeling at the time playing both leagues. I think the reason that I had a negative feeling in Sanctum was that they marketed it as like a roguelike. And generally in roguelikes, as you progress through it, you get stronger, and in Sanctum, you get more afflictions.
Correct.
It's
the
rare
the
that
rate
you
of
go
power
and run.
scaling in a roguelite typically is you're matching or meeting the content, and then as the mechanical difficulty increases, your character's passive offense also goes up. But it wasn't the case at all in Sanctum. It was just way more detriments, and the positive boons were kind of just
Yeah.
offset by the detriments. But this
Fun,
is, I think, a real.
And again, like you pointed out, they didn't sell Toda as an auto battler,
Getting-
but Sanctum
No.
was definitely a roguelike.
Picking between the
Yeah.
downsides in Sanctum was more fun than just getting my shit
supposed to be one.
repeatedly stomped in Toda.
I mean, fun is objective. I think the for me personally, I think that it's been about 3 to 4 years of their proposed marketing for leagues not aligning with my personal experience in Path. Trying to choose my words carefully, but like, like a good example is even just watching this Path 2 demo, like the showcase they did. Nothing in that is attractive to me, impressive to me, or something I want to have any involvement in. Much like a lot of the previous things for Path of Exile 2. It's simply, and even the way they're describing this current league, the way they're describing it, and the verbiage they use, like the bosses are X amount of challenging or the words are valuable. I kind of just like, as a veteran player, I know better, and this isn't for me. Like the verbology they're using for describing things is not going to reflect my personal
As
experience
a veteran
remotely.
player, you ignore that shit, and all you're doing is going in and going, where's the ascendancy, where's the shit I care about, is this interesting, yes, no, and do I want to play for it? Like, as a fresh new player, you're like, oh my god, that guy's got antlers and he does the side head tilt, that's crazy, what's gonna happen? It's just, you're just a different level of player. Like, it's not a bad thing to play that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't say it was. I just said it. It's
Well, I
when
mean,
I'm
like,
watching it. It's
if you're like going into PoE 2, the showcase where they're showing off the incredibly low level like maps and everything slow, and you're like, I'm not really feeling this vibe. That's fine. It doesn't mean the PoE 2 is not going to
difficulty
be a thing
scaring
for
of
you.
the content isn't what I'm put off by. The concept of having to leave every map to go to town to talk to a vendor to get my flasks back. That to me, that's a massive step backward in gaming ideology when it comes
That's
to
only if you
I'm
run
playing
out.
it.
And you, if
Okay.
Well,
you
you
kill
can still
monsters, you
generate
get
flash
flasks.
charges from other things.
Like
No, not normal
having
monsters anymore.
having played it, I didn't have any time where I went back to click the well because I just didn't.
Yeah, but you
like,
just
Then you
spam
played
my
it
said that you
wrong.
didn't experience the end game. So
That's true.
if that echoes the end game, that to me, even if it occurs once every 10 maps, is just an inadequacy that I shouldn't have to engage with.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Like
I had the comment
that's
that
Diablo
like
1. Like that we're moving backwards
if they
that's
keep
happening.
if they keep the well, it better somehow be automatic when you enter your hideout. Like in the campaign, I can tolerate it, and it's like a lore thing, but it's
You
gonna
can buy
really
a well
slow
in the
down the
MTX shop
mapping
for your
loop.
hideout.
You get pipes, and you get to pipe it in from town. You
Yeah,
At least
I mean,
put it
or-
so it's
pipe
one
along.
click next to my map device or something.
Even just
But
the
even then,
concept
I would
Only
of
if
still
you
like
pay
not
to
like
win.
it.
the dodge bar being a key part of boss design to me is incredibly unattractive. It's the reason I don't play games like Lost Ark is because I don't want to have to engage with that sort of mechanic. But if that's how the game is designed, like that's not aligning with my joy personally. So
I feel like
there's
it's
many
just an
examples of like
excuse
that.
to make bosses harder, but you can still just do the PoE 1 thing of just get really close to them and walk in a really small circle, and they just can't hit you.
I don't know that because I haven't played the endgame of Path 2, nor has anybody.
I'm just telling you that based on all the bosses that I fought, that it's just
For the
depending on how
developers,
you.
maybe.
It's the same as like looking at the league and being like, damn, that the head tilt guy crazy. That's because you're a beginner and you're hyped for the lore, and you look at it and you're like, damn, that end game mechanic that I'll be interacting with, that's pretty cool. It's the same with looking at the PoE trailers of like the gameplay and stuff. It's I've lost my train of thought. Why does this keep happening to me?
I
It's
just
just
remember
you're going in expecting different things from what they're showcasing it for, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I have no expectation.
Well-
I'm just reacting to what I'm being shown.
And what you're being shown is hype trailer shit from people that aren't PoE players already. I guess it's like, we can be a
Well,
Diablo
how can you not have
clone
an
2, come
expectation?
play
That's
up.
not true. We always have an expectation.
No,
Well,
I
it's-
Even
just
if you
I temper
expect
my
to not expect
expectation based
anything,
off of what I'm viewing. I'm expecting Path of
like
Exile,
I
and Path
see
of
a
Exile 2 to
trailer
be
for
one
Sanctum,
game.
I expect
was,
a roguelike.
you know,
Instead of I
Sure.
went in watching the Sanctum trailer expecting something completely different than a roguelike. No, that's not reasonable. But like I saw the trailer and I'm like, they basically described a roguelike. It looked like a roguelike. I'm gonna expect a roguelike.
Yeah, if I'm told that level of information or that's being shown to me, but I'm not gonna like infer great leaps.
I expect GGG to constantly lie in all of their trailers, because no matter what, if it's a shit league, they're still going to hype it up because that's their job. They have to hype it up to get you in the door to buy the supporter packs. So don't trust them, which is why going into it and picking out the ascendancies, that's the fun part. Don't trust the gameplay. Not
I
that
do
they're...
like
I just
Oh, this isn't a targeted attack.
remember,
They are a business.
the dichotomy of the minute-to-minute GM contradictions constantly.
This is how it works.
Believe
I have
them,
to
don't
constantly...
believe them. Believe them, don't believe them.
I tried a moment ago to form a sentence that had 2 points, and I got to the first one and I forgot immediately. So if I don't flip constantly and go on different tangents, I'm never actually going to be able to talk. I can't think
This
ahead.
might be the
That's how
mold
it
talking.
works.
Maybe the mold has taken over.
No. Okay. I'm going to try to think ahead.
Can you
Give me
get
a
a
sec.
medicinal cannabis prescription, Slippery Jim? Sounds like you have ADHD or something.
I optimistically expect them to do good job at their job, but at the same time, them doing good job at their job is also
Fungus.
lying to our faces, because that they're still doing a good job at marketing. There you go.
I don't
So,
know why
I
you
expect
accept
them to
that
make
as
good
being
skill
an inevitability,
gems.
though. Like,
I expect them to make good
there's-
skill gems, and if they make a shit league, I expect them to sell it to me. But I know
There
to
are
not listen to their
plenty
lies.
of games that just market themselves in an honest fashion. They don't have to be
Don't
lying
believe
like
their
you're saying.
lies. Chris isn't going to come out and go, "We've
Okay.
made the shittest league ever. You can skip this one, guys." Actually, he didn't say
Yeah,
anything this time, so he knows this
there's
league
a-
is
I
shit.
think there's
He
a
sat
middle
there with a
ground,
grim
maybe,
look on his face and
between,
didn't say anything. He didn't even read out the announcement for us. He knows it's the shit one. We skip this
I
league,
feel like
everyone.
that
Skip
one's
it.
just
Skip this one.
them trying to get more people into
Yes,
the
the-
In the
public
rotation,
presentation thing.
I feel like I should
than just
specify,
Chris.
this is my sarcasm voice. It's the same as my normal voice. It's very difficult. I apologize.
It's hard to have any sort of cohesive.
Did we
thread
get
of
a second
conversation
teaser
with
actually, or did we only have one? Don't
I'll
we
be
get
back.
two?
I'll be right back.
No, we don't get two. We only get one.
just the one teaser? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just thinking of
I'm not sufficiently
so
teased.
I have a friend who doesn't play Path of Exile, and he asked me, "What do you think of the Path of Exile 2 trailer?" And I'm like, "Well, hold on. We have a lot more information than the trailer. you don't get a whole lot from the trailer." And
No,
it's really hard
that's
to
true.
explain to someone that doesn't play the game why that's the case.
Yeah. And I wouldn't really recommend or describe Path 2 at all to anybody because it's so subject to change at this point, and we're
Yeah,
so
exactly.
far
I
out
basically
still.
gave like design philosophy platitudes. I was like, this PoE
Well,
2
I
seems
don't-
of the two the more friendly to new players, is basically what I said.
I
I'd
don't.
say only on the
I don't
virtue
think
that
I
it's
can
not
agree
out
with
yet.
what Lighty said at all.
About which
No,
which
wait,
part?
like we've been playing this game for like ages, and we've been like more or less happy enough with the content that we're getting to be continuously engaging with it and talking about it for like many years, many more than I played any other game. So if I mean, I would probably recommend Path of Exile, just based on the fact that I've been happy
Path of
with it
Exile
in the
1.
last
I
couple of
said
years.
I wouldn't
so...
recommend engaging with anything
Oh,
regarding
PoE
Path
2.
2. Path 1, I think
Okay.
right now.
No, but it's the same people who make the game, more or less.
No, it's not. It's definitely not the same anymore. That ship has sailed.
The people
are-
who made PoE 1
They are
to the
drastically different
to a
games
crucial
as they're being
extent.
described. Even the way they're showcased, they're drastically different games. Like I think that you can enjoy Path 1 and Path 2, but they're. I mean, it's about as close as Path 1 is to Diablo 4. Like they're that different. I mean, who know? We don't know the details at all of Path 2, but what they're showcasing, having potential WASD movement, having the well system, having the mandatory dodge roll, like
Yeah,
there's-
WASD
it's all
movement is
different.
pretty weird. The dodge roll feels natural, and like all the other
It
things
doesn't
that
feel
I've like,
natural
laid my hands
at all.
on.
It doesn't feel natural at all.
playing the
You've never
game.
engaged with it in the same in the full sense. Imagine you're going through a map and every other pack you're having to
No,
hammer
not in the
jam
full
space
sense.
bar.
But
I heard him say it, like you're both saying the same thing and you misheard him.
To
possibly,
which part?
You thought that he said that the WASD movement felt natural, and I heard him say that it felt unnatural.
I'm saying it's unnatural. It's not normal.
no
at
one
all
felt no one felt WSD natural. I said that the game felt natural when I played it, the demo at Gamescom.
Yeah,
But like I
that's,
didn't
that's
feel
not going to be the same
WSD
game.
movement.
That
No
you
one
played,
did. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying like if any game you play 2 years before it comes out is not going to feel the same. Like it's going to be a whole different
No, but I
experience.
played Path of Exile in 2014, and I played it in 2015 and 16 and 17, and I kind of know the trajectory, and I know like the kind of decisions that they do like to take, and so I call it like maybe
if
an
you said there was
unjustified
going to be WASD
advance
in
of
Path
trust
a
or
year
something
ago,
like
I
that.
mean,
But
most of the decisions in Path 2, if you were to ask me before Path 2 was even talked about, if I thought this would ever make it into game, I'd say you're crazy. Before we had razor footprints in Path, I'd say, oh, they'll never have that in game. Like there's, it's only crazy until it happens. Like there's a lot of things like that. I never thought that. It's the same scenario. I just don't. Things that it's different enough now to me that this is not the same game. They're clearly different audiences, even different gameplay styles, different bases, different.
PoE 1's like ever evolving, so you could argue that current PoE is the like sequel to the original PoE from 7 years ago, with their whole like engines constantly
11
updating
years
and all
ago.
that stuff.
But yeah,
Well, I don't know when I started playing. So like it makes more sense for them to make a different PoE experience, but still to their core ideals. Like it makes more sense that PoE 2 is a completely different PoE. It makes more sense that PoE Mobile is. Well, I don't know. I feel like that's gonna be just like PoE 1, but like cut down.
PoE Mobile is just
they're
going to be like
definitely
PoE
different.
1.
Like it makes more sense for them to target a different audience with their same ideals of how they play their games when free to play.
That's my whole point, though. I'm saying it's
good.
a different game for a different group of people.
I missed that part. I came back on the end.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I would recommend Path 1 right now, but I wouldn't recommend even checking out Path 2 until we're, a year from now, if it's even out by then.
I have a friend that
Because
hates
it's just
PoE 1.
there's so little to know.
And I'm like, I can't wait for PoE 2 to launch, so I'm going to try and convince him to play it, and maybe I can get him to be addicted. Even if I don't like PoE 2, as long as I'm playing with friends, who cares?
I'm in a similar boat, where it's like I know people that can't get into Path of Exile 1 for some reason or other, and I'm like, hey, that particular reason is not present in Path of Exile 2, which I guess is the whole thing.
It's like their whole, the whole GGG strategy.
I have people who want to play. I mean, like the idea of playing Path of Exile or an RPG, but all the aspects of Path of Exile 1 that they dislike would be exacerbated in Path 2, which is like the pacing and the they don't want to be sitting there fighting a white mob for 20 seconds. And as we've been shown so far, that is the part of the game that is going to be more so that slower and more sluggish, which I don't personally enjoy as much either.
Well, as long as it's more fun. Like the thing is, you can not judge.
Fun's up to the person.
It being slow.
Well,
and
you cannot
is what
judge
you don't find fun.
You cannot say like fighting a white monster in PoE 1 for 20 minutes wouldn't be fun, and then say like PoE 2 is so fundamentally different with the role, and then not see how that, like, I mean, how
No,
you
I'm
cannot
saying fighting a white
extrapolate
mob
that.
in PoE 2 would not be fun for 20 minutes. In PoE 1, it's 2 minutes.
Well, but you have like
That
way
feels like
different
20 minutes.
combat. It's way more fun, the combat.
Yeah, but he's saying if his friends in PoE 1 don't like it because it's too slow.
If they don't like
PoE
slow,
2
if they
is
think
even
that
more
Path
slow.
1 leveling is too
combat-
slow, then they're going to really fucking hate Path 2. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you feel like
Not
Path
if
1
it's
leveling is
fun.
too slow and takes too long, then it's going to take twice as long as Path 2 from what we've been shown. And that if that's the part they like, then they're definitely not going to.
Well, how do you judge whether it takes long or not? I mean,
From all the gameplay
because of what
we've
we've been shown. That's what we've been shown.
Can I
mean,
say-
how does a player who doesn't play Path of Exile judge whether his leveling takes long or not?
Because they've
That's
tried
what
it.
I'm saying. Like
'Cause they've
because they
played
look
it.
at
They
other
tried
people's
Path of Exile.
gameplay
Tried the
where
game.
they finish PoE 1.
They
They
tried
tried
PoE 1.
PoE 1, they thought it
Yeah.
took too long. PoE 2
That's-
is inevitably going to be slower, therefore they would not like PoE 2.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. It would just take longer, and that's the part they don't like. They're like, getting to maps takes forever for a slower player.
Yeah, but I don't see like a new player who takes 20
It's
hours
not
to
about a
finish the
new player.
campaign.
It's each of us, Lighty, me, and Jousis, all have friends who don't like PoE 1 for different reasons, and we're hoping PoE 2, at least in my and Jousis's case, is going to be a change so we can get our friend in, so we can play with more people that like our friends and stuff. Lighty's friend doesn't like PoE 1 because it's too slow,
Yeah, but
because
my
they played
point is
PoE
like,
1
what
and they've
kind
had
of
an
a
attempt.
stupid metric that is?
It's not a stupid metric. It's
Time?
just they don't find the
I
game
think
fun,
time
so they don't play
investment, I
it.
think that's like the most important metric for most people.
No, but
I don't
who have
understand how
jobs
you're
and
not getting
stuff.
this.
If I have a job, I
Okay.
can only play 2 hours a
It
day,
takes too
and
long
it takes
to
me
level. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, it takes too long to get from when you start a character to when you are in maps.
It's like they don't want to play. The IGN journalist took 75 hours to beat the campaign. We're saying like
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, that is too long for somebody who has 2 hours to play a day because they work full time. And if it's that bad in Path 1, it'll be twice as bad in Path 2 from what we've been shown. And that, for many people, is problematic. A game company respecting the player's time and their progression, and they're able to experience certain content in a certain time frame is very, very important to people. Not everyone can just sit here like I can 14 hours a day and play games. They have to play for 2 hours, and they play for 2 hours, and they're like, wow, I've barely left Act 1. To me, that's not worth the investment. And in Path of 2, what we've been showcased is worse than that. That's the problem. It's time investment.
Yeah,
Say people
guess
people
it's
didn't
just
play.
like you never.
Is
It's
the
so
concept
arbitrary.
of
Like, doesn't matter. No, I get what you mean, but like,
Yeah.
how do you determine what is a reasonable amount of things to accomplish within a
it's
reasonable
on a
amount of time?
person-to-person basis.
Yeah, it's his
it's-
friend.
Yeah. I'm
It's one of
talking
those,
about a
I know it
person
when I
know.
see it.
A single
So-
person that Lighty knows finds PoE 1 too slow. Therefore,
Yes.
based on what we've seen of PoE 2, they probably aren't going to like it. But
That's
PoE
what
2
I'm
isn't
saying.
being made for
Sometimes
Lighty's
it's
friend.
obvious.
PoE 2 is being
Yeah.
made for an entire group of people that don't like PoE 1. There's going to be a small subset of that
Well, not
that
for the
aren't going
ones
to
that
like
don't
PoE 2 because PoE 1 too slow. But for my friend who hates the gem system in PoE 1, I'm praying that the gem system in PoE 2 is going to be better for him to play and learn and
Correct.
understand.
Yeah. That might be more enticing for them. Yeah.
All right, yeah, fair. I get that point. I'm just,
Also,
That was the only point, Kat. That
was
was it.
that was the only point.
I don't know who you were fighting with. I don't like.
No, I
that
mean,
was
the
it.
other point. The other point.
What other point was there?
About it being slow?
We were trying to judge how do you tell whether the game respects your time. So I'm gonna give a hyperbole example, which is real, which is
Well, no matter.
Overwatch
Look,
2.
let me quickly just one sentence. Like, no matter what the game allows you to do in a given amount of time, there's always going to be people who will coin the meta and who will do 6 times as much as you do in a given time. So
It's
you're
not
always going
about
to feel, no matter
It's
how
not about
how
that.
vast
It's
the game
about
is.
does the game respect your time? So here's the example that I'm giving, which is Overwatch 2.
Okay,
Overwatch
go,
2
you go.
has weekly challenges that there are like 11 of them, and it takes multiple games, several hours to complete all of them. And if you complete all of them every week, you get the equivalent of 60 cents worth of currency in game. Does that sound like a game that respects your time?
No, but also to a much more relatable point in an ARPG, think of a game like Diablo 4, for example, right? Which is you make X amount of progress going through the campaign, and then the new season comes out, you don't have to do the campaign again. They're expediting your progress because you've already done that. It'd be the equivalent in
Weak.
Path if I... What? What'd you say?
I said weak.
Well, yeah, but that's not... Most people aren't thinking the way you're thinking. Most people just want to play the
No,
game
but like,
for an amount of time and hop in.
but don't you see how that's like also disrespecting the time of the people who like to do the campaign?
You're
and
the
who
kind
like
of guy
to...
who's like doesn't want to cancel
The
student
difference is,
loans
Kat,
because you paid
is
yours.
if you want to, you're allowed to go do the campaign again. No one's preventing you from doing what you want to do. The only difference is the people who don't want to do it and just want to get into the action aren't allowed to do that because they have to go through what for them could be upwards of 60 hours of leveling, which, to be clear, 60 hours is like most AAA titles are cleared in that time. So do you want to get to 60 hours to get to just back to the point where you were last league? That's way too much for most people.
Imagine having
That's
a
the
friend
time
come to you and
investment
say, I need you to play this game for me. It gets really good after 60 hours.
Yeah.
There are games like that, and it's
There
real.
are,
It's
and this is
real
one of
bad.
them. And you go,
But
but no,
that's a really
if you play
hard
the
sell.
game non-stop for 4 years, you'll get to the point where that 60 hours is 7. It's like,
This is like
I don't think
someone
you were
tried to
they were
describe to me how difficult it is to get to the end game of Final Fantasy XIV. It's like a 200-hour, 10-year-old shit campaign that basically everyone agrees you have to slog through like 200 hours of nonsense just to get to the actual good part of the game, and I don't have time for that. I'm not going to play that game.
I don't give a shit about PoE being slow. I love going through the campaign. I like leveling. It's kind of weird. I'm a weirdo. But I don't understand how you can't I don't understand how Catmaster doesn't get that one person that Lighty knows doesn't like the slow experience. Like,
I guess I
do you
just
have
wanted you guys to
empathy?
explain it. Like,
We
It's
have.
the concept of people work 10 hours a day and they want to come home and they want to play the game for a few hours.
yeah, you said
and they-
that. You said that.
Okay.
I understand that
If
part
you
of
find
it, but
something too slow
I'm just
and
trying to say, like,
unenjoyable,
in what world would there be a realistic version of Path of Exile 2 that could come out that would solve that problem?
It's pretty simple.
PoE
Just
is
have
like
it so
it's always been the game that
again,
is for really time invested
T-shirt.
players.
no, it hasn't always been that. It was that, and every single year since then, it's gotten less that. As we approach Path of Exile 2, it's going back around. The introduction to Ruthless. Path of Exile 2, we're going back to the old days of not respecting your time as much. But there was huge chunks of time where it's only gotten easier to level. Now they do things like making it so your labs at least carry over amongst characters, or your prophecies did also things like that are respecting your time, because it's no reason you'd have to go and do these little things over and over again when you just did them. The concept of leveling in a new league for a lot of other RPGs or MMORPGs or games in general, especially ones that have seasonal sessions like Path does, for there to be a way where you've already done the campaign, got to 90, whatever, right? And then 3 months, 4 months go by, there's a new league, I want to check out Path again. And then the concept that you could just make a level 68 and get to maps is not crazy and could very well be happening in the version of Path in the future. Like, that is a way of people being able to hop back in or be an alternate leveling method. Things that we've talked about for 10 years now. Like, it's been on the table forever, an alternate leveling
not
method.
we,
We've
but
had
yeah.
them. Okay, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that concept of, like, going through the campaign is shit when you've done it multiple times. It takes a long period of time. If you're not good, it takes even longer. If you don't like it, it takes even longer than that. How can I get back into playing Path the part I like, the path that most of the game's about, mapping, but not have to do this rigmarole like I always do? I bet you a large chunk of players would very much like a way of getting into that action faster. That is what is respecting your time to a degree. If you only have a couple hours to play in a new league, a lot of people just say, I don't want to level again. It's not worth the hassle. They don't do it. If there was another way to do it, they might actually do it.
and we don't know that
That's-
PoE 2
yeah.
won't have something like that.
It
But
could very
based
well have
on
that.
everything that they've shown us, which is slow, take another shot, showcase gameplay, we don't know. Because all we've seen is, check out this cool interaction with power charges, and I can punch a man with my fist.
Yep.
We'll know in 6 months, or however long it is now that it's December. By the way, it's
Yeah.
officially Christmas here because I saw a Christmas beetle outside because we have beetles that are called Christmas beetles. I'm derailing it now from this PoE discussion.
Yeah, in America, Christmas
Go for
starts
it.
the day after Halloween, and I hate it.
I assume Christmas starts in
Kind of.
America as soon as you hear Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly,
You-
the day after Halloween.
Oh, cool.
Mariah Carey every day.
Yeah. Do you get what we're saying now, like Kat, about the time thing, like how that's
It's not that I
Off-
didn't get it before. I just wanted to hear specifically again the points from you that you think. Like
Yeah,
for me, it's just really hard to wrap my head around it in a sense. I mean, I know these arguments. We've been talking about this topic for a long time. It's a recurring topic also on Valor's and my podcast, right? But I guess I've always looked at a game like not in terms of what do I get out of it if I spend the next 3 hours playing it, or how many hours do I need to spend playing it until it's worth my time. I've always looked at a game as specifically a means to wasting my time, right? It's like, what can I do that I don't have to think about my miserable existence for the next
Portions of
20
the game
minutes?
do I think are fun? So there's a barrier to entry. It's if there is a 75-hour long tutorial that sucks, and then once you get past the tutorial, the game is fine. For a lot of people, that's too big of a barrier to entry. I'm not going to invest 75 hours of slog just so I can get to the fun part when I could play a different game that's fun immediately.
Yep.
If you're not having fun with the game, why are you playing the game?
Yeah. And for a lot of people, that's the campaign
Yeah,
experience.
that's the
every
deciding
single-
factor for whether or not they play Path
you
of
know.
Exile.
Yeah, I mean,
the
I
good
know,
thing.
Yeah, there's dozens of people I know who have literally stopped playing Path because they do not want to re-level each league. Like they're like, I've done this so many times, it hasn't changed in 5, 6, 7 years. I'd rather just play another game. I'd rather go play D3 for like a week and then have a fun time.
One of these
Then,
days, that'll be me, hopefully. I need to
But
skip,
yeah,
You want to
again,
play
this-
D3?
skip one. No, I want to go play Last Epoch.
There will only be more ARPGs
We're
as
gonna
time
all
go
play that
on,
on
and
release.
I cannot imagine that any of them will be as slow to start as Path of Exile.
Yeah, well,
Like,
but the
there-
slow start is like why it feels so rewarding afterwards. Like what
For
I
you.
think a lot of times
For you,
yeah,
it's
maybe
rewarding for
that's only for
you.
me. Maybe that's only for me. But like I feel like a
Yes.
large part of a lot of people looking at mapping as this golden standard and it's like this is where I want to be is the fact that you have to overcome this hurdle to be in the end game, right? Like so, if you do value that, then
Let me ask you a question: if you could make
do
a
you
level
really think that
68,
people would play
like,
as much?
if you can make a level 68 magically this upcoming league, would you?
I mean, why would I start at a level 1 if I could make a 68 and I know everyone else who can make one
That's
is going
that's
to make
kind of
one?
my point, though.
What
is
about
that-
if
is
it was
that
like
you know,
No, that's
SF?
not your point.
that's the
point is
shortcut
that-
you would use to save you
No.
large chunks of time to get into the content.
Yeah, but you would, but level 68 would just be the new level 1. And then people like after a league or two would be complaining about like, oh, I want to start at level 75. Oh, I want to start at level 80. Oh, that man, getting your build going from level 80 until you're finally 90 is so hard. I just wish I could start at
wouldn't.
90. It's the same grind.
I wouldn't if I had the choice. And
I
know what I
disagree.
mean.
It's not the same grind. It's
Yeah.
skipping the campaign, not starting at level 68.
If
I
you could
can,
start
if,
at level
if mapping
1
was scaled to level 1 and
Oh,
I
yeah.
started
That
at
would be
level 1
fine,
and map
yes.
started at level 1, that'd be fine. I just want to skip the campaign.
Well, that's something completely different. We're talking that's
exactly
No,
what I'm
that's
saying.
no, that's
versus
exactly what we were
alternative
talking
what I'm
about.
saying.
No, I think
That's
that's
exactly
different.
what we're saying.
I think that's different.
This whole time that's been our
Lighty and
argument.
Slippery Jim we're talking about skipping right now, and Jousis was talking about being able to do alternative
It
leveling. That's
accomplishes
something
the same
completely
thing,
different.
but they're
It's the
two
same thing.
completely
No, it doesn't
different.
accomplish the same thing.
It
because one has
accomplishes
time
the
invested,
same
the other
thing
doesn't.
in the end,
Your
but
mom
they do them in
accomplishes
two
it.
different ways, and I can accept one and I can't accept the other. Like just generating a character,
Which
I
one
can't
can you
accept.
accept?
But if you get a
Yeah.
level 1 character and you can skip the campaign and you still have to go through the effort of leveling it up, I think that's fine.
Like being able to skip just makes everything that is able to skip pointless. I mean,
I agree, but I
unless,
think
of course,
doing
you think it is already
after
pointless.
doing the campaign 300 times, I think it is pointless for me.
But it's not like it hasn't changed. It's not like we didn't
hasn't
get new
changed.
gems.
It hasn't
It hasn't
changed.
changed significantly. It hasn't
Hey,
changed at all.
Catmaster, when
11
do you
years,
think...
the negligible change.
It's-
That's how it
Catmaster,
feels.
COVID time,
So many
when do
leveling
you think
metas
that Act
came
10 got
and go.
invented? Because it was a long time ago.
Yeah, but they also, I mean, no, they didn't really rework. Like, but they said they were going to rework Act 1, 2, and
Oh,
3.
they said it.
and
Yeah,
it
they didn't,
fizzed
though.
out.
It's no
It was on
difference.
my bingo
You know,
list.
They
but
did
that
sort of
hopefully they
rework
react
Act
making
to it.
1. They
Brutus
made it
2,
worse.
2% harder is like not, that's not years of progress.
Man, I
It's like-
wish Act 3 through, like, real talk now. I wish Act 3 through 10 would get
Previous,
that Act
it wasn't
1
real
treatment,
talk.
because the
And it would have
to
if they
me,
didn't
the
decide to
Act
make 2
1
games.
The
Look,
Act
they
1
chose
change
to make
was
2
just to
games.
make the rows worse, and that's not appealing to me. Like, I'm fine if they don't ever touch the rest of the campaign, because I don't want them to add
no, for me, I
Mudclat's
want
ROAS
to add
to
the,
Acts
like the rest
3
of the.
through 10.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
but I
saying that's
don't-
why
I
it's
want-
an alternate route. If you choose to do your shitty campaign for the 100th time, you can. But why am I forced to after 11 years? I don't
Why
get to
am
go
I
through
forced
campaign.
to skip
I
it by
have
the option to skipping it?
You're
No,
not
you don't have to.
forced to.
Listen,
That
Kat,
forces
the
me, of
same
course.
way The same way you don't play the best build every league, and the same way you don't play as optimally as possible, you don't have to level as optimally as possible. You choose not to. You choose to scale the difficulty to your liking by playing hardcore, by playing solo self-found. If you don't want to opt into an alternate leveling technique, or an alternate leveling method, or an expert leveling, you don't have to.
Well, I mean, if it's a separate league flag, that's something completely different.
It's
if there's
like
no
not
people on
wanting
my
equality of
ladder
life.
and in my economy who were allowed to skip, it's like you have
it's like not wanting
separate
equality of life
flag.
because you yourself don't use the mechanic. Like it's a thing that would benefit a lot of people, but just because it doesn't
If the
benefit
different
you,
flag
therefore it
is
means
the
it shouldn't be in the
distinction for
game.
you that makes this okay, then that's fine in this argument. If you just want a little asterisk next to your name saying I chose to skip the campaign, like
if
that's
this
I think
was
he
an
cares
fine.
about the economy a bit.
Hey Catmaster, if this was an option in
Yeah.
SSF, would you
No,
want
I
it?
don't care about the economy as itself. I just care about anything but skipping directly to 68 would be completely pointless in that league. Like, why would the option still
Ignore
exist
that.
to not skip
Ignore
to 68?
just ignore the fact that other
That's what I
people
mean.
have the choice of it. If it was in SSF, would you do it? Because then if
But
anyone
that's-
else
that's
picked it,
like
it wouldn't
saying-
affect you.
That's
You're saying you're against it because if other people
You
are
know-
doing it, I have to do it, otherwise I have a disadvantage.
if it's in a version of SSF where the ladder is exclusively with
Yeah.
Do you
people
do
that
There's
delve,
no
Catmaster?
ladder. There's no one else.
No.
If it was in SSF, would you do it? Or would you want it? Would you care? If someone else in SSF pressed the
there
button,
might
but you
be
decided
things
not
that I
to, would you care?
utilize it for. There
Yeah,
might
but
be
do you
things
do
where I'm
delve
like, I
every
would
league?
like
Do you do
quickly
delve at all,
like to
Catmaster?
try this. Let me finish the sentence first.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
I forgot the sentence.
Okay,
no,
Do you do delve each
for
league?
certain build ideas, like if I have like a quick idea and I just want to
Yeah.
make a new character and try that, yeah, I'd be way more likely to try that. Obviously, if I could make a 68, but like on a league start, I want the campaign to be part of it. I wouldn't want to be able to skip.
You don't want to skip the
Personally-
content. Yeah.
Personally, I wouldn't do it. If it was, I want it to be an option so that other people could do it if they wanted to. But if I had a button that I could just press to make a level 70 character, I would burn out on builds so quickly. Because I would click it,
Yeah,
put my gear on, I'd be like, I hate this. Next one. Click it,
yeah,
next one.
exactly.
Which is why I
viewing it
wouldn't do
as
it.
that,
But
though,
I'm not
but, like-
saying it shouldn't be in the game. It definitely
I
should
know.
be a
but
thing.
I'm saying you burn it on builds plural as if
No,
most
it should
people
not
can
be
make
in the
two.
game.
Right.
Most people who don't have a lot of time to play the game, they make one build if they have the time for that.
Mhm.
So they don't get the option to play multiple builds because they've got 2 hours a night to play.
I
So
still
they get to
think
play the one build they invest in. Like that's a
think-
large chunk of people.
I
Like,
think they shouldn't. I think it. Don't do it as bad as or as good as D4 has. I still think like you should still have to level through the campaign once, at least per league, in the same way they have to get lab trials at least once. You know. But like, if you want to make another
sure.
character, then it unlocks or
Yeah, that's
something, or do like a
somewhat different.
Last Epoch, do this dungeon from level 1 and you can skip the campaign or whatever if you're good
But
enough.
that wouldn't quite allow people who would otherwise not play the league to just jump into the league and to directly
would
skip to
motivate
the
them
fun
more.
it
part.
wouldn't be possible anyway, Kat, because they would have already had to have gotten to a level. The whole point of this conversation was that this option is only available to those who have already gotten to a high level in previous leagues.
In
You're trying to
previous league,
expedite
yeah, who cares about
If
that?
someone who doesn't have
Who cares
time to
about what you
play,
achieved in previous league?
if someone who doesn't
Well,
have
that's the whole
time to
point.
play
It's proving
and
that
wants,
you've done this before.
if you have that as a motivator for someone who only has 2 hours a day to play, if you go, oh, the first character you have to get through the campaign, but every other character after that you can just skip through, they're probably more likely to actually give it a go than if you just say, no, every single character you make, you have to go through the campaign. Because if it takes someone,
So, like,
if it
you're
takes
saying
someone,
people who didn't play to level 68 last league wouldn't be allowed to skip, but people who did play would be allowed to skip.
no,
And
I'm
so,
no,
like,
no.
on league
I'm
starts,
saying
people who
every
played in the
league it
past
should
can skip, and
restart.
everyone else has to
I'm
play
saying
the
every
acts
league
again,
it should
whatever.
restart and you'd have to go through again. But I'm saying if someone only has 30 hours, or if someone only has 2 hours a day, and it takes them 30 hours to get through the campaign, and they know that the next character they play, they can just skip through, they're probably more likely to put in the 30 hours that league, and the next league they'll be like, okay, maybe I can do it in less because I've gotten through it once. But if you tell them that every time they go to make a new character, they're going to have to go through the 30 hours, they're not going to play the game because they don't have the time. I just don't see how you can be against the option just because it's not for you.
Well, like a separate league flag, like I'm completely fine with like a soft core, no XP penalty, directly make a character from 68. Every currency gain is multiplied tenfold. Sure, ship it. I don't care, but don't have those people on the same ladder as the people who play in the actual harder version of the game.
Oh yeah, people
Like,
like
that's
pro
allowing, like,
gamers will
softcore
abuse
people
the
to
absolute
migrate to
shit out of it.
hardcore or something like
If
that.
you think this being in the game is going to make the pro gamers better than you, they already are better than you. That you have no chance. They have
What?
like the 12-man
That has
teams
nothing
or
to do
whatever.
with pro gamers.
No,
That's just to do with like
I don't understand
people
your
being
point
on
of view of
equal
how this
starting
is a
grounds.
bad idea then. If it's not,
Well, it's
this
a bad
person is better
idea
than
for
me
the
and I don't
entire
want them
game. Like,
using
that
it.
was the general question. Would you like this to be introduced in the game? No, I wouldn't. But if under
Why
certain
not?
circumstances, if it was isolated and all that, like, I mean, I probably.
So,
How is it
when this
being
inevitably gets
isolated?
added to the game, are you just going to quit playing Path? Like, if there's an
When it
option to
inevitably gets
alternate
added?
level, yeah, it inevitably gets added. Well, because again, they're trying to reach a greater market of people. As great as it is, as you know, having a small slice of the pie. With they're trying to make the game bigger and better as always. They're going to start doing things of this ilk, whether you like it or not. Like, the game is going to get compromised in certain aspects of the game over time. It already has over the course of 10, 11 years. Loot filters, massive compromise in game ideology. Free-to-play loot versus dedicated loot per person, massive compromise. Like, these are all things that have happened over time. There's just going to be another step eventually. So the question I have to you is, when something like this gets added, are you just going to quit?
I mean, I have to see the exact implementation.
I'm
Because
confused. I
people
have a
have said this
question.
exact same thing you're saying when they removed free for all loot. I heard these exact same conversations 9 years ago, where it's like, I can't believe they don't want us to fight for loot. What kind of bullshit, pussy game is this? Like, the exact same things were said. It's the exact same things. I just over time.
Yeah, and I mean,
can't believe
I'm
there's.
pretty sure a lot of
I
people
can't
did
believe they
actually
gave.
quit for good.
There used to be
I
hardcore
mean-
leagues and softcore leagues. The good leagues went to hardcore, and the pussies got the softcore leagues. And now it's the same thing for. It's the exact same thing. Like, you're just on your side of what you want, but the times will not always align with with what you want, and it's going to happen. And the question becomes, when push comes to shove, what are you going to do?
Catmaster,
You know?
I have a question. You said that you could accept it if it was an SSF, but you also said that you don't oppose it because of the 1%ers, and that confuses my brain. Why do you oppose it?
What?
Why? No,
I
like
didn't even say the word 1%ers.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
like
that-
Can you,
I'm
like,
minimalizing it
that
in my
didn't make
brain
sense
so
to
I
me
can
either.
understand it. I'm sure I don't have the time to level another character or to go through your points again because it took so long. But so in short terms, why are you against it?
Okay,
Just
wait.
so I can
TLDR.
understand. Just for me, yeah.
TLDR, I don't want to skip a large portion of the game that I find enjoyable just because
Okay,
it is an
but, like,
option and therefore it is implied that I have to.
Ignoring that, ignoring
economy and all
you,
that,
like why
ignoring me.
Why can you just
Well,
like
that's pretty
No,
hard
no,
when you're
just
asking about my
ig-
opinion. But
Okay, your opinion, right? If it was in the game and you didn't, you could just have the option to not do it. So what is the downside of you not doing it if it was in the game? Why do you not want it to be in the game at all compared to it being an option, but then you not doing it? Does that make sense?
If it's an, he's
Well,
saying
because
if
the
it's
game
an
is a
option, then
social
he
one.
has to pick it.
well,
The
I
game
wouldn't
is a
want
what?
everyone being given 100 chaos on character creation. But if I was going to start in that league where everyone gives 100 chaos or can get the 100 chaos, like, why would I not take the 100 chaos? But that doesn't mean I'm in favor of it.
So
I
it's
prefer
like the
that
whole
not
like
to be the case.
meta thing. Like if I'm not playing the best build which is easily available, I'm losing because these other people have an advantage over me. Is that what it is?
Well, I guess there's a point to which, like, at which this argument like becomes an actual argument. Yeah.
No,
of
I'm just
course,
trying to
there's, like,
figure
you
out
could-
what it is because I'm just trying to get it. For me, like,
Yeah, no, same.
so if it was in the game, you'd do it not because you wanted to, but because you feel like you have to.
Well, obviously, I mean, obviously, I can skip 68 levels on the ladder instantly instead of having to spend
Right.
3
So it's
hours.
because there's a ladder.
to
If
get
there was
there.
no ladder, but it was still trade, would you then do it?
Three
You probably
hours
would
being,
because in an economy you'd want to get ahead, and getting ahead over other people, it's like an advantage thing, right? So is it purely just because it's an advantage? What if it unlocked
Well,
after
I mean,
like
outside
1
of an
week?
economy in SSF.
What if the races were
it's
already
also like a
over,
ladder thing, ego
and after
thing,
a
right?
week it just unlocks? Like you can just skip to 68 after a week. So you could just skip the league start, skip the economy start, skip the ladder start, come in late, but then because you've come in
Well,
late, you can just level
if
someone
you
to
come in
68
late, you're
immediately.
already at a disadvantage. So,
Right,
like, yeah,
so,
I don't see a
like-
problem with that. But like, it wouldn't allow people who normally don't play on League Start to play on League Start because.
Would
it
you
wouldn't help-
accept it
yeah.
being in the game if it was a thing that unlocked after a week?
Well, I mean, accept is a big word, but I wouldn't quit the game
You wouldn't
over it.
use it, probably, unless.
No,
like,
I mean, if it unlocked after a week, obviously that there are good reasons to use it, as especially as a content creator, you want it to use like to test out build ideas and all that, right? Like, I mean,
So you're not
nothing
against it
goes over some
fundamentally
hands-on
being in the
experience with
game.
a
You just
skill
don't
or
want it
build.
to give an unfair advantage to the point where you feel like you have to do it even though you don't want to.
I feel like it dilutes the game. I think. Okay, there's a feature I really liked in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, right? And that I really wanted in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. But I
Okay.
ended
Yeah.
up using it very, very, very infrequently because it had exactly that problem. So, and the
How
problem,
much did you play
the
Roller Coaster
feature was
Tycoon?
the roller coaster editor, right? So
Mhm.
instead of having to manage a successful park for a number of years and building up the currency and like having the space and like the technology, the research, so you can build the roller coaster that you want, and then having to build a track that fits your terrain and the other attractions around the park, and then also runs successfully with the test with like good G-force values and everything, so that it's an exhilarating ride rather than a terrifying one and all that. That was like a really tedious process. Like it required a lot of things to work and come together. And in the end, when you had a functioning roller coaster, you felt really accomplished. Now in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, there was a roller coaster editor where you could just like sandbox build a roller coaster, yeah, and you could save the design and then you could build that in your park. So at the time that you build it in your park, you already knew exactly how much it's going to cost, right? Exactly what values it's going to have and how it's going to work with customers. And there was just a lot less like mystery and figuring out things,
If
puzzling
you're gonna
things.
use
And I
this
think like
analogy for POB, I'm gonna reach for my monitor and strangle you. Oh wait, if you're not gonna
well, I
use
mean,
it as an
it is
analogy
you
for
can
POB, see ya.
yeah. I mean, you could use it as an analogy for pen and paper, really, right?
Yeah.
Like there is a line that you have to arbitrarily draw somewhere, at which
How does
point
this
you're like, okay,
Sorry,
that's trivializing it too much,
I
and
said
that's
the
taking
quiet
away
part
too
out
much from the
loud.
journey.
You were gonna say this relates to the thing, and I was gonna say it relates to POB as a gotcha. How does this relate to the
Right.
skipping leveling?
He's
He's
saying
saying
that-
like he skipped the whole process of testing the roller
Well,
coaster.
skipping leveling is essentially like directly building the roller coaster instead of like having
Yeah.
to, level
Except
towards
you're
it.
missing the fundamental part, which is some people enjoyed that sandbox aspect as their favorite part of the game. As importing the roller coasters was their favorite part. The part that you lamented, the part that you felt was diminishing your experience, was their favorite part. You chose not to use it to a very large extent because you felt it was diminishing your experience,
Mhm.
right? But some people, that's their favorite part. And the fact that that existed and you were able to control yourself and not use it. So it could exist in Path and you could control yourself and not use
Roller
it.
Coaster Tycoon 2 was not an online game, and there was no
Neither
it was
is Path for me.
true single
Like
player game.
Path isn't online for
Yeah.
me either.
Then you can feel welcome to skip to level 68 and not feel bad about it when other people do it and you don't. But for me, it is an online game that is like a community thing. And like when other people are able to accomplish what I have to work for by just pressing a button, then I feel cheated out of my accomplishment.
You play Trade
As
League at
simple
all?
as it sounds. Sorry?
I can
You
understand
play
that,
Trade League, right?
which is why I offered the
Like
the 1 week thing.
You play Trade League in Path of Exile.
Yeah.
Right, Cat? Okay, so if I
Yeah.
go into Twitch chat and beg for 40 divines, I'm accomplishing what you did in hitting one button. Like, I got 4 divines per minute. What are you at?
Yeah, but you
It's
lost
like,
your
what-
dignity on the way there.
That's your perspective. That's your feelings towards it. That's what I'm saying.
I
That's
don't
not the
want-
reality.
You would also lose
Look
your
at the
dignity if you
numbers.
pressed
Like
the
I
skip
now have
button.
40 divines and you don't because I have.
I don't want a
exempted
button
you
that
didn't.
makes a
Like,
build automatically. I want a button that just skips
Like-
the story, so you still have to level from 1 to 60 and you still have to get all the gear. If it could just be like Delve or something, just going to Delve till I get to map tier. I'd still
when you-
I'd still
you
spend
do
the same
Delve
amount of time,
Catmaster,
if not longer, than it would take
if
to
you,
get through the
if you
campaign. I
enter
just don't want to
Delve
have to click
Catmaster,
all the
do you
buttons
start at
again.
level 1 or do you go down to the 150 they let you skip to?
That doesn't matter. I think it's.
Oh, it doesn't
it's-
matter. That's fine. That's fine. yeah.
What? No, like. That's
They
it's-
literally
it's
let
in
you
the
skip
game.
the first
What
chunk
part
of
of
delve
if they let-
because they've
It's in the
accepted it that
game.
it's shit and they want you to do
Yeah.
it. Of course it's a game, but people who loved delve were complaining like he is. Oh, it's an unfair advantage for those who will do it. It's the same thing. Like they've accepted that first chunk of the content was shit. They
I
let you
don't
skip it when you
like
bought
delve, so I
past
don't
it.
go into it. If I had an option to skip the campaign, I probably would on my third character, but on my first two I don't want to because I kind of like leveling, like I said. But if I didn't have any time and there was an option there to get me to the end game, I'd probably click it. But I don't want it to be like you've just launched PoE for the very first time in your entire life. There's a button that says skip campaign. Abso-fucking-lutely not. New players should not have
You're
access
coming
to
from
that.
this from a
Anyone
very
suggesting
like
that?
No one suggests.
you're coming from this from like a very rational kind of debate sort of angle, and you're trying to present me scenarios that in your eyes are the same as mine, right? Like
No.
the skipping level, and you're presenting the delve skipping or the economy and whatnot, and you're saying if I don't agree with if I disagree with that, I also have to disagree with the other one, and that's just not it. I just like look at the issue of like being able to skip, and like I tell you how I feel about it because like I just look into myself, my soul, my brain, my belly area, and I just don't feel good about it.
I'm just
I
trying
don't
to
care about the delve
understand it.
stuff as much. And I'm just trying to understand myself by giving you the answers. But like that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
I think
like,
you have to
the
maybe
logic,
talk to someone
the
who doesn't have a lot of
rational
time to
thing
play.
doesn't work.
That might help your perspective on this. Is talk to some people that don't have a lot of time to play the game.
I talk to
That might-
tons of people who don't have a lot of time to play. They just don't play Path of Exile. They play other games.
No, I'm saying that who have played Path and now quit 'cause they don't have a lot of time to play.
It's
Like that's
purely,
a large chunk of
Well,
people.
if you
over
don't
time.
have
He's
time to
again-
play, you're playing the wrong game, dude.
I
Like,
have this.
literally, Path of Exile
my
will never work out
understanding-
for someone who has like 2 hours per week.
My understanding is you don't want it because it would affect the
quite a bold
economy,
statement.
or you don't want it because it would affect the economy or the ladder. So if it was an
Well,
option,
unless you're like a super min-max player and you know exactly what you're doing, then you can, I guess, get somewhere with 2 hours.
You wouldn't
per
just
week, but-
recommend someone play standard if they only have 2 hours to play a week. You would just say don't play Path.
shut up for a sec. So it's like
Well,
if
I
it doesn't
wouldn't
affect,
say it in like a rude, demeaning way. Like, I don't know, I would just blurt out, don't play Path, but I'd probably say empathetically, if you don't really feel like putting like a significant part of your time into this game, then it's probably not going to work out for you because you're never going to catch up with the amount of like content that is coming up. Like, even if you were able to skip things, like, there's just so much information. Like, this game is. Even
I'm
if,
just
as a content
confused.
creator,
I'm
at times, like
confused.
it's hard to keep up with all the new uniques that come out, the patch changes. Like, yeah,
I'm
You
confused
don't
as how
have to
you don't
experience
like
the
it.
whole game.
You don't like.
Yeah, you could.
Their ideas, I don't know what they're going for, like Lighty and Jousis. I don't know if they want a skip button immediately, but I'm just confused as to how, like, you could have the best of both worlds of it unlocks after a week or it unlocks after you've leveled your first. Probably a week, that makes more sense because then the ladder's already
You know what
full
would be
and
my-
the economy's already
my
full,
best of
and then it
both worlds?
unlocks. How are you against that? Because it's a win-win for both sides. Do you know what I mean?
my best of both worlds would be honestly just just like they made Ruthless as a more hardcore flag of hardcore that you can combine with hardcore, then make like a super softcore flag that you can combine with softcore. Play softcore super easy mode.
If it
And then,
doesn't
like I said,
affect,
no death penalty, no nothing, and it's fine.
if it doesn't have any of the downsides you don't want it in for because of the downsides, and then they put it in, you don't have
How
to use
does it not have
anymore.
any downsides? Explain to
I
me
think
again.
The
Your
downsides that you're
example-
looking for are the economy being shit because people ahead of you get an advantage, or the ladder being influenced, as in races can make new characters quicker and flip quicker, and the ladder's ruined and the competitiveness is gone. By week one in the trade economy, the economies,
Yeah,
they're
we
already
talked
ahead
about the
because they're
week one.
better, and the ladder's already better. What's that? Sorry.
We talked about the week one. I said I was not particularly opposed to it, like not to the point where I wouldn't play the game anymore.
Okay.
Rage quit over it. But
That's
I wouldn't
fine
be
then.
in
Yeah,
favor
we
of
are-
that
we
change.
already
covered
that point.
It was a
You wouldn't pick
democratic
it-
vote whether it should be implemented in the game. No, I would say no, but like I
But why
wouldn't
not?
like
Like,
stand
you
in the
wouldn't have
way.
to do. Okay. So you're not like full on tying yourself to a tree. I hate the game if they put this in. You're not opposed to it fully, but you wouldn't care if it did go in. But you're not like
I have a lot of empathy,
radical.
right? But I'd like to think that
I
also-
thought you were
even
fully
though-
against it, and I was so confused because it's a win-win of like these people have no time. They
no,
can
no,
wait
like-
a week and then they can skip ahead and they can experience the end game. And also,
not in the sense like I don't want this game to not have that for all the people who want it, but in the sense that would I like it if this game did this? No, personally not. Like, would that cater to my taste? No, that's my
Okay,
meaning,
I get
my-
you.
my-
I do feel like you're conflating saving time on something you've already accomplished with
I
what you
understand.
described as an easier mode of Path of Exile, which are not the same thing or tethered together. So
It's the
when you
same-
mention
No, but like, no, but wait. You're saying, but you're suggesting being able to start with a level 68 character in a new league, and your point is you're saying that is skipping something that you already accomplished. You didn't accomplish it in that league.
I'm
the league
opposed
is
to
per
that one.
definition an economy and ladder reset, and that's why it shouldn't be there. Like, should you be able to do that in standard? Why not? I don't
understand
give a shit
that
about
you're
standard.
saying that you're concerned about the carryover between leagues, right? From that there's an unfair advantage between carryover between leagues, but that already exists to a massive extent with just the fact that I have a memory and I know how to play the game. And that applies to every single player
yeah?
in Trade League who does that. So
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
don't think that would be problematic because the people who are already taking advantage of systems will be doing so regardless. I think this would only be beneficial to those who don't want to spend the large amount of time
How would it be
releveling that's
beneficial?
required.
Everyone would be taking advantage of the skip.
Yeah, I don't
so
think
the
it'd be a good
difference would be
idea
the
to just
same.
have it as a button.
It'd be beneficial to people who don't want to spend the time to get to maps.
Yeah,
You'll
but it
have
would be
less amount of
poorly
time to play the
implemented
game.
if it was just a button that you could press fresh.
I don't
could
think
also
it should
just
be a
play
button.
before.
I never said it should be a button. I
Well,
said
what
that
should it
always
be?
should be a prerequisite. An example of a prerequisite in this case could be already leveling one character 2 maps, if that's a prerequisite, or having a level 100 the previous league or something. Some
Or-
prerequisite. Whether
Waiting a week.
just that's a prerequisite. Whatever shit idea you're gonna say, Jim, I'm sure
Waiting
it's
a
great.
week. Waiting a week's perfect because if it's level 100, then it's just the 1% is getting advantage in league start. If it's leveling up already, then it's just the people who can level in 3 hours getting an advantage. But if it's a week,
The problem
everything's
with
dead. Economy is not dead, but you know what I mean. Like a week is the perfect number. They do the same thing for demigods. Isn't it like a month though, before you can access your free item that you unlock
Yes.
from a race?
Yeah.
They already do it for
Yes, it is.
demigods. There we go. Make it unlock after a month. We've solved it. We solved world peace, everyone.
I don't think having the content
Shake
delay
my
for
hand.
those who
Slope,
want to
yeah.
engage
Yeah,
in
they
the month
already
is a
do it for
realistic
this, then they should do
expectation.
it for that as well.
If you're a new player
Yeah.
and you're jumping in on Reddit and you're like, should I play the game? It says there's 3 days
We already
left.
burned
If
all
there
the
was a
fossil
button that
fuel we
said you
burned
could
there.
skip the
Let's burn all
campaign,
the rest as well.
I think that's a good idea. Although if you're new to the game, you shouldn't be skipping the campaign.
Yeah, I don't think
They
any
should
of
at
those
least level one
examples are
character and also
realistic
wait a
or-
week.
for anything.
Both of them. There's something that's been in my eye for the last 20 minutes. It's fucking driving me nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, if all else fails, we can also just agree to disagree. That would also be fine. Like, I mean, I'm happy for you guys to be happy to be able to skip, and to be happy for other people to be able to skip. And I hope you can forgive me that I'm not. It's all good.
I'll never forgive you ever again in my life.
I can't even. Jim is so impossible to have a conversation with. I don't know if it's a combination of the
Impossible.
small brain, the mold head. It's some combination of all of these.
It's because I can't
But-
remember the beginning of the conversation halfway through. And I
Yeah,
don't remember
the
which side I
juxtapositions
started on.
between mid-paragraph are nonsensical at best.
So you were
what people
projecting
love
that
me
into
for.
our argument.
Whether or not what anything we're saying will ever become factual is totally irrelevant, because I doubt that anything we've suggested would be picked up or denied because of us. And it's also irrelevant because it's going to happen whether we like it or not.
I
There is no
think-
polling system in game. So there has been substantial changes of this type historically. They haven't happened in a while, but
I
it
think
could
we've
very well
had-
happen again.
We've had like 2 or 3 good ideas so far, but the problem is they're like 4 hours in, and no GGG employee is going to watch 4 hours of a podcast. So if you thought we had a good take, go back and figure out where the timestamp is and send it to the support.
I mean, nothing we're saying has not been said for the past 5 years.
That's
Yes,
new
None
to,
of
new
this
to
is
me.
revolutionary.
New to me.
None
My-
of this
Except
is
the
Do
affliction
not,
revolutionary.
part.
do not email support.
Or
with
don't
anything
email
for this
support. Don't do
podcast.
that. Hit them up on Twitter. But fucking yeah, they're new to me because I don't listen to anyone else's podcasts except Cats, and only when there's people on it that I like.
So, like every episode, because like Bella and
You
me,
don't
right?
count. You don't count. It's gotta
Right.
be the guests.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't count, guys. I'm not important enough on my own podcast.
Well, it's not like listen. I'm not subscribed to you. I should admit, but like
Fair, yeah. I get that.
Because he's pumping out content constantly. You imagine doing a
The
podcast
thing is, like, also, people are
every week. That's
overstating the subscribe to you
crazy.
thing, right? Like, it's like, actually, you're not subscribed to Twitch because it's a 50-50 subscription. 50% would have gone to Twitch, and I wouldn't subscribe to Twitch either.
Whoa.
At this
I was telling
I
people to
mean-
use ad blockers, and now you're telling people not to subscribe? That's illegal.
No, I
Not
also
to
agree.
subscribe
Don't
to
sub
Twitch,
to people on
subscribe to
Twitch.
the creators.
Yeah,
Subscribe to the creators, and in any way
most
you want. If you
platforms
want
take
to
some of the
subscribe to
money.
Twitch, go for it. I'm not saying like you're not
But the
allowed to be in
number.
favor of Twitch. I'm just
The
saying
Twitch
I was
number.
pro Twitch for a long time, and I've canceled my Twitch Turbo, and I've gone back on a lot of my
I've
Twitch
signed
subs
up
because
to Amazon Prime for the first time in my life. I have to cancel it so they don't charge me.
I still like Twitch, but
Well,
I
you
also
want the
don't
free
get
shipping,
the,
or
Yeah, I gotta get that free shipping. I bought all my
I have
Christmas
a better
presents.
split than 50-50, so
Look at this guy
I-
fucking
I-
negotiating a split or getting in early. What a cunt.
I talked about this with my Twitch chat at one point where it was like, I don't have like a button that you can press to donate money to me. So people are like, oh, what should I do? Should I gift subs? Should I do bits? And I'm like, no, Twitch takes 50% of subs, like 20% of bits. YouTube membership,
More.
I'm told, is like 30%.
Yep.
And it's
Yeah.
like, if I had a PayPal or something for you to directly donate to, that would be better. Or like,
yeah, Patreon is like I think
Patreon is
2 or
like
8 or something like that.
it's
8%,
some low
not more,
percentage.
12. Not more than that. Though.
Coffee is 0% actually. So there is a 0%.
I'm on Legacy Patreon.
There's got to be
baby.
some kind of
3%
catch, but yeah.
sexy. Basically the same as PayPal.
Yeah, so gifting subs on Twitch, you're gifting money to Bezos, not me.
So what are
Yeah.
we saying? You should just
Most of
mail
it.
cash to my address?
That has other problems.
Postage, I guess, yeah. And you can't carry more than 10 grand in a letter or something like that. Is 10
And
grand or something?
it's easier for someone to like open up the envelope and take the money inside.
Send me crypto to my crypto wallet. By the time it gets here, it will be half the value it was when you sent it.
Some streamers do have like a crypto address.
I did for a
under their
while, but I
stream.
got rid of it.
You didn't get any crypto, or you
Yeah,
just
no one gave
were
me. I was
worried
like,
that
if there's
it
a
would be
rich
obvious?
crypto bro out there that wants to give me whale money, I'll take it, but no one did. Very disappointing.
Shit, I forgot to fix my resists again, dude. I went back to fix resists and then just stared at my build for a while.
Just don't have any sockets in your helmet, and take Magi. Easy.
Mage Eye?
Maggie?
Yeah, in the
Magi.
new league, you get 50% all res for not having any gems in your helmet. If you take the Magi ascendancy.
Sounds juice. I'm just gonna craft this here. What if I take the Mage Ass ascendancy?
Maggie. My guy. You could play Scion, and then
They
you could play...
specifically put a J in there so people wouldn't call it Maggie, and we're still calling it Maggie.
What's wrong with Maggie? It's
incorrect.
Maggie. Yeah, says you, Mr. Jousis. It was hard for me to pronounce that wrong.
I mean, I'm not gonna be elitist about people pronouncing things wrong, but I will mention that it is incorrect.
Is it May? Is that how it's pronounced? The J is a Y? May?
It's Magi.
May?
Magi.
Mo.
Or Magi.
I'm reading through the patch notes. I'm pretty sure we've covered everything in existence.
Image.
Mal. Yo, yeah, anyone got any questions, stuff to talk about, anything else you could think of? Catmaster gonna ask another spontaneous question about falling zombies.
Yeah,
Whoops.
yeah,
I keep
just let me
accidentally
pick,
opening poker videos.
Just let me pick shit from this Affliction gold mine.
That's
Leak
why I wanted
info,
to play
mega
poker.
threat.
It's because I've been watching Poker Stars non-stop for the last week, and now I feel like I know how to play the game. But I don't.
Are you expecting the monsters in the Viridian Wildwood to have like some interesting new mechanics and all?
There was a thing that said like the monsters have secrets, but I feel like that's just GGG talk for they have chests that contain itemized loot from different mechanics.
For they have arch nemesis mods.
They have mysterious
yeah.
chests from Heist. They have the question mark icon reward.
Yeah. The
Or it could be
mists
anything.
hide many additional secret rewards that you will discover as you explore, aka it is a video game and there is content in it which drops loot. But there's probably one that's like bone rowers and they beat you to death. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's a difference between surprising me in that there's a mob that shoots 15 projectiles and kills you in one hit. That would definitely surprise me. But like surprise me in like, oh, they implemented this in an interesting way and this mob is really cool and I enjoy
I hope
fighting
they're
it.
like
I
passive.
don't know.
You know, like I hope they're like, you know how like you go outside the circle in Ultimatum and everything freezes? I hope that while your circle in the darkness is not on them, they don't fucking do anything. Because if they're just on screen in the black and you can't see shit and they one-shot you, that'd be quite terrifying.
Yeah.
You're gonna buy the boat?
You kind of disillusioned me a little bit with that. Like, I thought there was so many things to talk about, but like
There
I
isn't.
just
We talked
realized
about
we
everything.
talked about everything.
There honestly isn't
Well, we
much.
haven't
They
talked
did like
about
a
our Atlas strats. Like,
lab
what are you
rework
starting with your Atlas passive tree?
skills.
What I did last league was I really needed flask enchants, and so I rushed the node that gives 10 intelligence when you clear a map. Like I
Oh,
got
yeah.
the minimum possible
That one
points to
is
get to that
generally
node.
good to have. That one's generally good to have.
And then I got one of the 3 unveils I needed by doing that, and then I was like, I can't run so many masterminds that I get so many cinder swallows to get all 3 of the flask mods that I want. So I only got one of them by doing that, and then the other ones it was like, oh, I can pay someone to do it for me or buy cinder swallows.
That sounds pretty smart. I'm gonna rush that as well. Does it give you like just normal safe house and then you have to run them to get the mastermind?
You do have to run the safe houses, so at some point you do actually need to use a June mission because you'll have 3 people being interrogated, and you don't get the intelligence if they get pushed out by a 4th person.
Is it just
so you do actually need to do 3 betrayal encounters, which is 1 betrayal encounter.
Is it just any map? It doesn't have to have betrayal in it?
No, it has to. You have to do the betrayal mechanic 3 times in the map. So like you have to do the research, you have to do the transportation.
Well, now I suddenly don't want to do it.
Or whatever.
I was like,
Well,
damn, that's almost
you
like
only need to do. You do that once to get the mastermind intelligence.
I don't understand.
Okay, so you get 10 intelligence per map. You can do the safe house, and then at the end you say interrogate for mastermind intelligence. They're in interrogation. That interrogation doesn't progress until you actually do a betrayal mechanic in the map.
I get you. I thought you meant you get 10. You get the 10 int after completing a map, but in the map you have to run betrayal anyway. I'm like, that sounds like so shit.
Okay, nope, you get 10 per map regardless.
Well, I'm gonna write that down because I need level 2 socketed supported gym thing. Yep.
Yeah, so just completely ignoring the betrayal board and just running the mastermind and using that node is something that I find is very good. Like I don't have to worry about managing the board.
I'm just gonna do the usual Kirak like +1 map shenanigans and then go into Wandering Path, and then I'm gonna wait and see if Ultimatum is bait or not before I decide to spec all my shit into it. Also, I probably don't have a build good enough at that point to do it, even. It's gonna be scary.
When you go Wandering Path, like it's kind of customary and mandatory and essential to get the map modifier nodes on top, right? Or is there a Wandering Path setup that you do?
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there a non-foolish way not to get them? Because like
no,
you
definitely would get them.
Wandering Path stuff in the Blast from the Past, and I just felt like it was a little bit like earlier. It was a little bit overbearing, right? Like
I'm not gonna allocate Wandering Path. I'm just gonna get to it so that when I want to swap to my Wandering Path tree, all my travel nodes are already done, and I don't have to respec as much. Like, there's not much I really want early on. I just want the +1 map stuff, and pretty much anything that's like drop connected map, and just progress my Atlas, and just not really, just pretty much instead of blocking content, just ignore content.
And extra heist lockers, of course, to pick up a nice stack
to
of
do what?
contracts and
Sell 'em?
stuff to sell.
To get maybe get some shrines, some sexy shrines. I wanna do a league where I just spec into stuff that is basically just pack size and I can ignore it. Like touch it, kill everything, move on. So not blight, but yes, breach, maybe legion, not harvest because you have to go into it, not ultimatum.
I've definitely been specking heavily
Beyond?
into Legion every league. I highly recommend Legion.
You're
Shrines because I
describing
got
an MF
packs.
tree, by the way.
What's
You're
that?
just describing the You're just describing the basic wandering path MF tree that's existed. For
Yeah,
years.
I mean that's what I love, so that's what I'll do.
So, do you know about MF Academy?
Yeah, I don't. Occasionally I click on it to have a gander
Okay,
and I
well,
get overwhelmed.
they have all the trees listed there.
Oh, okay. Do they have one for each of the different harvest things that people spec into?
What do you mean?
Like the three different the quant one stacking and then the one that's like you click on it in a certain order, like the different ways you can harvest farm.
You would just skip it. It was too slow.
Okay. Now, I know someone
If,
definitely did like specific trees for each of the different harvest strats because I want to do my harvest science again, but I gave
All
up
I
on
know
it.
In
about
general,
Harvest is crop rotation good.
Seems that way.
Harvest scales very, very high into red maps compared to tier 1 maps. So if you're not doing 14, 15, 16s, Harvest, the amount of juice you get from a Harvest in a 16 versus a tier 1 is drastically different compared to something like Legion, where a Legion in a tier 1 and a tier 16 is actually not that different, which is crazy. The same way goes for emblem drops. So if you're trying to fish for percentage emblem drops off of splinter conversions, when you're doing a tier 1 map, you're getting basically the same rate per hour as doing in tier 16s, which probably shouldn't be the case, but it currently is the case and has been for a while.
There's a
So
bunch of shit that I want to do, like low level essence and legion farming, like you're
Essence is another good
suggesting.
example. Essence in like a tier 1, like you'd rather do 5-to-1 maps for Essence versus a more juiced tier 16 because the value of an Essence is basically the same when you're just trying to upgrade twice anyway. So
That's something I want to test is like Wandering Path Magic Find, like the old version of Magic Find, which was just go as fast as you can because if you're clearing at double the speed, you're making double the loot, versus every Magic Find builder I see these days, which is like, I'm going to pack in as much shit I can, I'm going to do Beyond, I'm going to make it delirious, I'm going to clear this map in 3 hours.
I mean, there's a numerical right answer there. It just depends on the upcoming patch. Like one will be better than the
Oh
other,
yeah,
but
for sure. But I
just
just
do
want
the one you enjoy.
yeah, but at the same time, I just want to like do stupid things with apothecaries. So I just want whichever one gives me more of that. Do all my harvest science, get a whole bunch of juice, make a whole bunch of apothecaries, and then delete them all. That's my league plan. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Although I have to make a good magic. I'll probably do the zoom one purely because I like the idea. Like it's easy to make a zoom magic finder than it is to make something that can survive delirious magic finder. Although it would just be spark with a
You
headhunter.
probably would put on Delirious no matter what, even on tier 1 maps. You'd probably
Right, but like
still.
in T1 maps I'd go for like Delirium the mechanic and walk into the mirror versus in T16
Yeah,
maps
you
or whatever
could
I'd
just
put
put on
on
an
like
Ending
4
Nightmare.
orbs or whatever. Like
If
craft the
you're
maps to be 8 mod and all that shit.
more unfamiliar with that, I would just put on an Unending Nightmare and then just spec into with Wandering Path the spawn rate nodes. You don't have to worry about keeping the mirror up then.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Well, I'm gonna write down the fucking intelligence thing so I don't forget. Intelligence gathering. Intelligence gathering.
Don't forget what Jousis said.
What? Make sure I run
couple
the
maps,
safe.
you have-
Do the
have to
betrayal
actually run it
maps
every couple
after the
maps.
safe houses. Yeah.
Once you
even-
have
even more
three
so.
safe
Once
house
they're in
leaders in
jail.
Interrogate,
Then I actually have to do betrayal. Right.
You also have to run safe houses as you get them because Intelligence Gathering could pick an already full safe house.
I will have to. Wait, what'd you say?
If you are running Intelligence Gathering and let's say your research fills up, so you can run your safe house, but your other 3 areas are at 50%. When it goes to give the 10 intelligence to one of your 4 places, it could pick a research despite it being full, and it'll just waste it. So you have to always run your safe houses as they get full.
How long can safe house? Can I get 3 full safe houses and then just do them back to back to back,
No,
or will they degrade?
you would want to run them progressively. Otherwise, again, you could pick the same. Like trying to get to 3 full safe houses simultaneously means you're gonna try to hope to not hit the other 2 constantly. You'll be basically wasting half of your maps for intelligence gathering as you
Okay.
progress the 3rd safe house. So as they pop up, you run them.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna get attacked by a velociraptor for not running your safe house, but it is inefficient.
Yeah.
I blast
But you
maps
might be
should be
attacked
right.
by an intervention, so that could happen.
Yeah, fucking hate those guys. Hey, Catmaster, what's
Fair
your
enough.
Atlas strat?
I haven't decided yet. Probably something early that helps me make money, and later I'm not gonna go for a wandering path MF if I do the explosive trap start, because explosive trap's gonna be a bossing build and like a poor mapper, right? So probably, I don't know. Does it make sense to do like a boss rusher?
Anything
With
does if you
the-
find it fun.
There's a lot of stuff that's like on clearing a map.
Heard that Maven node's good.
Yeah, either that or I just like really
Structure
focus
play
on
is
bossing.
good.
But like
They
I mean,
just unbugged it.
Yeah, even better now.
They fixed the bug with it, and they didn't put it in the bug section. They put it in the Atlas section as if it was being like unnerfed, but it was just a bug that was occurring. That if you
Feel like
kill
sure,
that are
expedition
below-
could work well.
the nuke
Yeah.
node or like a full spec. Like fully investing into it, or
Either.
just grabbing the nuke node and moving on.
That nuke node is bait, big bait.
It's quality of life bait.
Depends on your build.
I don't know if I'd say it's quality
Some
of life.
builds do the nuke node better than others, but
It's-
like my point is like
Yeah.
if I have a build that's able to deal with like, you know, it's not really that fast running through the
Yeah.
map and not really that fast clearing screens of monsters, but it's good at like dealing single target DPS,
Explosive
then I
trap
want
is
to
good for that.
capitalize on that.
There's only
Yeah.
1 silver bullet in there, so
A silver
of course,
bullet.
it's half fizz, half fire, right? Or you're converting
Yeah,
to
we
full
have
fire.
to get the conversion gloves, obviously.
Yeah, so then as long as you don't hit immune to fire, you're fine.
I'll
Right,
probably
yeah.
get 7th gate or whatever as well. Just because I like, well, you know, having all the options. I'm not going to do the other ones that like double the crafting costs or anything like that.
What are you going to use it for?
Legion, probably.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, well, there's
You
so
would
many
do that-
different like
Oh, yeah.
there's so many different farming strats that people do their entire league because they just have the one thing they like. But there's all these. I just want to touch into each little thing. I want to do essences and beasts. I want to do legion farming. I want to do harvest farming. All single full investment. So it's just I need just to pick one that's like probably honestly I probably should just go straight into red altars and build up as many of those Kirak re-rolly orbs that I can get my hands on, so that I can just try all the atlases.
Wait, what? They also nerfed the mana cost on Vortex? They added
Yeah,
footnotes
they
to the
just
patch
nerfed it
to
again.
further
I saw that.
destroyed.
Yeah,
They nerfed
Oh,
Vortex
God.
harder.
they did. Yeah, they also they
Amazing.
didn't buff Cyclone either. They had an amendment for things, and the buffs weren't substantial enough that they would be really notable. But
Did
the
they-
nerf to
did they
Vortex is just
revert
like a slap
Sunder?
in the face. No, they didn't touch that. There was a lab clarification for wording. They nerfed Vortex. There was a minor clarification for EK. And I think they've slightly buffed Cyclone, but not enough to offset the fact that it's worse overall still now. But the Vortex thing was fine. It was just like, why kick it when it's down? It's it's just
I
like.
mean, they probably
sure.
made up those changes like a couple of days ago, and then they just realized, hey, that change never made it into the notes. We should add that.
Or someone made it slightly viable even with the nerf, and they're like, wait a minute, you should stay down, and they load another shell into the shotgun and fucking Yella's trying to escape after we already put 1 slug in her. Anyway. What's the lab change?
I hate this so
as-
much. I
It's
found the
the
onslaught
wording.
helmet, but I'm leveling
Okay.
as a trapper, so I can't capitalize on the attack and cast speed.
As an update, earlier I complained that the only drop that I've gotten was 1 in 2000. I just got the drop that is 1 in 2001, and I
Yeah,
still
but-
don't have the 1 in 100.
Is it 1 in 2000 for you, or is it like 1 in 5,000, 500 or whatever with the drop rate change?
No, it's 100%. It's 1 in 2001. You can like go to the wiki and see the exact drop rate.
No, I mean like because you're doing like League Trailblazer.
Yeah, I'm
or
in
whatever.
League. It specifically says which items are boosted.
Oh, okay. Damn, imagine having like the drop rates and stuff in PoE.
Only by playing
Yep.
a game like RuneScape, especially through RuneLite, you realize how much better other games could be in a lot of their infrastructures. Whether it's the wiki button, the polling section, there's
Oh wait, no, this
a lot
one,
of
this
things.
particular one.
Other games on
Uh,
RuneScape or other games on Path of Exile?
And
Path of
any
Ex-
other
he's
games
implying
after
Path of
playing
Exile.
RuneScape.
I
That's
was
one
wrong.
game
The
that could
one,
benefit
the one
from
in
it, yeah.
2001 did get boosted, so it is actually like
Yeah,
a 1 in
get
500.
shit on.
But I
Yeah.
it did
sorry.
not. It did not boost the 1 in 2000 that I was complaining about earlier.
Did you get it? The one in 2000
Yeah.
one? Okay, nice.
Yeah. It's literally a completely useless item that they put in as a troll.
Also the most desirable item.
I mean, if you're collection logging, yes.
2001? Oh, you're saying the Hydra Claw, or you meant the jar?
Oh yeah, no, I was saying so. 1 in 2001 is the Dragon Knives,
Oh,
which is very desirable, and I did just get it, and it was boosted to like 1 in 400 or
Yep,
something.
Yep.
The one that I'm going for
The jars,
is
the jar's not. You want the necklace?
I want the gloves, the leather for the gloves,
Oh, why?
just because I have a regen bracelet and no Barrow's gloves.
Then what
Okay.
is the leather going to do for you?
Give me best in slot melee gloves.
Anyone in
Like
the
you're playing
current
mage.
live chat got any questions before we wrap this up? Because this
Raids
is
force you to use
this
melee.
file's getting too big for me to be able to upload it at decent quality.
What?
Anyway,
Audio
jar
quality.
of chemicals literally does
Oh, your
nothing.
internet limitations.
1
No,
in
like
2000
there's a
drop
limit
rate.
to the size you can upload an audio podcast.
Oh, audio. Okay.
Yeah. So
Can you export it at a worse quality?
I do it all the time. No one's really noticed, so it's probably fine. I'll just
Where
drop
do you
it down to
upload
like
it?
60 again, 60 kilobits.
I mean,
Yep.
whatever you're recording at,
upload it?
Discord's
do
audio
you mean,
codec
where?
is going to be worse.
Well, I mean, I'm uploading to the Spotify for podcasters
Yeah,
thing.
I say,
don't
what
remember
do you
the
mean
picture.
where? As I like I'm like stalling so I can find where I upload it to. One sec. Amazon Music, Stitcher, Spotify, and something else, some Google one.
Help the boy out, Cat.
I know, like,
He's
I
got
mean,
mo-
the platform where you're uploading through. Like, why does it have a limitation? That's what I'm
He's
saying.
got mold brain. Help him out.
It's like, I don't know, it's because they have a service and they like don't want it to be like a big file time size. I don't know. It's got a limit. It is what it is.
I mean,
Sounds
is the service
sketch.
free? Because
Sounds
that would explain it right
sketch.
away.
Yes, it is a
Yeah.
free service.
Yeah, so they're
Okay.
just like, you can't
I'm
upload
just
a
saying,
2 terabyte file.
It is not a
Just
free
getting
service
throttled.
anymore. I am on a legacy free account because I'm
Nice.
a little bitch.
Ooh.
Well, there you go.
I just love free stuff. What can I say? I'll do the
do
Lighty
you
League
wanna-
start strat, actually. I'll take 40 divines. If anyone gets 40 divines League start, just give it to me and I'll...
Play League starts right out.
Yeah.
Look at me for Divines
Yeah.
and Solo Self-Found.
Hey, man, just rip them
I-
over.
I
Speaking as a
played,
software developer, there is always
yeah.
a file size limit.
I played Trade for a mini series like last month, but that was the only time I played Trade in years now. It was reminding me why I play Solo Self-Found. It is very, very easy. Very easy, but fun. It was fun at times. I played that Fulcrum build, the Road Chieftain one.
What crazy build do you hope people will make this league? Well, that's kind of like... How the hell do you answer that? What crazy build do you hope becomes in
I
existence?
think you're looking at the same Reddit thread that I did.
No, I'm looking at
and
a
I
question
commented on
someone
it.
posted in the thing, but okay.
Uh,
Well, they looking at Reddit,
maybe
those
it's the
bastards.
same guy.
Twitch
Yeah,
chat
This
and
OP?
stuff.
Does Twister still work? Support gems didn't
not
change.
as well.
Twister was... Yeah, it's been dying slowly, which is disappointing.
We've talked
can tell
about
you a
league
build I'd
starters,
like
but that
to
was
see.
like hours ago. Maybe we could quickly say real quick what everyone's doing. I'm planning Explosive Trap. I think Slippery Jim was doing the dancing duo again.
Dervish,
What do you mean again? It was
Yeah,
been like
Dervish.
a year since I touched that piece of shit build. Yeah, I'm gonna play Dancing
You've
Dervish.
done it so
and-
many times.
I
And
could play.
Lighty
I'll
always
league start Herald of
randomizes.
Thunder, and someone will go, "Oh, you've done that so
Yeah,
many
I'm not sure
times."
yet. I can tell you a build that I'd
And
like
ju-
to see because that was
I
was
get
asked
comments
about,
all
you
the
know,
time
But
True.
that are like, "Oh, another Heartbound loop build."
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
that's fair.
no, it's different. I swear.
This is a different version of Dervish, so you can take all of your opinions and you can shove them up your ass.
we were just showcase the transfigured gem for Blade Trap to where it uses a 2-hand sword. In the same league, they just reintroduced Rakiatas to the base pool. So I'd like to see someone do a 2-hand Rakiatas Blade Trap build. That'd be kind of cool to see. It's a very pretty looking sorting game.
Cat
They did a
tried
great
to
job with the totem model, so I'd like to see that.
Cat tried to swing it to
Um,
league starts, but Lighty's talking about the original question, which is good. I appreciate it. Unless you're
Yeah,
league starting that,
yeah.
Go
in which
for it.
case,
No,
what the
I
fuck?
just wanted to quickly in one sentence.
I think
like,
that's going to be a tier 1 rarity item, most likely.
Yeah.
Just like I think the amulet from Toad is going to be probably tier 0, alongside like Headhunter and Mage Blood. But we'll see.
Oh, is any one of you fine gentlemen interested in doing another quick podcast on the night before League Start to talk about the teasers we got between then and now and League Start? Or now and then. I got an
mean,
episode planned with Nube already.
If you invite me and my schedule works out, yeah, I'll show up.
I can't because I'm dumb and I don't know anything about how the game works. So me being there for like new content and gem info doesn't make any sense.
Also,
I
I have
mean,
to
it's
squeak
fine.
in. My league starter is Lightning Warp, go fast.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, absolutely.
That's my second build, except
Yeah,
movement
like,
speed go
but you're
fast.
still waiting for the gem information.
Yeah, I'm waiting for if there
have a
is a way
list.
to reduce Lightning Warp duration, because I was relying on the helmet enchant.
Mm-hmm.
Catmaster is
Yep.
at Catmaster. Lighty is at Lighty. All of their links are in the description. This has been whatever the heck episode, and I am going to end it here. Goodbye. Also, yeah, you could say
What?
goodbye if you want to. What do you mean? I'm ending my thing here.
Bye.
You can keep your thing going if you
Wow.
want, but I'm turning my thing off because it's
Ending
been,
your thing.
it's been 6
Self-mutilation.
hours. Do you know that? This is the longest one we've ever done. Although tomorrow we can record.
argued about one topic for like an hour and a half.
That is true, and it was
Kind of
truly
extended it.
the most painful experience of my life. I wish nothing but pain onto Catmaster for
I
his
did a
opinions.
24-hour podcast episode once.
I know.
Why
I
would
was
you
Someone
do
there
even
for
that?
brought
like
their
10
mom.
minutes of it. Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Your
My
mom
mum
was there.
My mum was the best character on your podcast. Character, person, something.
Just
Is that a
send you Cat
compliment or
for-
an insult?
Both.
That's the